Hello and welcome along to Jalan Besar Stadium here in the heart of beautiful Singapore for the inaugural edition of the Soccer 7 series. It's faster football in the Lion City. A great look at the skyline of Marina Bay Sands, the greenery of Gardens by the Bay. Well, today we are here at the Jalan Besar Stadium for a full program of matches. Here are the rules for the women's competition: 2 7-minute halves, 1-minute halftime break, 11 players per squad, 7 starters and 4 substitutes. 10 teams split into 2 groups, 3 points for a win, 1 for a draw. Top 2 from each group going into the cup knockout, 3rd and 4th from each group going into the plate knockout competitions. So a total of 36 teams at this tournament across 3 categories, taking to the pitch here at the Jalan Besar, which has been transformed into a true battleground for glory. 16 teams in the men's open. They will be in action a little bit later on. 10 teams in the women's event and another 10 in the masters. And we saw the women's and masters teams in action yesterday. We've got European, South American powerhouses alongside some of the top sides from this region. Many big names in terms of clubs and players all on display this weekend at Jalan Besar. Well, we're looking forward to the full schedule of matches today. 46 fixtures. First one coming up is in Group A, Albrecht Niigata Women against Geylang International, both from Singapore. So it's a busy schedule. Let's hear from Ash Hashim pitch side for a first report of the day.
The second day of the Soccer 7 series, I'm Ash Hashim and I'm telling you it's been amazing. The first day was full of action and we're starting out very early today. It's 7:30 in the morning, or rather it's going to be 8. And the first kickoff will be a women's game between Geylang International and Corinthians. And you know, it's a fantastic morning and I'm really enjoying seeing the girls as well kicking off and having a bit of a kickabout, and they really look like they're having fun, all smiles even though it's really early. And a little bit of a reminder, guys, if you want to catch the action on socials, you can also follow Soccer 7 series on Instagram and TikTok, because you can catch all the goals there. It's going to be a fantastic, I think, 12 hours or so of action today. So make sure you're tuned in on YouTube as well as on socials. And you know, I'm looking forward to the rest of the day, guys. So vamos!
Well, nice to hear from Ash, who is pitch side and will be giving us reports all through the day. It's going to be a long one. I'm Rish Roshan Rai on lead commentary. I'm delighted to say I'm joined by Seb Page. Thanks for stepping into the commentary, colour commentary position to help me out, Seb.
Great to be here, and a wonderful first day yesterday. Goals galore, which was really exciting to see. So I woke up this morning super excited to come down and see what we have in store today.
Yeah, very exciting stuff. We're going to have to pace ourselves. As I said, 46 fixtures across the entire day here at Jalan Besar Stadium in the women's, the masters and the men's open. This is the first one between 2 sides from Singapore, Geylang International and Albrecht Niigata FC Singapore Women. Geylang International were involved in a matchup yesterday. They kicked off the tournament alongside QPR Women with a 2-0 defeat. Well, Geylang never really got going in that matchup against QPR Women. That was the only fixture they played yesterday. That was the similar sort of story for Albrecht Niigata Women. A 4-0 defeat to Shanghai Shenhua Women, who are leading this group at the moment. 2 wins from 2, 8 goals for 1 against for the Chinese side. 2 points clear of QPR Women. And those 2 will be in action just after this fixture here. Corinthians Feminino of Brazil in 3rd, Geylang in 4th, and Albrecht Niigata FC Women at the bottom of the standings on goal difference at the moment. Well, a win for either one of these 2 sides puts them in a good position to progress into the knockout stage tomorrow.
A good opportunity for one of these teams to get 3 points on the board. Local matchup. Both had a tough outing yesterday against some of the visiting teams. But we'll have to see first match of the day. Sometimes hard to get up, get the legs moving.
Yeah, that is a great point. I mean, you bring up these players are coming out here and starting very early. It changes lots of things about the usual schedule. They'll be training in the mornings at times, but it's very different coming into a competitive game of football. And let's see how they go. It looks to be a pretty lively start from the whistle.
Yeah, I guess these teams should know each other pretty well, playing together locally here in Singapore.
That's right, both play in the same league. The Women's Premier League here in Singapore. Should be pretty closely contested between these two sides. Not too much in the way of difference in terms of their positions in that competition. Albrechts perhaps just with the edge.
Beautiful morning though here in Singapore. Sun shining on us, so we had a downpour of rain, I think, when you
towards
left
the
last
end.
night.
Yeah, no, I stuck around actually to have a look at the Masters. Just went downstairs and it started to rain really heavily, didn't it?
Yeah.
But it's good to see some great goals in that competition as well. We saw lots of them in the women's, and already, Seb, we've noticed a difference in the approaches of the teams with the different formats, the styles of play. I think with the women's, we've seen a lot of it being very open, really attacking. The Masters a little bit more tactical at times.
Yeah, definitely watching some of the highlights on the way home last night. You see some of the goals smashed in the women's tournament. A bit more space, but the Masters, you know, sort of feeling each other out a bit and a bit more cagey, the football. Less risk taken, I think, getting used to the format a little bit.
And we just had the lineups going across the bottom of your screen. See this delivery coming in. That's going to go all the way through. And right at the top as well, we've got a little bit of a countdown timer there with that bar at the top. Just so you get a bit of an idea as to how long we've got left. Build a little bit of the drama. We've already had some drama at this Soccer 7 series.
Yeah, I think pretty unbelievable how many goals you see in the last sort of 90 seconds, minute of each half. Teams pushing forward, you know, knowing that their chance, the referees sort of blow up right on the dot of 0. So you can really commit forward at the end of the half or the end of the game.
There's a number 21 for Geylang International, Svea Hertzman. So inside to Alton. Seen a shot blocked. Albrechts trying to just hold on to it here. It's taken away very nicely by Alton. Summer Chong. It's taken a deflection from the number 13 for Albrechts, Chiyoko Okada.
Obviously, the one set of teams we didn't get a look at yesterday was the men's main. Very excited to see some of the traveling teams who have come out for this as they start to, I think, saw a lot of them around the stadium last night trying to have a look at the teams, look at how they should play. But yeah, kicking off at just after 9 this morning.
Yeah, that's
really
right.
Looking forward to that.
So 2 matches in the women's Group A, then a couple of matches in the Masters Group A, and then we start with the men's Open Group C, followed by fixtures in Group D. So sides just looking to really get into the rhythm of things early this morning. After a great start of the Soccer 7 series yesterday with the fixtures that we saw, and it was really hot for those players. So I think that rain right at the end have provided a little bit of relief. They have to get themselves ready for a very long day out at this venue as well. It's going to be fascinating to see how the teams get on once we get into those afternoon matches.
Yeah, I was going to say, I found it quite amusing. Some of the players saying how hot it was yesterday evening. They don't know what's coming this afternoon.
Yeah, they've got no idea what's coming, do they? Yeah, I was just having a look on Thursday at some of the teams training. They were training at about 2 p.m. local time, struggling, baking in the heat, but you can completely understand just why it is going to be a huge test of those conditioning levels and the mental strength as well.
Yeah, it makes a big difference what type of fixtures are.
It does, doesn't it? And from a coaching perspective as well, when you're thinking about the conditioning levels, trying to manage those minutes of your players, you've also got to consider the timings of your matches.
Yeah, and the recovery in between. Last night we saw some teams have a couple of hours, some teams have a bit shorter. Can't quite work out what's better for the players. I guess some people recover differently to others. And the other interesting thing was, you know, how the managers are using their subs. Some making wholesale changes at halftime, some giving some players a start. Just a lot of different tactics and ideas you can have in sevens football.
That's a good turn. Nasria. To Summer Chong, good touch. Takes it away from a defender. Has got Hertzmann in the area. If she wants, goes for goal herself. That's a good finish. Great run down the left. Opening goal of the day. Yeah, the Soccer 7 series scored by Gelang's number 19, Summer Chong.
Yeah, and that's their first goal of the tournament. She did really well, got into the box. She had an option, but she stayed composed and slotted it into the far corner. Really good to get us underway for the day. First goal of many today.
Yeah, definitely the first of many. It's a good one as well from Summer Chong. We head into the red section of the time bar. Late goal in the first half. Under 30 seconds left on the clock. I often talk about what is a good time to score in sevens, and yes, towards the end of matches is probably the best time to go on and get a goal. But I guess you'd also say any time is pretty good in football.
Yeah. Never a bad time to score, but even better when the opposition has no time to go back up to respond.
That's Hertzmann. Was ignored by Summer Chong earlier. That's Hertzmann. Cut inside and out again. That's well defended by Sun Jie. Number 4 for Elberex. Here's Summer from distance.
That should be that.
And it is the whistle for half-time. Summer Chong with the goal at the end of this first half. She gives Geylang International the lead against Elberex Niigata FC women. Let's hear from Ash.
And we're here now with the captain of Shanghai Shenhua women's team. Firstly, let's talk about yesterday. Are you happy with your team's performance so far?
Yes. I think we played is very good. So I think this game is very interesting. We enjoy this game. So we play this game. This is one time. So I think our player is very good.
Oh, of course. You're playing QPR women now. Of course, they're very strong in England. So how has the preparation been for your team, for this tournament? How have you prepared?
Prepare?
Yeah. Training, maybe, how many times you train?
Maybe 6 times. 1 week. 1 week. But we are the student in this team, or is the student. So we need to stay and training. So one day, maybe 1 time to training is enough, maybe.
Fantastic stuff for women's student team. I wish you all the best for the next game against QPR women, and it's back to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, just 1 minute. Very good. Thank you.
Yeah, good interview pitch side there. Just a little bit of a preview of the match that we have coming up between Shanghai Shenhua women and QPR women. Top of the table clash in Group A as we get this second half underway. Summer Chong with the only goal of this match so far. Geylang International leading by 1-0 against Elberex Niigata FC women. That's Oliana Davies.
Good to see the Shanghai Shenhua women out. They were highly impressive last night, scoring a lot of goals. So they're, to me, one to watch in this women's tournament so far, but coming up against a strong outfit, QPR women, it's going to be a good game this morning.
Yeah, it should be a really good game. Seb, you've worked a lot on sevens tournaments, the Hong Kong Sevens. What does it take to organize something like this?
There's a lot of hard work, to be honest, and spending a lot of time with Dom Lane, man behind this Soccer 7 series concept. Highly impressive to pull this off been talking about it for a few years, and just brilliant to see it all come together. But
there's Alton with the goal. Great strike from range by Alton. Mere Hoko Tate Alton with the strike from distance. It's a lovely bit of technique from the number 8.
Another long ranger in this women's tournament. There's the goal of the tournament competition for this one's really heating up. It's a brilliant finish.
Great start to this second half for Geylang International. Extending their advantage. A win here will give their hopes of a place in the knockout a big boost.
Getting the lead in Sevens Reach is so important now. You'll see the Geylang players can really put their foot on the ball, pass it back. No need to push on, and the Alberich players really have to push, so exert a lot of energy.
Here's a Kanakitahara. Oh, that's a lovely ball. Just misjudged the bounce on that one. Well, so Monisha Nair, the number 24 for Alberich, leading the line for them. Kitahara is a top quality player in the part of the Alberich Niigata side, running at midfield, a key presence over the past 4 seasons for them. From a Japan international. Part of the Japanese squad that finished runners-up at the 2015 FIFA Women's World Cup. She's again taking it away from the scorer of the second goal, Alton. Small pass out with the switch. Gets it back again.
It's a good idea. Just overhit the pass a little bit.
Oh, lovely done. Great bit of skill there. Just to take it over, Kitahara was Nasria Binti Ibrahim. Taken quickly. Offsides. Again, the players have to be switched on. Normally used to playing 11 aside. So just a bit of adjustment there. Good effort. Goalkeeper does enough. It was Manami Fukuzawa with the shot.
That quick free kick there from Alberich really could have resulted in something else, but I don't think the striker was paying attention, unfortunately. It's a good strike. Well saved by the keeper.
Yeah, Kirsten Brown in goal for Geylang International with the save. A change here coming up for Geylang International as well. Number 7, Nadra Akila, is on for Samachong. Score of the opening goal. It's Fukuzawa. Gets it out wide. It's floated in. Should be easy for Kirsten, and it is. Quick throw out. Chance on the break here for Geylang International.
2-on-1 at the back. Let's see how they do.
It's Nadra to Alton. Nadra continues her run. Can Alton find her? That's well defended. The possession still with Geylang. And again, Sun Jie was left all on her own at the back, and she did really well. Got some support in the end from the number 2, Ryo Katayama. Alton. Looking for more goals here, Geylang International. It's a great switch from Nasria. Great vision from the Geylang number 11, just to pick out space on the far side.
So just a reminder, 5 teams in each of these women's groups. Top 2 go into the cup competition, 3rd and 4th go to the plate, and team finishing 5th sadly bows out of the tournament. So still a lot to play for everyone on day 2. You really want to get at least one game on the 3rd day of this tournament.
Absolutely. Stay in the Soccer 7 series by finishing in the top 4 of the group. Top 2 into the cup. 3rd and 4th into the plate. Kitahara. Lovely pass in behind. Fukuzawa with the effort. That's a good finish from Manami Fukuzawa. Get a goal back for Albrechts. 2-1 into the final minute of this contest.
You've got to say that was coming, and a great through ball to the striker who finished really well with her left foot. But I'm not sure there'll be enough time for them to get another one. Geylang will take their time with the kickoff, going all the way back.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised, Seb, that Geylang with the 2-goal lead, we're actually looking for more. You normally see sides just start to slow it down a little bit, hang on to possession, not give it away too much. They're going to be under pressure here for the last few seconds or so, but as long as they have the ball, they should be okay.
Yeah, and that's, you know, bit of inexperience, bit of tired legs, tired minds. You can hear the coaches just shouting, keep the ball constantly. But, you know, sometimes when the players see the goals ahead of them, they want to go and get some more.
There's Nadra slowing it down. The referee can decide any time to blow the final whistle, and she does. So it's a good win for Geylang International, their first 2 goals of this competition, and a big 3 points for them as they look to try and progress into the knockout stage. Full-time score here, Geylang International 2, Albrechts Niigata 1. Back out here at Jalan Besar. We just saw Geylang International beating Albrechts Niigata by 2-1, and now we have a fixture between the top 2 sides in this group. Group A, QPR women against Shanghai Shenhua women. This should be a fascinating contest, Seb. Shanghai Shenhua women, 2 wins from 2, leading the group. Against second place, QPR women, 1 win and 1 draw.
Yeah, and not just 2 wins for Shanghai Shenhua, 2 comprehensive wins, 4-1 against Corinthians Femenino, visiting us from Brazil, and then a 4-0 win over Albrechts, who we just saw. So 8 goals in 2 games. And yeah, speaking with some of the crowd last night, team to watch, I think. But QPR, you know, they came, scored early goals in the tournament. They'll be wanting to get another victory. So this is a really interesting matchup. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, I am too as well. As Shanghai Shenhua FC women, they have been so impressive with the goals that they've scored. Those 8 goals that you've mentioned, 4-1 and a 4-0 win in their opening 2 fixtures, but also that style of play. They're aggressive in attack. They look really fresh, and there's quality when it comes to finishing off the chances that they get. So here we go at the Jalan Besar Stadium. Shanghai Shenhua women against QPR women. And it's Shanghai Shenhua going from left to right on your screens in the all-white, up against the QPR women in the gold kits. Takes it across the body very nicely here. Fu Yi inside. She's a talented player, but there are a number of them on this Shanghai Shenhua women's side. They should be played at a really good tempo, this one. Shanghai Shenhua women play in the 2nd division of Chinese football. All players, students of the Shanghai University of Sport, club that was jointly founded by the university and Shanghai Shenhua FC, who are one of the oldest and most successful sides in Chinese football when it comes to the men's team. Shanghai Shenhua women, only established in 2019, but already found some success. It's QPR women at the first chance of this match. Forcing a nice save there. It was Leach with the effort and the run in behind. It's played in. Shanghai Shenhua having to do a bit of defending. Comes back down to Leach. Difficult to hit those cleanly.
That was a really good save, actually, from the keeper down low with her left hand. I thought the QPR player had snuck it in, but impressive save to keep the score at 0-0.
That was Zhang Lanxin in goal for Shanghai Shenhua women. There's a break here. 3-2. Strong, aggressive in defense there was Davies for QPR women.
It's end-to-end so far, Ish.
It is, it's lovely, isn't it? Nice change of tempo. Much quicker than the first matchup that we had. Two Singapore sides. A little bit of space here in midfield. Quickly closed down.
And if these two teams do indeed have ambitions of going into the cup competition, obviously first or second place makes a big difference for their draw in the next round.
That's right. That was Fran Ali with the challenge on the number 7 of Shanghai Shenhua, Zheng Jiayi. Fu Yi, number 23. Comfortable in possession, but wants to do a little bit too much with it this time. Getting players back well, and they would have seen a lot of Shanghai Shenhua women in the analysis of this contest. Exactly who the danger players are. Getting the extra player out there, and the goalkeeper stepping out from a penalty area.
Yeah, that's another thing. In years of watching Sevens football, there's a lot of goalkeepers coming out with the ball that I've seen in the past. We haven't seen much of that yet in this tournament.
I think it's the first time I've actually noticed it at this tournament.
Yeah, we even had a few goalkeepers scoring in Hong Kong this year.
Yeah.
They're coming up so much.
It's a good ball in. Couldn't quite take it along with that. Clever run in behind there by the number 2, Chong Shui-sin. Scored a couple of goals yesterday, Chong. QPR women with a 2-0 win yesterday in the opening match of the Soccer 7 series against Geylang International. And then they had a 1-0 draw against Corinthians Femenino. Bit of a surprise result there. Corinthians with a much better performance after their own 4-1 defeat to Shanghai Shenhua women. Good strike. Not a bad effort. That was Ding Lei, number 3 for Shanghai Shenhua women.
Yeah, with the number of goals we've seen from outside the box in this women's tournament so far, you wouldn't bet against burying that, but just a little bit over the bar on the left foot.
And not afraid to play it out from the back under pressure. Really confident and comfortable in possession, Shanghai Shenhua women. Ding Lei with the header. Looking for a way forward is Fran Ali. One of several new signings that QPR women have made ahead of the new campaign. They compete in the FA Women's National League Division 1 South East, which is the 4th tier of English football. Finished 5th last season. Many of these players competing abroad against international opposition for the first time as well. Leach spoke about it. They don't get too many opportunities to go and test themselves. Both sides on the international stage. Shanghai Shenhua woman. Shot is wide there from Chong Shui-sin.
Yeah, I think for both sides, what an opportunity to play against this differing styles. The coaches always, when we speak to them at these Sevens tournaments, so happy to give the players the chance to come into different countries. Players adapt to different temperatures, conditions, and then playing different styles constantly. You see QPR quite happy to play the long ball in this game, where Shanghai Shenhua looking to keep it a lot more.
Not too much going on for QPR women in an attacking sense. Don't imagine the passing accuracy numbers will be very high for the English side. Shanghai Shenhua woman looking great here. Good ball in. Just needed a touch on that and it completely went past her. Zheng Jiayi, number 7, was in the area looking to attack that cross from Chong Shui-sin.
It was a brilliant ball in, actually. It's interesting to see how close she gets there. Just sort of tucked her head in a bit, didn't go for it. It was a great opportunity.
That's Leach, didn't quite have the speed to get away. Chong Shui-sin. The recovery challenge. Might have been one of those with the headers where you just sort of close your eyes and expect the ball to hit your head and go in. Lovely touch. This could be it. Zheng Jiayi, nice and composed this time around with the opening goal. No problems there, just broke forward. Kept the composure and slotted it past Kendra Clark.
I've been so impressed with this Shanghai Shenhua women's team. When they get through one-on-one, I didn't have any other thought than that she was going to finish that off. Just looked so composed, found the corner of the net so comfortably.
There you go, great time to score right at the end of the first half as well. Zheng Jiayi giving Shanghai Shenhua the 1-0 lead at halftime here. Let's go to Ash.
And we're here with Igor from Real Singapura FC. Yes. How are you, Igor? I mean, I heard that you got a very interesting story because we're playing Corinthians today.
That's right. Today is a special day because, look, when I was 12 years old, I played for Corinthians of the youth academy from 12 to 16. And today I have the chance to play against them. So I spoke with the guys, all the Brazilian fellow countries, and it was a special moment.
And I heard as well that you were there was like a 5-year contract that you had with them, right, at that time. So, you know, how does it feel to be playing against them today as well?
Well, like I said, it's a special moment because, you know, I remember when I was young, like all the kids have, you know, the dream to be a professional footballer, and you see the same club that I had a chance to play when I was young. And here you're going to play for the seniors. I feel, personally, something special.
And last one, of course, you know, what do you think of this tournament and this format as well, the 7-a-side?
I think this is a great idea, you know, like we have the chance, like I said, you know, equal amateur players, former players who play in low level and high level, and you can see you share the change room with people who won the World Cup or play Champions League or Premier League, and you have the chance to play against each other. I think it is fabulous. It's a great idea.
Fantastic. All the best, Igor, and of course, it's back to you guys.
Yeah, not sure if that was Igor or Hulk. He's absolutely massive.
He is in very good shape, but
yeah,
great story there. Again, I guess a 12-year-old boy playing for Corinthians didn't think he'd come back in Singapore to play against his former team for amateur side in Singapore. It's just really, these type of stories are brilliant to hear.
Yeah, it's great. The second half on the way, Shanghai Shenhua women with the goal at the end of the first. Zheng Jiayi with the opener. A very nice finish to number 7. Seeing Yu Jia Hu on up front for Shanghai Shenhua women. She's another very exciting player. Scored the first hat-trick of this tournament in that win against Corinthians Femenino. Could have been a loose pass, just enough pace on that to take it all the way back to the goalkeeper, Zhang. Fu Yi taking a deflection. Well, I wonder if she could actually have gotten onto the end of that one, Zheng Jiayi. Just seemed to halt her run there, Seb.
Yeah, I don't think she expected that, but that deflection took a bit off the pass, and I thought she could have made that, but seemed happy to take the corner. And they're in no rush at all, Shanghai Shenhua.
Yeah, I've been told as well that the referees will cut down on these attempts at time wasting by the players. I know the clock will keep running, so important for the officials to keep track of all of this. As Davies with the challenge. Finish back with the Shanghai Shenhua women. Such a run on a play for a goal kick.
Great idea though from left side, clipping it into the box. Just if she'd taken a little bit off that, I think the winger could have got there.
There's Leach. That's great centre forward play by Jessica Leach. Holds it up, spreads it out wide, gets back in. Needed to pass back into her feet. Attack for QPR women, it's broken down. Oh, that short mistake there. What a chance for Leach. She's looked lively up front. Couldn't make the most of that opportunity.
Wow. That was almost a gift for Leach up there, but she just didn't make contact with the ball, snatched at it.
That's a loose touch from you. So a few mistakes here. Creeping into the game for Shanghai Shenhua women, which is a little bit strange. Characteristic of them, and they're normally technically really good. To be a nudge in the back. The referee plays the advantage because it's broken for Yu Jiahui. Here she is, Yu! Off the post. wants to finish off this contest. Second goal would have been the killer.
That could have been a really big moment for a great advantage played by the ref.
As Leach.
Let's have another look at that. The push in the back. Referee plays the advantage, and the one-on-one really composed in there. Slots it past the keeper, but just off the post.
QPR women who were struggling yesterday as well against Corinthians Femenino. Were down by a goal to nil and scored a late one to pick up a point. A bit more trouble here for them though. Davies is looking to try and push the attacker away from goal. Does well there. That's great 1v1 defending. Leach. You see so much of this. The one-on-ones in 7. So important to be able to win your duels. That shouldn't be an issue for Shanghai Shenhua goalkeeper Tang.
Very ambitious effort, but great centre forward play again from Leach up there. You could see the QPR tactic to play it into her feet.
Great touch from you, clever. Into Chong, Shui Sin. He's back in the box. Chong goes for goal herself.
Three subs coming on now for QPR.
So Lena Monroe, one of the players coming on. Billy Brooks, number 24, is also going to be coming on. And the number 20, Abby Morris, scored the brilliant equalizer against Corinthians Femenino yesterday from distance. And have a look at that. Go on to the Soccer7 series page on X and have a look at that one.
It was a good time for changes for QPR. You noticed when they were playing the ball up into the centre forward's feet, the players just didn't quite have the legs to catch her up. So half the team changed now for the last few minutes, looking for an equalizer.
And it's not easy for these players at all after their efforts from yesterday and then having a very early start today. And the preparation time that comes into it. You kick off at 8:15. You're getting up at potentially 5:30, 6 in the morning to get yourself ready, have your breakfast, and make sure you're ready for this match.
Let's see how Shanghai Shenhua can eat a few seconds away now with a corner.
And I'll take the time with this. And referee having to go across. So just give a bit of a nudge there to Zhou Chui. Just to say, get on with it. That's been cleared away by Fran Ali. Looking to Fran Ali to add experience to their side in their push once they get back to domestic league action. Couldn't take it away on the turn there, you. Fu Yi. Yeah, that's smart. Just need to keep a hold of this. Wouldn't be surprised to see them go all the way back to the goalkeeper. There you go. That's a lovely ball. Great distribution from the goalkeeper, and they hang on to it. Professionally done by Shanghai Shenhua women. Come away with a 1-0 win. It's 3 wins from 3 for them. Stay top of Group A.
So, day 2, and the Masters competition kicks off once again. It's Corinthians up against Rail Singapore. Well, a tough day for Rail Singapore yesterday. They drew 1-1 with Persib, and we really hoped that that would kick them on after claiming that 1 point, but ended up losing 5-0 to the Cosmo Masters. What a game they had in the latter stages of the day yesterday. Big smile on the face of Igor Ferreira, who leads his team out against his former club. What a career he's had, one that spanned 14 years playing football in 6 different countries, of course, including Brazil, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, here in Singapore, and Australia as well. Big moment for the Singapore man, who is embracing each and every one of the Corinthian players as they walk past each other. So the temperature's starting to rise in this competition as well. We'll bring you all the standings once we get underway. Here it is. The Corinthians Masters who get us underway. Well, Seb Page, and tell me once again, it was a bit of a mixed bag yesterday for these two teams. A draw for Corinthians in both of their games, as they look to go and strike early, and Igor Ferreira, arms tightly behind his back, seeing that one out for the first corner of the game.
Yeah, and it's Corinthians' long trip from Brazil over here to Singapore. A lot of hope. 2 tough games, but coming away with 2 points, won't be too disappointed, but do need a win now this morning to kickstart their group.
Trying to find that early. Space opening up, and it's through the legs of the keeper, and Corinthians lead early on in this game. It's what they needed. They're 4th in the table and making a fast start. Well, the space was just opening up, really well orchestrated by David, and then through the legs, Gustavo with the final touch.
For those who were watching last night may remember, Rail Singapore about 3-0 down in the first few minutes of their game against the Cosmo Masters, so they need to settle down a bit, try and keep the ball so they don't get into the same situation.
It's a real, well, I say mixed bag of results for these teams yesterday. A real mixed bag in terms of how the games were played. We had some really fast starters. There's Ferreira on the ball, and for a corner now down the other end. We saw some teams start really quickly, Cosmo Masters being one of them, a hat-trick in the first 2 minutes, and others of the Masters team just taking their time to get going. Ball soaring across the penalty area and out.
Just looking down at the pitch, I was saying to Rish, we haven't seen much of keepers joining the play yet. That's something we do see a fair bit in sevens once the teams get that tactic to add an extra player to the attack, and I can see the Rail Singapore keeper coming up to the halfway line.
A shot from distance from KK, unable to hit the target.
Bit of a wasted opportunity there. They won the ball back high up the pitch, but rushed his shot.
Humidity is still quite challenging for these players as Corinthians try and just steady the ship at the back. David does so well there to keep the ball in play. Does go down, and now we will have the throw. Ferreira to take it.
So far the referees seem pretty happy to let the play flow, which is good to see. Don't want to keep blowing the whistle to break up the play.
Well, it's great to have Corinthians here in Singapore, one of the most successful Brazilian clubs, of course, winning 7 national titles, 3 Copa do Brasil trophies, 1 Super Copa do Brasil title, and leading by a goal to nil with just over 3 minutes left on the clock here. Reminder, 2 7-minute halves, just 1 minute break at half time. Barely enough time to get fluid on. Receive some very short and concise instructions. Mike on the ball. Well watched by the man who found the back of the net yesterday, Jared Bartels. Great footwork. The space opening up. He continues to drive forward. Can he find his way past the defence and the keeper? Superb. A great finish. Rail Singapore are really caught out there. No one was rushing back in the pace required to close the doors. The opportunity was there, and Corinthians lead by 2 goals to nil.
Great feet in the middle, bamboozled the defender, but this vision here to just lay it off to number 7 who smashed it in. He ran into the corner on their knees, still celebrating now.
David Santos de Silva, and you can see how much it means to him. Big celebration, and it gives them a comfortable margin now. Bartels making the run. Varela on the other side. And KK just can't get there. Really stretching.
2-0 up for Corinthians now. Really can take the sting out of the game.
He'll be through for another here, and on a brace. The keeper had to be cool with the ball at his feet.
Players collapsing everywhere.
Can Rail Singapore create an opportunity here? Spokes can't keep the ball at his feet. Just leaving far too much space for these Corinthian players to run into. David on the ball again. And a scuff shot from the edge of the area from Gustavo. Purchase on it that he would have wanted. Time running out. You can see we're into the red on the top of your screens. 30 seconds just over left. Rail Singapore, well, they need something here. Well, appeals for handball, and it will be given. So they will have a free kick in a dangerous area.
It's just over 20 seconds in the half, so this will be the last play. So he just misjudged that a little bit, and it caught his hand. Will KK try for the shot? He does.
Whoa. Stays alive. Graham. The distance required, and that will be the half-time whistle. So Corinthians with a comfortable margin as we go into the very, very quick 1 minute break. Half-time, Corinthians 2, Rail Singapore 0. Some of the beautiful sights of Singapore. We've seen that. Perfect place to host this Soccer 7 Series tournament. So many of the players speaking about how much they're enjoying their time here. That's confirmation of the score so far. Corinthians lead by 2-0 after 2 draws yesterday. They'll be hoping that this will see them on to 5 points. In a good position to push up the table. Mind you, the top 2 going through into the COP competition. 3 and 4 into the plate, and the bottom team in each group will be dropped out of the competition. Won't have an opportunity to come back on Sunday for the knockout rounds. Well, Seb, now we're seeing it. The keeper's starting to come into the game and try and force the matter going forward. It's what they need, but will it leave them just a little bit short at the back? No one brave enough to get that moving quickly enough to catch out the goalkeeper as he tracks back to his line.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that style of play. I think by adding an extra man.
Peace, trying to find a way through. And the goalkeeper stood his nerve, held his ground.
But it does indeed leave you exposed at the back and gives the opposition the decision whether they want to shoot from the halfway line or push on quickly. But I think we're going to see it more and more through the rest of the day once teams work out that it's a good tactic.
So there are some of the changes that we've seen. See the impact that Mike Peace has made already, surging down the wings. And Luckett has come on as well. Igor Ferreira has come off. As well. 11 in a squad, 7 on the pitch, of course. 4 substitutes, but once you're off, you're off. There's no rolling subs in the Soccer 7 series, so you need to use those opportunities wisely. David Santos da Silva. Change on the way for Corinthians. Waiting on the near side.
See how long they can keep the ball for now.
Done a lot better with possession today. Work from David, almost threading it through to the feet of Pleto. Ball back very quickly here. Corinthians, can they make it count? Not quite. And then in there, Peace under a significant amount of pressure from Leonardo.
Some tired legs out there from the Real Singapore guys. They win it back. Not much movement up the pitch. Looking for options, and Corinthians still look like they have a lot of energy to go and win the ball back.
I just wonder if we'll see more of Joseph Stora coming into the game. We've seen him play that more advanced role as the goalkeeper. Used to seeing it in these small-sided games. Haven't seen as much of it yet in the Soccer 7 series. This is probably the first example of a goalkeeper really getting involved, straying into the opposition half. Has he done a little bit too much there? That's a really good slide in to ensure that he has time to get back and his team can try and progress forward. KK. Shepherd with a shot from distance. Keeper quickly down to one side. Good save. Stewart. So Shepherd looks to set something up here, pinging the ball into the area.
There's a good long ball there from Shepherd. Interesting option from Keke to try and chest it across the area. Just couldn't generate enough power from that.
2 minutes left on the clock. in the second half. Corinthians lead by 2-0. Well, Singapore have tried to be a little bit more creative when it comes to their chances and opportunities in this second half. We just haven't seen that final product yet. Only scored once in this competition. Jarek Bartels in their first match against Perseid Masters, and what a moment that was against the team that has won so much domestically. And there's plenty of players who have shone at international level as well.
No one there. Wayward pass, playing right into Corinthians' hands. And this has been a very professional performance this morning from Corinthians. They knew after 2 draws yesterday, they needed 3 points this morning. 2 early goals, and haven't looked under too much pressure so far.
No, not at all. Inside 60 seconds to go. Corinthians, nice and easy, doing exactly what they needed to push themselves up the order. This will send them top. This is the first Masters game of the day. Also in this group, Leicester City, Cosmo Masters, and you mentioned Perseid. Coming forward once again. Will the space open up? Sent over to one side, the angle's tight, it's a good initial save. Well, the follow-up was straight. Edson, a big powerful shot, just soaring over the bar.
The Real Singapore are really letting themselves down, just smashing the ball up the pitch, giving it straight back to Corinthians, who be very happy with those 3 points.
And they will go top of the group. It's finished Corinthians 2, Real Singapore 0. So next up on the pitch, Perseid Masters against Cosmo. Well, this will be a very intriguing clash in Group A. We can go down to the tunnel where Ash is with one of Perseid's main men, Atep.
And we're here with Mas Atep, who is of course a legend for Perseid Bandung. Mas, gimana ya pertandingan ini? What do you think of the game?
Ya, pertandingan ini penting untuk kita menangkan ya. Kita sudah mencoba recovery, mudah-mudahan kita tampil bugar, belajar dari pertandingan kemarin. Kita mencoba untuk tidak melakukan kesalahan dan semoga hasilnya juga baik untuk tim kita.
Gimana ya cuacanya? Sama dengan Indonesia atau gimana?
Cuacanya sama dengan Indonesia, sedikit panas, tapi ini buat kita bagus karena kita sudah terbiasa dengan cuaca seperti ini.
Bisa menang pertandingan ini kamu rasa?
Semoga kita mencoba lebih baik.
Mantap ya, makasih ya Mas, good luck. It's back to you guys.
Thanks Ash. Well, great to hear from one of the Perseid heroes. What a career he had. A real legend, 227 appearances during his time at the club, 30 goals during that time. 10 senior caps for Indonesia and an Indonesian Super League winner in 2014, following up the next year in 2015 with a President's Cup win, and plenty of this team in that squad. And Taylor, the man backing up to us there. And what a game he had yesterday. Well, Seb, what do you expect from this one? Because they've got their now not so secret weapon in Michael Sharple's hat-trick hero yesterday. He'll want to get started quickly once again today, won't he?
Yeah, really looking forward to this game. Perseid, obviously a lot of pedigree from the ex-professionals they've got, but Cosmo Masters looked very good last night with that 5-0 win late on, and they've come out the traps quickly here.
They have indeed. That one doesn't nestle. Well, we spoke about just, of course, how much pedigree Michael Sharples has as a goal scorer, trying to set that one up for a goal there for one of his teammates. He had been an incredible provider in the Cosmo League last season, assisting 18 goals in his 18 league games, 18 league season. The Cosmo League runs in, and this is a selection of some of the top talent that plays in the third tier of football here in Singapore. No promotion, no relegation. And that just whipped away from the feet of Atep by Sam Balls.
Yeah, looked very composed yesterday, the Cosmo Masters. They know the format, they know the conditions. But Persib as well, not travelled far, but 2 draws yesterday. This is a big game for them.
The intriguing thing about Cosmo Masters was that huge victory, the 5-0 win, was after they'd already played earlier on in that evening session, because they only came in the latter stages of the Masters competition for their first game. So, and they haven't had that much rest really, as Sharple lays it off once again. Now Persib playing in the blue. They'll try and drive forward, compete in the top tier of Indonesian football. Good vibe around the team at the moment, domestically, creating some of their previous success, winning the Super League back-to-back in 23-24 season, 24-25. So they drew yesterday to Singapore in their opening game.
Obviously, this is the second Masters Group A game we're going to see today, and then after this, for our first look at the men's main, Ellen. Very excited to see the teams come out in that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know it was mentioned in comms for the women's competition, but it has been so intriguing, hasn't it, to see the different styles of play, how they set up. As Sharples comes out to meet the ball, he is being well watched, but an opportunity to try and chip over the goalkeeper, and it doesn't quite sit. 4 Cosmo Masters playing in the red shirts, blue shorts, and it's Persib in that classic blue kit, who are surging forward now. Tantan. Good footwork, sets it up nicely, it's headed away. Confidence in the Cosmo back line, you can see there. Smollett, the goalkeeper.
Look how the Cosmo team's really stretching the game with the main man, Sharples, goal hanging. As I look to my left.
Yes. Almost glued to the side of the goalkeeper, just floating around the edge of the area. Of course, no offsides in this sevens competition, so you can leave a man up there. You have to take that educated risk, though. There he is, bringing the ball back from deep. Try and find a way around, and I think the main ambition there was just to win the corner, as much as there is a shrug of the shoulders. Short, try and catch out the Persib Masters. Taylor flying over the head of Bodum.
Not much between these two teams. As I said, I was expecting quite a close clash. Although very different backgrounds to the players, amateurs versus ex-professionals. When it comes to sevens, there's a great leveler.
Shove on the back there, but play continues.
Some big challenges being thrown in by the Cosmo Masters.
We can tell they're used to playing this style of sevens, can't you? And I think we saw that with a few of the other teams who play in the Cosmo League. I've had most of these players, and with that dancing footwork, does so well to keep the ball moving, just putting it over to his teammate, Eric Setawan. Keep it moving.
Great turn in the middle. Bears down the area.
And Sharples firing just over.
Very dangerous. There's a great turn in the middle.
Has the pace as well. Look at him driving forward, head down. Comes towards the area and just maybe takes a slight glance. An opportunity to just settle himself as that drives towards the other end. 65 seconds left to play on the clock of this first half. So Corinthians topping the group, having played, of course, the first game of today's Masters competition. Singapore bottom as Sharples finds himself in a good position, but the ball doesn't quite fall for him. Cosmo on 4 points. As things stand, those are the live standings. That will put them above Leicester City for now.
To get my calculator out later this afternoon, Ellen, to work out what the teams need to get through.
It is different, isn't it, when you're doing a 5-team group? We're so used to doing and knowing the permutations off the top of our heads for a 4-team group.
Exactly.
And this, of course, with the 10 teams split into 2 groups. Different mathematical challenge for us. Oh, I completely missed what that sign said. Needs to keep a keen eye to see who's got fans in the stands. And at half-time, all level, Perseid Masters 0, Cosmo Masters 0. And we can go back down to Ash, who's pitch side.
And we're here now with Faik Bolkia from Ratchaburi FC. Faik, nice to see you here. Are you enjoying Singapore as well?
Yeah, we've been here for 2 days now, so it's been good. The weather's been good. I always love to come to Singapore, you know. I come quite often. So yeah, I'm excited to be out here. I mean, personally, we're in pre-season now in Thailand, so it's just good to get my legs moving again, and I'm just happy to be here.
Chat to me about this format, 7-a-side football. It's fast, it's furious in a sense. Do you like this format?
Yeah, it's fun, you know. I think it's exciting to watch. More goals, more shots, and I think it'll be good for the fans to watch. It'll be exciting to watch, and yeah, just excited to get going. Yeah.
Last one, who do you think the biggest opponents will be for you guys?
To be honest, I don't know, because I don't know. Yeah, I can't answer that. I don't know. We'll see.
Loads of big ones coming out as well. So thank you very much, Faik. All the best with Ratchaburi as well. And it's back to you guys.
We're excited to see them take to the pitch in around 7 minutes' time. As we kick off our men's open competition. Igor Folela still deep in conversation in the stands. As the Masters players to come back out. They do have a slightly longer gap between the games today. So back underway in the second half. Perseid Masters 0, Cosmo Masters 0. Where will the breakthrough come from? It is Perseid who are attacking now. Cosmo with all their players behind the ball. Sasso coming off to Connor making his way onto the pitch for Cosmo Masters. But they'll be happy with a draw. You have to feel they'll want to take all 3 points and really secure their place to go through into the Cup, Cosmo Masters, and that would be a really impressive feat when you look at the teams that they're up against in Group A, but also they've put themselves in good standings at the moment. And
yeah, another win for the Cosmo Masters really sets them up nicely. They've still got Leicester City to play.
Imagine their place secured in the plate competition. Atep.
Perseid have a lot to prove as well.
Yeah, the pressure is on, and I think you can see that in the way they're playing. Cosmo quite happy to sit back. It's Perseid who are doing all the attacking work. And what they require. Press up nicely for Atap, who tries to find a way through. Quickly down to one side is Ronnie Smollett, though. That's some good keeping against a man who has plenty of international experience and top flight experience in Indonesia.
See now, neither team really wants to take a risk keeping the ball. They know if they push on too much, they leave spaces behind them at the back.
And the risk is being caught out and just leaving too many holes in the defence. It's something that a lot of the ex-Premier League players have spoken about, trying to get that balance right between surging forward and then still having the legs to track back and do that. As much as we say, it's only 7-minute halves and a 1-minute break at half time, but it does really sap your energy in this heat. We're a cooler day here in Singapore, the Jalan Besar Stadium, but the humidity is still high.
Patient play from the Cosmo Masters, building up slowly from the back.
Building nicely as well as Sharples into the area, up to the byline, sends it across. Can they find the equaliser or the opener even?
Wow. That was a great opportunity. All he needed to do was slot it into the empty net. Great play out wide from Sharples.
No, it's such an important thing to have a player who can score so many but also contribute so well, and that's what Sharples is so good at. And space to go, so the ball falls to the feet of Walter. Fluid play now from the Cosmo Masters. Brought down by Sharples. What can he do here? Gets his foot stuck on the ball, tries to find a way round. What a superb finish. Absolutely exquisite. Well, he has been top class. It's exceptional.
What a finish that was. I thought he'd lost the opportunity when he fell over the ball, but he just stood up the defender and left-footed, fired it into the near post. It's an absolutely brilliant finish.
It is absolutely mind-blowing. Every time he's in the box, has an opportunity like that, just leaves you speechless. Each of the goals, the finishing, the curl on the ball, the trajectory has just been superb.
It's very impressive. And you see the cutaway there to the Cosmo Masters subs bench. They're just smiling and laughing. I think they've seen that many times before.
Well, they see it in training week in, week out. They probably suffered in the hands of it in the league at some point. Of course, it's a group of players who regularly play against each other, not always playing together. Is this a watershed moment as Joe Wright tries to slot it into the bottom corner? De Haranto, the man between the sticks, who had some brilliant saves yesterday. The highlight reel up on the Soccer7 Instagram, and it is really worth a watch because some of the saves were truly spectacular.
A few changes down there from the Cosmo Masters, looking to see out this last minute, just over a minute, 1-0 up.
Need to defend here. The free kick will be taken quickly. Shot from distance over the net of Smollett.
There he is, Ellen.
He does a job, doesn't he? He scores. He scored his hat-trick and he was whipped off straight away in the last game yesterday, and scored today and taken straight off, saving him for later on in the competition.
3 games, 4 goals. That's sounds about right for his ratio.
It's exceptional, the ratio that he has in the league. 36 goals, 18 assists, and we're backing it up here against difficult opposition from across the globe, and doing a fantastic job. The Passive Masters have been really frustrated, haven't they, with the last 2 days haven't been able to make the impact that they would have wanted in games. Can they find something in the dying stages of this? No. It's all over. And a huge result for Cosmo Masters, which puts them in a great position to qualify. So next up, we kick things off in the Men's Open Group C. Taichung Rock against Ratchaburi FC. And this will be a great opener, you have to feel, between these two sides. Ratchaburi FC play in the Thai League here in Thailand, nicknamed the Dragons. You can see the crest there. Great to hear from Fike Jeffrey Bolkai. Just ahead of this one at half-time in the last game. Previous captain of the national team. Also spent time at Chelsea, Southampton, Leicester as a youth player. They're wearing 77 on his back.
Really looking forward to seeing the main competition kick off now. I think we're going to see an increase in pace. The teams, it's a long wait. Watching the whole tournament kick off on the Friday, they're itching to go. And now we're finally there. Matchup of two teams from Asia. We see Taichung Rock, Chinese Taipei, and Ratchaburi FC from Thailand.
We're playing in the top division. Taichung Rock, Chinese Taipei. This is our first look at the Men's Open competition. This is Group C that's kicking off. It has been non-stop football yesterday and through the start of today. Now almost 9:15 local time. The temperature rising, and we can finally kick off our Men's Open competition. Bolkai sets it up nicely. So interesting to see how these men take on the 7-a-side format. These slightly smaller sides than we see in the women's and the masters. Teams of 10 with 3 subs. So they maybe need to take that into consideration when they're starting things off. I wonder whether it would be a slightly more cagey affair to start, just so they don't want to overexert themselves too early. Almost whipped away from the feet of the keeper. And the opener's there. And it's Taichung Rock who lead by a 0-0. A messy finish. I thought they'd done enough.
Very scrappy in the box there, but popped out to the Taichung Rock player. And I thought he might have put a bit too much on that and put it too close to the post, but snuck it in.
Jun Xiong, goal scorer. Clash of 2 Asian teams here in Singapore. Really trying to build, they keep hold of the ball well, driving forward now. Okay, sending it backwards. Breaking into the box. Into traffic though. And now Tai Chung Rock will try and break.
Good defending there.
And not wanting to give up any room there. Chao Ying. A heavy collision there.
Putting their bodies on the line early on here in the men's tournament. All to play for. These two teams from Asia. Great opportunity to play against each other.
Farid trying to find a way through. And now he's tracking back. Good tackle. Fallen nicely once again. Great footwork, tapped across. Goalkeeper coming out. Space was opening up the shot from distance. Wasted and soaring out.
A lot of intent so far from the team from Chinese Taipei. Come out the blocks quickly. You see how many men they're pushing forward there. Playing it around the box, just couldn't quite get the shot off.
Pass that. It's a good spell of possession. Can they do anything with it? In a Gather throw. Gaps there to be exploited. Closed down by Tai Chung Rock, who are good to prevent some opportunities, but give away a free kick in a dangerous area. Like Olkai stood over this. So strides backwards, steps up. Oh, it's a great delivery.
Thought that went in.
I thought that went in. The net bulged. Let's take a look back at it. He had eyes on the top corner and almost got there. Fractions.
The keeper's last minute panic made me think that was going in.
Good physicality from Tai Chung Rock. Find themselves in a good position again. And Shung. Seconds left to play. Still just one goal in it. And it's Tai Chung Rock of Chinese Taipei who have that one goal advantage. Good turn, driving forward again. There is space. Will he go for goal himself? Can't get it away from his feet. And how has that not gone in? Well, they had all the time. The space was there, but just couldn't get the ball away.
Very patient build-up play from Tai Chung, and he just got in the box, but very brave keeping. Threw himself at the feet of the number 11.
Zhao Jing, a player who couldn't turn it home. So at the break, it is Tai Chung Rock who lead by a goal to nil. Ratchaburi will have to come back and find something in the second half. We can go back down to Ash, who's with Gabriel.
And we're here now pitch side with Gabriel Quek, someone I've known very well in Singapore football. Gabe, you've played here many times in Jalan Besar Stadium. This is a different concept. What do you think of it?
I think something very interesting. I think it's the first time that it's being held in Singapore. So it's really nice to see, teams coming from all over the world. And on this beautiful Saturday morning, nice to see the fans coming in also. I think we probably will see more crowds coming in. So yeah, probably I think 48 games today. Probably I think a good day for the fans.
And in your team, you have so many Singapore football legends. No, what's nice about training with them again in this time as well?
Yeah, I mean it's nice to see familiar faces, even coaches like Abbas, Amri. So yeah, looking forward to it.
And last one, maybe a chat and also like a message to all the Singapore viewers watching on your YouTube as well right now.
Yeah, stay on for 2 days of exciting football. Hopefully, it's nice and hopefully we can make it tomorrow to the finals. Yeah.
And hopefully more goals from GQ7 as well, guys.
I'm 7 today, yeah.
Yeah, you're 7 today. See you, Yip, and it's back to you guys.
Thanks, Ash. Players making their way back out and ready to go in the second half.
It's good to see the local players coming out, as Gabriel mentioned. Looking forward to the crowds flocking in today. We've started to fill up beneath us in the stadium. Beautiful morning here in Singapore.
So just one goal in it. Shun with the finish. They've had their chances. Ratchaburi FC. The Dragons unable to find the back of the net. Like Bolkai, going 77, their main man. Just let that escape them. Communication there. Eric Kotler coming onto the pitch. Fimket. And Bolkai has been replaced as well. Shot from distance, really well blocked. Just that patient build-up that Taichung Rock have. They're using really well. They're not rushing too much, taking their time, going backwards when they need to. Trying to draw out the Ratchaburi forwards, opening some space up behind.
Taichung look like they know what they're doing in this format. Well coached, not rushing when they have it, playing it along the back line. Obviously got the goal lead to sit on.
And really, the goalkeeper hasn't been troubled too much. Coming forward once again, Taichung Rock.
Oh.
And that's not the first time they've tried that move. I think that's probably the third time now they've had someone sitting on the post, just hoping that the right opportunity opens up, and really, they should be maybe 2 more goals ahead. Kit getting back, but luckily for him, going into the side netting.
So it's a very noticeable tactic, putting the players right on the byline, looking for the pass into their feet in the box, but they just can't quite finish it off, and it's still 1-0, and that leaves the game wide open.
Sabua. One of the changes for Ratchaburi, who I believe made all their changes, it certainly seems. Just 3 substitutes available in this men's open. There's 4 in the women's and masters. And the comp. Shi Ching Chang, the 21-year-old, making his way onto the pitch. Attacking-minded player, sits on the left-hand side. Information of the other substitute there as well as Taichung Rock coming forward.
Need to hit that pass slightly. It was a good opportunity for Ratchaburi to break on Taichung now.
A really well-controlled game so far. Building nicely. From Sheng, goal scorer. Goes up to the byline, can't scramble it over. The goalkeeper back to his feet. Chibili will try and break. The white shirts getting back. Setting themselves in that defensive positions, and big opportunity, big chance, not taken, almost fumbled by the goalkeeper.
All those missed chances from Tai Chung, and they nearly got punished. That through ball, the keeper came rushing out, managed to get there and catch it just about on the second attempt.
From Ket. He's driving forward. This is a big opening. Not one that can be taken.
Another save smothered by the keeper, and the game's getting pretty stretched right now with Ratchaburi breaking forward.
Yeah, great game so far from Grit, particularly in the second half. He's made some big saves, and he had a chance there to find the equaliser. Still alive though. They're taking their time now. Can't keep it in. Due to Torn.
Defended well, Tai Chung, not letting Ratchaburi get any of their shots away, blocking everything.
90 seconds just over left to play. And that's up on Tong. To get back to his feet, holding his ribs. Through the legs, but no one there to really threaten the keeper.
Great ball from the keeper.
Excellent distribution. Can they make the most of it? It'll be one-on-one, surely. Huge chance. Superb save. Can't take their opportunities once again. You have to hit the target there.
Still can't score, and it's still 1-0, which leaves 50 seconds for Ratchaburi FC of Thailand to look for an equaliser.
We're into the red zone at the top of your screens. Time is running out, but we've seen so many late goals in this Soccer 7 series already over the last day and a bit. One-on-one with the keeper, and the goal scorer from the first half couldn't make it count this time round. Has to hit the target there. Strike from distance, so well saved. Well, that is excellent. Quickly down to one side. They've given away the corner. 8 seconds left. Surely it will be taken quickly.
Hurry up,
what
the keeper's coming up.
Big save. The keeper's up. Ergrit's up. Time has run out.
That's too much. That's it.
And KG affair where chances weren't taken from Tai Chung Rock. But they still finish goal in the lead. So flying through the early games this morning, and next up Singapore FC against Coventry City. Now this will be a great clash. The Sky Blues making their way out of the tunnel. A really young but exciting Coventry City team. There's Coventry City competing in the Championship. Had some good success over the course of the last few years. In the Premier League between 1992 and 2001. Reached the playoff semi-finals this year, losing to Sunderland. Made the playoff final in 23-24 season. And of course the Cup semi-finals as well. So Coventry City gets us underway. Up against Singapore FC, one of the fastest growing teams in Singapore. A number of teams across the amateur leagues here in the country, but also a really solid and growing boys and girls academy.
They're really looking forward to this one. Obviously, the young boys out from Coventry, their first taste of seven-a-side here in Singapore versus Singapore FC, like you say, fast-growing side. They've played a lot of sevens football playing in Hong Kong as well, so know what they're doing. As you can see immediately, Jake Jessup on the ball.
Tall goalkeeper, all in black, and on the other end it's Oscar Varney, joined from Fulham's academy in July. So just getting settled in the club, and no better way to come out and do some team bonding, of course, as well as the work on the pitch. Some exciting young players, a few of which have been out on loan, plenty featuring in the FA Youth Cup and in the academy set up that the Premier League run, Premier League 2. Just at the tall figure, all in black, goalkeeper for Singapore FC.
Very comfortable with the ball at his feet, as we've seen so far.
Good for his distribution as well. It's Rhys Henry. Makes that surging run forward. Sends it across the area. That will need to be cleared confidently, and it's not. And they're not made to pay Coventry City.
It's a big chance wasted there by Singapore FC. Gabriel, who we saw interviewed before the game, snuck in there.
Surprised that hasn't nestled in the bottom corner. He's on the ball again, Kwek. And they continue to push forward. Henry into the side netting. Coventry City need to settle some nerves here. Really deploy the structure. Here come Coventry. Siddle.
Good save by Jake Jessup, stayed big there. Ball smashed off his chest.
Well, those early nerves seem to have settled, but a quick leap, throwing his arms high, Jake Jessup, and plucking the ball out the air. Has that big advantage of his height. This is a squad mostly teenagers from Coventry City. Toluwaloju holding the high line. And good to see the support in the stands for the Sky Blues. A turbulent period after dropping out of the Premier League. I feel there's certainly a team on the rise. Just need to get a good start in the Championship this upcoming season. Not too far away from the start of the season, with that in mind. Championship season kicking off on the weekend of the 9th. Leicester City fans in the building, nice and early.
Not much of a break these days in football, is there, Ellen?
Not at all.
And say it like that.
Yeah, and that's exactly why this is a good opportunity for those youngsters who aren't always starting. And that is set up beautifully, but no one there in Sky Blue can get the final touch and drive it towards goal. Lovely progression into the area. Back in possession and a miscommunication between two teammates there. .90 seconds left to play in the first half.
Given away again from Jessup. It's been a bit wayward as passing.
Siddle. Well, developed through the collegiate system in the USA. The Coventry youth player. Well, at times his distribution, particularly at the start of the game, looked quite good, Jake Jessup, but he keeps giving opportunities to those in the blue of Coventry City. Making the run into the area. He stayed high. And that's set up nicely, but just don't have that final action to get the shot away. Jessup.
Surely a foul. Two hands in the back of Henry.
The referee had very clear sight on the shove of the back of Reece Henry as he leapt to try and meet the ball.
Pretty easy decision for the ref, but gives Singapore FC a chance to get back on the ball.
He started certainly quicker of the two teams, but as far as he sees the ball ping off his man, that is half-time, and we are all level between Singapore FC and Coventry City.
Oh, okay.
So we can go back down pitch side, where Ash is with a special guest.
Gimana ya Gaus pertandingan ini?
Cukup menarik ya, karena pertandingan ini baru pertama saya melakukan dan di Indonesia belum ada. Pertandingannya sangat luar biasa, stadion dan fasilitas yang sangat luar biasa di sini. Tentunya kami dan tim akan melakukan yang terbaik di sini.
So Gaus says that this is the first time they've played in this tournament, and they don't have this kind of tournament in Indonesia. So he's looking forward to the team doing well as well, and Persib as well. So ada message untuk fan-fan Persib di luar di sana?
Oke. Doakan kami tim Persib U20 dan Master, semoga kami bisa menjuarai di sini. Terima kasih.
A message to all the Persib fans, keep praying for them. Of course, come down and support them as well tomorrow, guys, today as well. Makasih ya, Mas. Makasih, good luck. Semangat. And it's back to you guys.
Well, there's been a real call for action, isn't there, from Persib, trying to get fans out to support the team. So well supported across Asia. And we will see their team going in the men's open up next. But in this one, all level between Singapore FC and Coventry City. Seb, is this what you expected from, of course, a team in Singapore who are used to playing the sevens format, but then also a young team in Coventry?
Yeah, it's always interesting to see as Coventry break up on the ball in the box.
Big opportunity, through the legs and in. And Charlie Finney with a cool finish under pressure, threading it through the legs of the goalkeeper. Well, he's a young player, but he's had plenty of experience at non-league level, as well as in the academy system at Coventry City. And good finish through the legs there.
Caught Singapore FC a bit cold from half-time there, didn't they? Came out firing. I was going to say, yeah, it's always a good time to play these pro sides out who have come out from Europe, because you know, they're not used to the conditions, the pitch, the style of football. So it's always a chance to beat them in the first game. But
well, you really do have to adapt to the conditions. We've heard that from a lot of the English teams, and it's Singapore FC who have bodies in the area. And what a superb strike that is, rushing onto the ball. An excellent finish from the captain.
And his game has sparked into life now. Singapore FC conceding, went straight back up the other end. Nice patient play in the box, and he laid it back to captain Joe Claridge, who's got such a cultured left foot, but went under the keeper. And we're all square at 1-1.
Well, the British national lives here in Singapore. 1 goal, 1 assist in 2 appearances. Singapore FC in the league last season. So back level. Just inside 5 minutes left to play. Scrap Charlie Finney, the goal scorer, desperately trying to get back on the ball. They have the benefit of youth in their legs as Gabriel comes up the far side. Coventry City, but they have had to really adapt to these hot and humid conditions. Even just walking around here, you feel like your lungs are getting a little bit bigger. Different demands on the body. Needs to be so athletic. And that's why this serves as a really good opportunity pre-season for these youngsters. To get the running in their legs, you have to with pitches this big. And it being a 7-a-side game, it's been one of the big talking points. I haven't seen too many opting for those long balls forward. As of course we see Jessup try and use that distribution that we know he has in the bank. Barney in goal for Coventry City. He's 18 years old. Most of the squad 18 or 19. Shaman. The 19-year-old. Snaps it, go for goal himself. And Coventry lead once again. Great team build-up. Setting themselves up really nicely. Jessup dragged from side to side.
Really patient build-up there from Coventry. And when the chance came, the double shot, I think the number 10 got the final touch on that.
Yep, Kaya and the captain. Just there waiting, knowing that Jessup would be dragged from side to side in the goal. 20 years old now, Kayem. Started his career at Cambridge United. 3 loan spells away. His experience playing in the lower divisions in England. Joe Claridge, goal scorer for Singapore FC, sending it long. Shafiq. You just feel Coventry settling into the game more now. 2 minutes left to play. Going back to his keeper. Again. So a former Cambridge United player. Jörn. Stretton. Featured in the FA Youth Cup and the Premier League Cup season for Coventry City. Good turn. Shaman keeps going, rolls it over to one side. Another big chance, but a big save from Jake Jessup.
Ouch.
Sliding in, taking it back at the tackle, I'm sure.
Good build-up play there from Coventry, playing the ball around the back, flicked into the middle, and the midfielder driving through had 2 options. Tackle from behind now. Lucky to get away without getting a yellow card.
So the changes have been made. 20 seconds left to play. They lead by 2-1. Can they make it 3 with 15 seconds left on the clock? Well, good tactical play to send it back to the goalkeeper. And he can play the ball around the back and watch the clock tick down. And you don't need to do too much, but he's opted to go long there and try and settle the game. Well and truly at the end, but the job was already done. Coventry City get off to a winning start. Finish Singapore FC 1, Coventry City 2.
And quickly back out here at Jalan Besar Stadium for this next fixture. Men's Open Group D, match 25 of the Soccer 7 series. This is day 2. Shanghai Shenhua of China up against Persib Bandung of Indonesia. Two huge clubs when it comes to Asian football. Persib, absolute giant of Indonesian football, and will be testing themselves here against Shanghai Shenhua, one of the oldest clubs, one of the more successful clubs in Chinese football. First opportunity for these youngsters to get out there. It is starting to heat up, the action and the temperatures here at Jalan Besar Stadium. So let's see how the players get on. But they'll be really looking to get on with it here. I'm sure they'll be waiting a while. Get out onto the pitch there. And we're finally ready for Shanghai Shenhua to take on Persib Bandung. Coming into this fixture off the back of two games in Group C in the Men's Open. First one was between Taichung Rock and Ratchaburi, 1-0 win for Taichung Rock there. And then Coventry City with a 2-1 victory against Singapore FC. There we go at Jalan Besar then. It is Persib Bandung in the all-white, going from right to left on your screen. Seb Page still with me in the commentary position. Seb, have you been enjoying the matches so far?
Yeah, really enjoying the start of the men's main tournament. Seeing teams from Chinese Taipei, Thailand, the UK, and of course Singapore. Just seeing the different styles of play, and now excited again to see these two Asian powerhouses, Shanghai Shenhua and Persib, playing against each other.
Good start, quick and aggressive in the challenges. All young players here. Lots of youngsters out there anyway. Persib Bandung, I don't think they've got anyone on their roster above the age of 20.
See the pace that this game has started at though. Both teams wanting to make a quick start.
Yeah, pretty relentless in this heat. In fact, I can confirm they don't have anyone at the age of 20 or above. So it's a very young side for Persib Bandung. And for Shanghai Shenhua as well, a few of their players playing for the Shanghai Shenhua under-21 side. It's fascinating to see some of the names on the team sheet as well. By Xue Feng, who's the under-21 team manager, apparently was listed initially on the team sheet, which would have been fascinating. I think he's been taken off now. I don't think he would have had the legs to compete in this event.
When he saw the opposition lining up, he put the coaching shirt back on.
A very smart decision. Yeah, Shanghai Shenhua. Yu Hang, 77. Was taken out late. Referee plays the advantage. Thought about the whistle. But, Possession with the side in blue. It's a good ball. Piercing pass down the left. It's closed down quickly and out for a corner here. That was Hersin on the left-hand side for Shanghai Shenhua. Pretty intense pace for this one. A mistake at the back. Danger not over for Persib. It's going to come out. The shot. Lovely finish. Nice control on that one. He's put that past the goalkeeper. Got a touch on that, but it's just too much pace on the strike.
Yeah, I thought the keeper did enough to keep that out, but as we look down from our position, he just pushed it into the corner, but really patient build-up from Shanghai Shenhua, and he finished it into the corner. I think the keeper will be a bit disappointed. He got a strong hand on it. Didn't quite push it around the post.
Now that was Zhang Bin with the goal. 20-year-old defensive midfielder. Shanghai Shenhua youth product. Plays for the under-21 side and has been playing at that level for the last 2 years. Can play in central defense as well. A good technique with that hit. Hersin. For the big switch. Getting his angles wrong there.
Two nations reached a bit different trajectory in their international football. Indonesia very much on the rise. China still trying to find their place really on the international scene.
Yeah, we've seen Indonesia on the international stage in the men's game. They've still got their World Cup dreams alive going into the playoff round of Asian qualifying, grouped with Saudi Arabia and Iraq, and they've made use of the heritage players who have come in and received Indonesian citizenship. We're also seeing a nice rise in the level of the local players that they're producing in Indonesia as well. Yesterday, the Indonesian under-23 side making it to the final of the ASEAN under-23 championships. Needed penalties to defeat Thailand, but they got through. Back at the Soccer 7 series, we're seeing Persib doing a lot of running. Not making much headway though. Shanghai Shenhua looking pretty comfortable for now. A little bit more experience in the Shanghai Shenhua side. All the players in there as well. Here's Yu Hang, who gets it out wide to the 49, He Lin Han.
You see it in the sevens, as we just saw with Shanghai Shenhua. You beat one man and go forward. That opens up so many opportunities for you. And if the players up front get wide, it's just about making the right decisions.
We spoke about this earlier, didn't we? The 1v1 battles, those duels, so important in sevens. Yeah. You win that and you say, essentially the pitch opens up for you.
Yeah, exactly. With so few players on there, if you just beat your man, you have so many options opening up. But that's the risk the players, you know, they've got to take that risk in the first place to take on their man.
Taken away from Deva Agong Budiana, 19-year-old for Persib, going to number 30 there on this near side of your screen. Hersin. Just slowing it down here, Shanghai Shenhua. They can afford to. Getting that goal from Zhang Bin. And they'll wait for Persib Bandung to push up and try and press. Four groups in the men's open. Top two in each group going into the quarterfinals of the cup competition. That's what a lot of these contenders will be looking for heading into the main event tomorrow on the knockout stage. Lots of teams will be seeing plenty of action. The majority of them will be involved in matches across the program at the Soccer 7 series. And There it is, whistle for half-time here between Shanghai Shenhua and Persib Bandung, and it's Shanghai Shenhua who go into the break a goal ahead thanks to Zhang Bin. Lovely sights of Singapore. The skyline. There's plenty to do here in this city. We're just showing you one part, a little part of Singapore. There's a lot more that's going on around here, Seb.
Yeah.
You know, you would know as well.
Yeah, I always enjoy. Obviously, I live in Hong Kong,
Yeah.
but always a great time to come over to Singapore. So many different things to do here. So many different types of food to have.
Oh yeah, food is a big one here. As we get back underway, second half at Jalan Besar between Shanghai Shenhua and Persib. It's tempting me to start doing a little bit of a food review show now here instead of the focusing on the sevens, because when you mentioned food, there's a huge rivalry in Southeast Asia as well. They're always arguing about who's got the best food.
Yeah.
Well, Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia.
You've got everything available here in Singapore, but I guess that's the beauty of this tournament, bringing the teams from all over the world to a place like Singapore. It's a great, and these young guys that we see on the pitch now, what a part of their development.
Yeah,
meeting
absolutely.
people from different cultures, and I can see why the teams love to bring these young squads out to aid their development.
Yeah, it's a region that's very passionate about its football as well, not just about the food. An opportunity for Shanghai Shenhua here. Zhang Bin looking for that late run. What a challenge that was. Persib Bandung. Askar Fawaz just sliding in on Zhang Bin, who is making that late run again onto the top of the box. And just as we saw in the first half, Shanghai Shenhua in this second, well in control. And quite happy to just pass it around sideways and backwards. Went a little bit longer that time and picked up the second ball. That's Herlin Han, great save. Stolen away by Pang. Goalkeepers working overtime here for Persib. Makes another save off his defender, and it's finally gone in. And number 71, Pang Kai-yen, with the second goal for Shanghai Shenhua. I mean, they were really testing the goalkeeper, and they got the reward in the end.
Not quite sure what exactly happened there, but he made about 4 or 5 saves. There's pink, and the ball just flinging around the box, but it finally popped up, and I think, look at the keeper's disappointment. He can't believe that his defenders couldn't clear it. One of them smashed it against him.
Yeah, making some really good saves there, but he wasn't helped out by his defense. He's got a great name as well for a goalkeeper, Tafarel.
Oh. Yeah. Well, I wonder when he took that name on. If it was given by his parents at birth, they
well, yes. Actually, it's quite common. It's very common in Indonesian football to have, you've got likes of Rivaldo playing for Indonesia.
Wow. Well, I guess he had to become a keeper then.
Yeah. It is very common. You've got a Beckham who's playing for Persib as well, Beckham Putra. Not here, but he plays for the first team.
No pressure on him then.
Recently made his debut for Indonesia as well, Beckham Putra, so he's going well for Persib. Arhan Kaka, another one with Indonesian football coming through. There is Aska. Given straight back, really finding it difficult here, Persib, to get anything going in possession.
Yeah, 2-0 up now, Shanghai. Really making things easy for themselves by making the pitch big, spreading out, keeping the ball. No rush at all.
That's Hersin. Hersin gets it back from Zhang Bin. Not a bad idea. Decent exchange of passes there. And just try to thread it through to Herlin Han. So Xia Yongzheng for Shanghai Shenhua coming on, and then the number 9 for Persib as well, Muhammad Hilman, also on in attack, leading the line. Going to try and stretch that Shanghai Shenhua defense if he can. Not really been given any real issues, this Shanghai defense. Very comfortable. Had a lot of fun in attack. Again, just that pace and that power, too much for Persib Bandung to deal with. Just too quick for them, the Indonesian side.
Yeah, you can see it's very interesting to see different age groups of players. Bit of a you know, spring in the step of Shanghai. I think the 2 goals definitely helped with that as well. You know, it's a long way to come back from in this heat, especially when they can't get on the ball. But yeah, Shanghai just look a little bit more physically strong than the Persib team. Maybe it's a couple of years age difference.
There's Bang. Spaces everywhere out wide. They're really stretching out this pitch very nicely. And Shanghai Shenhua in no rush at all. Here's Zhang Bin. Scored the first goal. To run at that Persib defense. Sets up a teammate. Blazes his shot well over. Yu Hang.
Yeah, the patience started to wear out there for the Shanghai team, and the captain just wanted to get the shot away. They do say, as long as it goes out, your shot, or you score, you're okay. If it rebounds and you have a counter-attack against you, you can be in a bit of trouble from your teammates.
So the top 2 teams in each league in the Men's Open, going through the quarterfinals of the Open Cup. The 3rd and 4th teams in each group will proceed to the quarterfinals of the Men's Plate knockout competition. And then they'll also have the Shield knockout competition, which will be contested by the losing quarterfinalists in the main cup knockout competition. That will only consist of a semi-final and a final. So lots of football away in this division. 16 teams in the Men's Open as Persib look to create an avenue, get a shot away. Again, there's too many blue shirts in the way. Shanghai Shenhua on the break. Was he fouled there? Referee gives the free kick.
And that should be enough for Shanghai Shenhua to take their first 3 points of the tournament.
Yeah, time bar there well in the red, and well clear now as we come down to 0. That should be it. Shanghai Shenhua, very comfortable outing for them, their first outing at this tournament. And it's a win for Shanghai Shenhua by 2-0. Back here at Jalan Besar Stadium. Next match is Cosmo Select coming up against Corinthians. Match number 26, Men's Open Group D. Getting a bit of water here on the playing surface, which is much needed. Sprinklers are on here at Jalan Besar as the teams come on out onto this playing surface. It's going to make things a little bit slicker, I think, on the pitch there. Nice bit of surface water. We just saw Shanghai Shenhua with a very comfortable 2-0 win against the Persib of Indonesia. And now we're seeing the other two teams in Group D, Cosmo Select against Corinthians. Seb, what do you think we can expect from this fixture?
Well, I've got to say, really looking forward to seeing how the Corinthian team lines up. We've seen their masters, obviously, some exciting players, very technical, but we've got no idea who they've brought out on for their main team. And then obviously Cosmo Select, it's a selection of the top players from the top amateur league here in Singapore, with a guest appearance from Freddie Tuma in goal, who is a clubmate of mine in Hong Kong, who's got a lot of experience in sevens, playing for many years in the Hong Kong tournament. So look out for him. He actually scored this year in our tournament for the Hong Kong Football Club against West Ham.
So we're underway here at Jalan Besar. Cosmo Select against Corinthians. It's Corinthians at the kickoff, going from left to right on your screens. Interesting one with the kits, because potential here for a bit of confusion with the players. They both got dark shorts and dark socks, and Corinthians playing the white and black. Oh, lovely ball in. Beautiful football ready from the Brazilian. Samba soccer in Singapore. What a goal.
What a start.
Yeah.
I told you I was looking forward to seeing them. The ball into the box, brought down brilliantly, and what a finish over the head of keeper Tuma.
Eric Eduardo da Silva, also known as Kaká. I mean, that was Kaká-esque. Look at the switch here.
What a ball. Brought down on the chest. Looked like he was going to smash it and just clipped it over the keeper. What a start.
Beautiful. Yeah, some credit to the number 6 as well, Christian Barbosa it was, who got his head up and pinged a beautiful diagonal out to Kaká. And then the awareness and the presence of mind for that finish.
You see now, Tuma will bring the ball up. Very, very comfortable with his feet.
There's your boy. Running the extra player, so to speak. This gives Corinthians something to just think about in terms of their defensive approach when they don't have the ball. And the goalkeeper stepping up, but they're so good with it. I don't think they'll be worried too much about doing any real defending. Here's Kaká again, 1-2, Kaká with another.
It's a very interesting Corinthians team here. They don't look too young, but they just look so confident on the ball, and these little flicks over the player's head. And his second goal of the game, another composed and confident finish.
Wow, this is some great football from the Brazilians. And Kaká, 2 goals already for him in this competition. The 29-year-old with a nice finish. There's that give and go. Iconic Brazilian club founded in Sao Paulo in 1910. One of the most successful clubs in South America. Impressive triumphs over the years, as well as a great, passionate fan base. It actually spans beyond the borders of Brazil and around the globe. They're on the turn. Decent effort. First real shot at goal.
It's not a bad effort. Cosmo will be a bit shocked by this fast-paced start from Corinthians. Just need to settle down a bit. It was a good effort.
That's Torsten Cross, who plays in the Singapore Premier League for Tanjung Pagar United, out here at the Soccer7 series. Young Australian, very talented young player. See, he's confident having the shot from range from out there.
Yeah. Did the right thing. Took it early, but just couldn't quite execute it on his left foot.
Just being nice and patient in possession here again. Corinthians, that early 2-goal lead means this is set up perfectly for them. They won't have to really overextend themselves. There's Kaká. Look at that, the futsal style.
They keep the ball really well, don't they? I wouldn't want to be chasing them down out there.
Not in this heat and humidity, that's for sure.
And you just know as soon as you get close to them, they'll do something to make you look silly.
His cross. Was he fouled? Yes, he was. Brazilians don't think so. There's Rubens de Almeida, also known as Tuco.
got his body in between the ball, just trying to get out of their path.
Interesting with Cross, he's playing as the striker here for this Cosmos Select side. He's a left back or a wing back for his club team. Goalkeeper stepping out again to halfway. He's looking for options. That's a good pass. Splits that first line. Clever by Cosmos Select. Tried to initiate the give and go. There was a give, there was a goal, but it didn't come back.
Of course, under pressure from two players, the Corinthians player just takes the ball away and comes away seemingly with all the time in the world.
So they're great on the ball, and then when they need to defend, they get back into shape quickly when they're nice and organized. Bigger tests lie ahead for this Corinthian side, I'm sure. You were doing the Coventry City game earlier as well. They look good. Youngsters out there.
Very young
Lots
team.
of energy.
Really young team, and first taste of seven-a-side football against an experienced Singapore Football Club side, but they got through that test. 2-1 win in Group C. So yeah, and obviously the Thai team, Ratchaburi and Taichung Rock from Chinese Taipei. Very varied styles in that, but it'll be a close group, I think.
Taichung Rock with plenty of chances in that game against Ratchaburi. Their goalkeeper was in top form for the Thai team. Come Corinthians, skips away, looking for the far post. That was Christian Barbosa de Paula. Canyoto.
Yeah, waltz through here. And he tried to place it into the far corner, but the keeper saw that wide.
And stepping up and going to put a goalkeeper under pressure. He's giving it away. Trying to clear their lines.
Struggling to keep the ball, the Cosmo team. The fatigue of chasing these Corinthian players down for 7 minutes is catching up with them.
Got another half to go as well. Again, looking for that cross-field pass. Too much on that one.
So one last chance for Cosmo Select. Can they find something before half-time?
Cosmo Select. A selection of players from the Cosmo League, Singapore's oldest amateur league. As we have the whistle for half-time here, it's Corinthians leading by 2-0 against Cosmo Select. Teams back out here, just ahead of the start of this second half between Cosmos Select and Corinthians. Men's Open Tournament Group D action. So Shanghai Shenhua earlier defeating Persib Bandung quite comfortably by 2-0. These are the other two sides in the group. The top two going through to the quarterfinal stage of the cup competition. Third and fourth will carry on into the plate competition. Here we go then, second half. Started by Cosmo Select, going from left to right on your screens. As the goalkeeper, Freddie Tuma, spent most of his career in Hong Kong and scored a stoppage time bicycle kick equalizer for Hong Kong Football Club in 2023. That was a big moment for him.
Yeah, and I was in the stadium for that one. It was very impressive.
And as Cosmo Select side, made up of a selection of top amateur players from Singapore and some young players with promising futures, several from further afield. Fascinating test for them, playing on this international stage against some top quality opposition. Corinthians, meanwhile, enjoying themselves out there. As a club, 7 Brazilian League titles, 3 Brazilian Cups, a coveted Copa Libertadores title, and 2 FIFA Club World Cups. Just some of the silverware that they have in their impressive trophy cabinet. And Corinthians pushing forward again. Here's Canhoto. Kaká, who is excellent in that first half with 2 goals. Looking really good in possession. Corinthians, straightforward pass, lovely move as a team. Lucas Hector with the finishing touch there.
Yeah, another brilliant goal from Corinthians. They just worked that around the edge of the box. It looked like there's so much time on the ball. 99 looks up, found his man, and first touch finish.
Yeah, Luis Enrique, also known as Luisinho, with the assist. And it was Lucas Hector with the finish to make it 3 for Corinthians. So, as it stands, they go top of the group now. No goal difference ahead of Shanghai Shenhua. That's going to be a really interesting contest. Corinthians and Shanghai Shenhua looking like the stronger sides in this group. 2 of them already looking like the favorites to progress as the top 2. Tuma with the switch out. That's gone from right to left, back out to the right-hand side again.
Really ambitious pass there from the Cosmo Select player, going out for a goal kick. But yeah, as we look down, good to see a lot of Brazilian kits, Corinthians kits in the crowds. They'll be happy with what they've seen so far.
Lots of flair and rhythm in this Corinthian side. This is a specialized 7-a-side team. The Corinthians have sent across, are looking very comfortable in this format of football. It's good work from Cosmo Select. Taking it away. Effort this time around is on target.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me when you tell me that, Rish. They definitely know what they're doing.
Looking for another here. Corinthians toying with that Cosmo Select defense. It's a great save from Tuma. Nice and composed there. Stood up really well to that.
Yeah, he made space for a shot, but Tuma rushed onto him and he managed to get an arm onto it to keep the scoreline at 3. There's relentless pressure though from Corinthians. They've gone short on the corner. And they're just playing a bit with the Cosmo Select right now.
Oh. Look at that from Canhoto. So a lovely diagonal for him. The assist for the first goal that was scored in this match. Sweet left foot. And I mean, he's just loving it out there. They all are. And I think they have the capacity to go up another gear or 2.
Yeah, but you know, that's tournament football. You gotta save your energy, ease your way into it when you're 3-0 up. Try and enjoy yourself, because it's a lot harder when the games are tight.
Canhoto. I mean, it'd be pretty incredible to think about what the some of those numbers would be like in terms of the stats, the possession numbers of this game. You're thinking about maybe 70–80% for Corinthians with the way it's gone.
At least, and that's the problem. Imagine chasing down the ball for, you know, for 14, 50, you know, for the 14 minutes of the game. It's pretty tiring, but when you have it, you don't feel tired.
Time bar ticking down into the final 2 minutes. Each segment of that bar representing a minute of the half. Right at the top of your screens, in case you were wondering what that was. Canhoto with another diagonal, going for the spectacular with the attempt at the overhead kick there was Luisinho.
So again, see Team Tuma move up with it. I do wonder if there's any other teams watching whether they might think about this strategy, but unfortunately for him, just doesn't have many options. So
we saw it earlier with the QPR women. We had Kendra Clark stepping forward, the goalkeeper stepping out, and that was the first time we really saw it at the Soccer 7 series. But you're right to say we're seeing a little bit more now, and you wonder if other teams are going to be willing to take that risk.
Yeah, we see it a lot in Hong Kong where we do have some repeat teams.
Oh, good shot, good save.
It's a big tactic used by them. Keeper bringing the ball forward, and then they often get the shot away. But yeah, probably first decent effort on target for the Cosmo Select.
Ivo Alj, the goalkeeper for Corinthians, being given some work to do in this second half. He might have said to his teammates, let me get in on some of the action. Cosmo Select looking for a consolation goal here. Good feet, good work. As he steps away, shot comes in.
Dragged wide and not troubling the Corinthians keeper at all.
Canyoto. Jorginho going on a run. He wants another. Dances his way into the area. Lovely skill! What a goal! Oh, brilliant! From Luizinho, the 26-year-old. Just toying with that Cosmo Select defense and makes it 4 for Corinthians. A brilliant, brilliant goal.
They just have both feet, don't they, these guys? So they toy with the defender, and they can hit it on their right, hit it on their left, and that was a brilliant finish.
So finish here at Jalan Besar, Corinthians 4, Cosmo Select 0. Geylang International against Corinthians Femenino. That is the match that is coming up next here at Jalan Besar, match 27. Back into Women's Group A. Let's go to Ash.
And we're here with Summer, and we're here in the tunnel ahead of the game against Corinthians. Summer, let's talk about experience so far. How cool is it to be here?
It's a great experience. I love being here. It's really hot though. I don't know if I can keep up with the heat, but I've been really enjoying myself.
I know you're overseas at the moment. How familiar are you with this format, 7-a-side football as well?
I'm new to this because we usually just play 11-a-side, so this is new for me.
Are you guys enjoying, the fact that you're playing some top teams as well in this tournament, Corinthians being one of them?
Yeah, it's great. I really love it.
All the best as well, and it's back to you guys.
Yeah, great to have a little bit of insight there. Summer Chong, who scored earlier in the opening match for Geylang International against Albirex Niigata. Nice win for Geylang there, and that puts them in a good position in this group when it comes to finishing in the top 4 for progression into the knockouts. In the women's plate. So let's go. Game time here at Jalan Besar, Geylang International. Going from right to left on your screens, coming up against Corinthians Femenino. There is Summer Chong. And Corinthians Femenino. First time they'll be out here today. They were in action twice yesterday, Corinthians Femenino. It was tough for them in their opening match against the Shanghai Shenhua women in Group A. A 4-1 defeat for them. To get themselves on the score sheet, and then a much improved performance in their second match against QPR women a little bit later on in the evening, and they were leading that one by a 1-0 going into the latter stages of that contest before QPR women picked up a late equalizer. So a bit of a disappointing result for Corinthians Femenino after having some good control of QPR women in that matchup. It's coming away with just a point there. In terms of how the group looks, they have been overtaken by Geylang International with that win. Geylang International currently third in this group. This is a group being led by... Oh, shot in, that's gone in! It's looped in! Oh, that was unexpected. Corinthians with the opening goal. Was just running through the group. And Corinthians Femenino going to take it away here. And a first-time shot just chopped in, landing in goal. Good finish there, Corinthians Femenino with the opening goal of this matchup. So real timetable, they are now ahead of Geylang International. Up to third, the top two in the group. As I said, Shanghai Shenhua women and QPR women currently in second. Shanghai Shenhua women looking excellent at the Soccer 7 series in this group. Geylang International looking for a response. Big celebrations from this Corinthians Femenino side every time they put a block in. Very vocal with the challenges. A bit of defensive organization going on here for Corinthians Femenino. Chasing this one down is Thais. Will pick up the assist for that opening goal. Thais Silva Amorim. And that run was read by Marcela Umeco de Freitas. A lot of football already, lots more to come. Full program on this Saturday here in Singapore. Geylang International through the legs there. That's going to go out. The possession still with Geylang though. The last touch was off. Number 11, Maria dos Santos Balsini. Corner for Geylang International. It's played in low. Balsini was there at the near post. Put that one out for another corner to Geylang. One of four Singapore sides. Geylang International women's at the Soccer 7 series here. What a great delivery that from Summer Chong as well. It was fascinating to hear her talk about the adjustment to playing sevens. They're playing in the 11-a-side format in the Women's Premier League. Geylang International Women's established in 2023, beating in the WPL here in Singapore. It's a top flight, the women's football pyramid in this country. Finishing third in 2024. Marking a huge improvement from the previous season when they finished ninth. Currently mid-table in the 2025 campaign. And Corinthians Femenino, the most successful side in Brazilian women's football. They come into this initially instead as one of the favorites, but they've been given a few issues, so we'll have to see how they do in the rest of this group to see if they can just squeeze into one of those top two positions. Second spot is something they'll be looking for to try and get in, if they can, to continue on in the cup competition. Since 2018, Corinthians Femenino have won 6 out of 7 Campeonato Brasileiro. The Football Femenino Serie A won titles, including the last 5 in a row. And they remain strongly in contention to be crowned champions once more in 2025, head and shoulders above the rest in their homeland. Also strong at continental level. 4-time Copa Libertadores Femenina champions since 2019. Including 2 from the last 2. They are the most successful side in that tournament's history. At the break, we'll have an interview standing by with Verona. Ash is there doing a great job. Our pitch side reporter. Soccer 7 series. There's the whistle for halftime. An early goal in this one for Corinthians means they go into the break a goal up. Let's go to Ash.
From Albrecht Niigata, Singapore. We are pitch side with her as the girls are training. Verona, just take me through. Are you enjoying yourself these past 2 days?
I only came today, so far it's been really great. Although we lost to Geylang and we could have done better, but I think it's a really good chance to play opponents really like them.
We're talking a little bit about some of the teams playing in this tournament. What has been your favorite team or one of the teams that you look up to, perhaps?
Most likely the Korea team, because they're really physically strong, technically good, and I think that that's something Singapore women's football need to improve on.
And lastly, maybe take me through some of your players that you have today. You have so many national team players. Do you look up to any of them as well?
I look up to Kana because she's really, really amazing, and she's really a good player, both technical, physical, and her decision making is just wow.
Now, of course, Kana plays or used to play for the women's national team of Japan. Verona, I wish you all the best with Albrecht Niigata for this tournament, and it's back to you guys.
Yeah, great hearing from Verona Lim, who's part of the Albrecht Niigata FC Singapore women's side. They are in action right after this one, in fact, against QPR women. That'll be another big test for them. It was great to hear from Verona. She said that experience of playing against the teams like QPR women, for example, a big lesson to be learned in these matches. Against Shanghai Shenhua yesterday as well, you can see the difference in the physicality between the sides. It's not something they experience a lot in the Women's Premier League in Singapore. So back on the way, second half here between Corinthians Femenino and Geylang International. And it's Corinthians in the all-white, going from right to left on your screens. That's Maria. Strong work defensively at the back, number 11 for Corinthians Femenino. There you go, good ball into the area. The Corinthians Femenino, a chance for another. And it is another goal for Corinthians Femenino. Great celebrations as well. Just a matter of time, really. Cassia Souza with the finish. Captain of this Corinthian side. Just scooped into a path by Evelyn Caroline. And plenty of time here to take a touch. Another two. And then the finish. Power behind that. No chance for the goalkeeper. Cassia Souza. So enjoying themselves a lot more out there now, Corinthians Femenino. Oh! Could have ended up at the in at the far post. Touch from Marcela Umeko. So the corner here for Geylang International. Corner there, last touch was of Helena. Barbara Natalie is getting ready to come on for Corinthians Femenino. Those are the Corinthians men's and masters teams in attendance, watching on. They've looked really good out on the pitch as well. A very strong contingent sent to this Soccer 7 series. Very entertaining, lots of fun to watch the Brazilian sides in action. whatever the category. It's been punched away by the goalkeeper, Monique. Couldn't quite chase that one down, Helena Maria. Tough one to keep in play, too much on that pass out to the left. Oliana Therese Davis on the left-hand side for Geylang International. Just come in as well. Just given too much to do. There's Hamiza. That's a better pass for Oliana. Elisa Cristina. It's being shown towards the sidelines. Does well to hang on to it. Good triangle there for Geylang. The space here down the left-hand side for Oliana. Gets it from Samachong. Here's Elisa. Samachong. Not quite happening for Geylang International. Nice to see a few Persib Bandung fans out there. Boboto. Any of you all listening in? How are you doing? Persib Bandung have also been in action in the Masters and the Men's Open. It has been tough for them in both those competitions, and for the Persib Bandung side in the Men's Open, a very young team. Infringement there, handball has been called by the referee here. Let's have a look at this one. Yeah, the left arm up there was Hamiza with the handball. So a chance for another goal of this free kick here from way out. Well, lots of elevation on that. Geylang get on with it quickly. Space in the channel on that far side. Bit of physicality there going on. I don't think she was too happy, the number 7, Nadra Akila, with the challenge that was put in on her initially by Marcela Omeko. Don't really mind seeing a bit of that, to be honest. Shows just how competitive it is out there. So there must be quite a bit of frustration here for Geylang International. Referee lets it go this time. It's a little bit unfortunate, I think, that one Hamiza with the handball, so the referee just having some sympathy. Corinthians, listen, they want more. They want their team to keep going. Tough start on day one. It's just the 1 point. But they're looking for the first win of the Soccer 7 series here. Typical outing against Shanghai Shenhua Women. And then a nice recovery against QPR Women. They probably should have won that match. Gave it away in the 9 minutes. Only a draw in that one. So still plenty of time for another for Corinthians, and this could very well be it. And it is. Kasia Souza. Another one for the number 10. There you go. First touch looked a little bit heavy, but he was quick enough to just put that away and past Kirsten Brown, the goalkeeper for Geylang International. Good work from Helena Maria with the assist there, peeling out to the left-hand side and going through the playbook when it comes to the celebrations as well. Corinthians, that should be it for this one. And it is final whistle there. Corinthians Femenino. Strong performance from them, and it's a good win against Geylang International. Final score is Corinthians Femenino 3, Geylang International 0. Just about ready for our next fixture, match number 28 in Group A of the women's competition. Albrechts Niigata FC against QPR Women. QPR Women currently second in Group A. This one their final match of the group stage. They've been busy. Looking like one of the favourites to go through into the Cup knockout stage, Cup semi-finals. The top two from this group will be progressing into the next round of this competition. One win, one draw, one defeat for QPR Women coming into this fixture. They had an outing earlier against the Shanghai Shenhua Women. Well, that was a tough one for QPR Women coming up against that Shanghai Shenhua women's side. Just a one goal in it, but they were dominated in that game, and they found it difficult to really get anything going in attack. They should be favourites in this one here, though, as we get the countdown to kickoff. So kickoff here at Jalan Besar, Albrechts Niigata FC women. And the white and blue going from right to left on your screens. Getting us underway, QPR Women in the gold kits. Albrechts Niigata Women still looking for their first victory at this tournament. This one is match number 3 for them. They had a 4-0 defeat to Shanghai Shenhua Women yesterday evening in their opening fixture of this competition, and then 2-1 defeat to Geylang International earlier in our first match of the day. So 2 matches, 2 defeats, and they'll be looking for their first point of this competition up against QPR Women. QPR sent the 2 teams to take part in the women's competition. Well, this is QPR Women taking part in Group A. We've also got QPR Hoops in the other group, Group B. Overall, as a club, competing in the FA Women's National League Division 1 South East, which is the 4th tier of English football. Finished 5th last season. This QPR Women team made up of players from the side senior squad. Many of them competing in an overseas competition for the first time. It's good work down the outside. Wins a corner. Abby Morris being given a start in this one for QPR Women. Scored a great goal, lovely equalizer, great strike against Corinthians Femenino yesterday. Coming off the bench, given an opportunity to start in this one. 4 subs allowed, not rolling subs in this 7-a-side format. So the moment you leave the pitch, you're going to be able to come back on. Planning coming into it for the coaches, as the head coach Danny Harrigan watches on the sidelines. First joined the backroom staff at QPR in 2010, working with the youth team squad before stepping up to the assistant manager of the senior team in 2017. Had a spell away from the senior side and turned as a head coach in the middle of 2024. Here's Davies. Physical presence at the back is Davies for QPR women. Hannah Kitahara went sliding in, and Marcella's gone against her. The most experienced player in this Albrechts Niigata side of Japan's squad at the 2015 Women's World Cup. And now a player coach with the Albrechts Niigata. We heard from Verona Lim earlier. And she was talking about the experience and all the lessons she could learn from someone like Hannah Kitahara. Huge signing for Albrechts. Interesting setup here from QPR women with this free kick, putting pressure on the goalkeeper. That's Fran Ali with the effort. Needs to be on target though. It's floated over by Fran Ali. Number 10 for QPR women. 32-year-old adding experience as well as quality to that midfield for QPR as they try and push for promotion. Spent the early stages of career with Millwall, Charlton, Crystal Palace and Leyton Orient before joining Watford in 2020. Had a successful promotion season in the Championship prior to a move to AFC Wimbledon. Morris couldn't quite keep that in play. Another new signing joined the club just last month. 23-year-old attacking midfielder arriving after 4 years in the United States, studying and representing East Central University. Morris back to Davies. Morris gives it back to Fran Ali. A bit of a waste there on QPR women. Struggling to find a breakthrough here. Albrechts Niigata, to their credit, very solid defensively right now, just getting bodies into those central positions. Tahara gets it away first time, very nicely done. Fukuzawa on her own here for the moment, gets support out on the left. Albrechts with the effort. That's taken a touch out for a corner. That's Hannah Kitahara. Steps back in. Fukuzawa with the chance on the turn. Manami Fukuzawa scored earlier. And 2-1 defeat to Geylang International. Almost getting on the end of that. Taken quickly by QPR women. Here's Fran Ali. Morris. Oh, Fran Ali, get her in the box. Great goalkeeping there on the blind side. She just crept into the area, Fran Ali. Had plenty of time and space, at least that's what she thought. And then made to the goalkeeper for Albrechts, just on the blind side, sneaking in and denying her the chance at goal. So half time here, then the first 7 minutes done. It is Albrechts Niigata FC women 0, QPR women 0. So the Masters will be in action a little bit later on, well, just right after this, in fact. The Real Singapore FC against Leicester City Masters in Group A. So just going through their warm-ups. Wouldn't be spending too much time out in the sun here. It is incredibly hot and humid. In respect to all these players getting out there and giving it a really good push. So here we go, second half. QPR women in the gold kits, going from right to left. Struggling to get anything going in an attacking sense in that first half. Looking for a bit more tempo in this second. Again, easier said than done in these conditions. Obviously thinking about an increase in intensity and pace of play at some point, but it is just so difficult. Legs start to get really heavy out there. Well, on a positive note for QPR women, they will actually be done for the day after this. They'll take a bit of a break. They'll be done with the group action for them. And then they can look ahead to participating in the knockout stage tomorrow. On Sunday, another pretty full schedule, but it's all the matches in the plate, the cup, and the shield. The shield for the men's open. Soccer7 Series, Singapore 2025. Thanks for joining us. The inaugural edition of this tournament. Brilliantly organized. And we've had some great goals, wonderful action already. Yesterday was day one, 18 matches. And I think we'll have something like 46 today as well. And we're only about a quarter of the way through. So lots more football coming away here from Jalan Besar, iconic Jalan Besar Stadium. Pitch which has given us many famous nights in Singapore football. Stadium that's been around since 1929. And this could be also the last tournament, or one of the last tournaments we get here before they temporarily close the pitch for some renovations on the field. They'll be replacing the artificial playing surface with the natural turf. And the crowd, they've been enjoying themselves as well, braving the heat. We had some heavy rain last night towards the end of the program in the Masters. Davies with the effort. Oh, let's come off the post. That's Leach who's on. QPR women making the changes at the break. One of those, Jessica Leach, but this is the effort from Davies. Just had that opening. 5-1 towards goal. It's Leach. Too much pace on that pass. Into Leach. From Melis Mehmet, the number 11 for QPR women. 4 attempts in total, 3 for the team in gold. Kanaki Tahara. Cool as you like in the middle of the park for Obrex Niigata FC Singapore Women's. First time pass, gets it back, follows up, picks up the second ball. Good work in central midfield. Here come Elberex. Space for the effort. It's a decent shot there. Just cutting in. This is the beauty about Sevens football as well. That player there who's just taken the shot is giving the commentator, me, a big headache, because she's got a different number on the shorts and a different one on the jersey, but that's how it goes in 7-a-side. Verona Lim, I think it was. 20 on the shorts, 18 on the back of the shirt. Here come QPR women. Oh, great save. Almeida again is there. Varuna Lim, we had a chat with her a little bit earlier. She was the one who had that shot. Didn't play in the match yesterday, could only make it today. She's in behind once more. Did she get away from Davies? No, not for the moment anyway. Good defending in the 1v1. So important, winning your duels. Those one-on-one situations, 7 asides. Leach, get away from Riho Katayama, number 2. Let's put it out for a throw into QPR women. A couple of changes coming up here. Isabella Owen is on for QPR women, and number 23. Seeing number 21 for Elberex as well. Nor Elrina is also on, as is the number 84, Munira Mohammed. Davies. It's Kanakitahara. Surrounded by a couple of players. QPR women. The extra player here. Going to get the ball out wide. End to end here at the moment. Elberex looking for these opportunities on the break. As Fukuzawa tried to get the body across, but she was strong there. Davies again. Individual defending has been very solid from the QPR women, number 2. Real Singapore FC, Leicester City Masters in the Masters Group A. Coming up after this. There's Davies with a shot. Not a bad effort. It's another one with the left foot from far out. Throw in taken quickly, running out of time here. QPR women as they search for the winner. Smelis Mehmet. Oh, he stops the ball, couldn't quite get it under control. 5 seconds left. And that is it. No goals in this one. Much in the way of opportunities as well for either of these two sides. Difficult conditions. Final score here, Elberex Niigata FC women 0, QPR women 0.
So back we go to the Masters competition. Real Singapura up against Leicester City. This is the last game for Real Singapura. Their 4th game of the competition. They've conceded 8 and they sit bottom of Group B, just on 1 point. They started with plenty of promise. 1-1 draw with Persib, and we really felt like they might be able to kick on from that, but heavy defeat to Cosmo Masters, conceding 3 in the first 4 minutes, and then a 2-0 defeat to Corinthians this morning. They're up against an incredibly strong Leicester City team who are yet to concede and will face Persib last. So here we go, players emerging from the tunnel. Luke Steele there at the back, what a tournament he's had so far. Yet to concede a late call-up as well. The Peterborough sports manager now, who started out at Peterborough United, on the books at Manchester United for 4 years, capped England at under 18 to under 20 level. He's been solid between the sticks. Man on your screen is Jarrett Bartels, you've just seen there, who is the only goal scorer for Real Singapore so far this competition. Can they find a way to take themselves off the foot of the table and try and find a way into the plate competition tomorrow? 10 teams split into 2 groups of 5, and of course with only 4 progressing through to the knockouts tomorrow, split across the 2 tiers of cup and plate, that does mean we will lose a team at the end of today. Lose 2, 1 from each group. So we're desperate to ensure it's not them. So here we go, underway. Rail Singapore up against Leicester City Masters. Leicester looking to really kick on after that 0-0 draw with Corinthians. They beat Cosmo 2-0, and looking to start quickly here. Lockwood, this is a team and players in Leicester City that you know very well. They'll be desperate to really lay out a statement ahead of their clash with Persib later on today.
Yeah, and I think what you found with Leicester is they've just improved as the the 2 games have gone on. You know, they played the first game, they weren't quite sure of what tactics to play. They were discussing it. They were really taking it seriously, which is great to see. And then, as we saw yesterday, in their second game, they were much better. They looked really dangerous, and I think today we'll see a even better Leicester team. And I think they had an early night as well, so that would be a good omen for them.
I did hear that they were on their best behaviour. This is Lloyd Dyer, who didn't start the first game but made such an impact in the second. Just falls slightly short of Danny Simpson, another player who was on the books at Manchester United. That's with his goalkeeper Luke Steele. Obviously a team stacked full of Premier League winners. Won 7 major trophies as a club, Leicester City, within the English Football League system. And this is Waghorn. Professional football continuing to try and drive. Rebound pinging as Albrighton rushed in. Here's Dyer trying to set something up. And back to the goalkeeper. We speak about Leicester City, of course, Matt, but Rail Singapore, this is exactly the kind of game that they'd have been excited about coming into this, playing up against a squad packed full of Premier League winners.
Yeah, I think sometimes, you know, from their perspective, and the goalkeeper's on a Maisie here.
And he's won a free kick. Well, he's really the only goalkeeper who's wanting to take on this extra role of going out and trying to overload in the midfield. We see it a lot in beach soccer, we see it in these small-sided games, but really, Joseph Storer, the only one who's really taken it on, and he's gone from distance to try and set something up.
Yeah, because I was actually speaking to Luke Steele about that yesterday, and I said to him, like, you know, it's because when we watched the Hong Kong Sevens recently, the goalkeepers really pushed out and it made such a difference. And you can see Luke now; he's coming out of his box and he wants to do that.
I wonder whether he was just sort of waiting for permission from the other keeper, see who was going to stray out the area first. Here's Albrighton. Oh, that's chipped up nicely. Great delivery. And no one there to steer it in after the header came from Waghorn. They were saying yesterday, Danny Simpson, when he joined us on commentary, that they're needing a new level of communication that they didn't necessarily have in 11 aside, just to make sure that all the options, all the attacking players are covered. Dyer chips it over to Simpson. Hoot. Huge chance, well blocked. Who's on the follow-up? Superb finish.
He's not renowned for his striking ability, but yeah, composure from the big centre half. Great finish, that one.
Well, so much experience, doesn't he? 3-time Premier League winner. twice with Chelsea, once with Leicester. Robert Huth making the most Premier League appearances of any German player. And that experience really shining through. 5 minutes on the clock. 2 minutes 20 left of this first half. And you just feel, Matt, as we said, that they want to kick on. They really want a high-scoring game, something that will give them a lot of confidence going into the next round. I think, as you said, this is a squad who wants to take this seriously. They want to go all the way, and it's a squad that's been tipped for greatness in this competition.
You know, and they're coming with pressure on them, like you say, with all those Premier League medals that they've got in their trophy cabinets at home. You know, they're a big target, and people want to beat them. But you can see the tactics they've got now. They're going man for man. They're pressing high up the pitch. You know, they want to win that ball back early, and you know, the game is being played in one half at the moment, and it doesn't look like that momentum is going to change anytime soon.
Yeah, you can see that with the pressure there from Drinkwater and Albrighton. Danny Drinkwater had an excellent game yesterday, as here come Real Singapore. And how have they missed that? A big sigh of relief from Luke Steele, who keeps his perfect record in goal intact, but only just. Let's take a look back at it. Wow. He tried to make himself as big as possible. Luck it. Didn't have luck on his side this time. Able to hop over the incredibly tall Leicester City goalkeeper. It's fallen nicely for Dyer. Settle Brighton up to the byline. Just cleared off the line. Waghorn's there. And he needed to do a lot better than that.
Yeah, you won't want to see that one back,
No.
really. That was a bit of a glaring miss. I think that will go down as probably miss of the tournament so far. I'll remind him of that when we get back to the hotel later.
Well, the clearance off the line was from the only goal scorer so far from Real Singapore, Jared Bartels, and, well, Waghorn, he won't want to watch that one back. The humidity rising as the temperature increases too. Less than 10 seconds remain of this first half. Leicester lead by 1-0. And that is how it will end. Bartels advancing. Referee still not blowing the whistle. Time well and truly up, but they're going to keep pushing here. Peace. Shot from distance, high and over, and now the whistle does finally go after Glenn Shepherd has the final attack of the first half. So with 7 more minutes to go, Real Singapore trail by 1-0. So I think there will be some changes to be made at the break. Just waiting to see who has not come back on. And I think one of them is the goal scorer, Robert Huth. Sean St Ledger has made his way onto the pitch.
Danny Drinkwater was the other player to depart.
Of course, 4 substitutes are allowed in this Masters competition, only 3 for the Men's Open. Steele. Igor Folela, who had the unique opportunity to come up against his former club this morning with a foul and huge save. Danny Simpson driving towards goal. And the keeper made himself very big indeed. Joseph Storla. Watch that back. Hugely important save. Corner swings in, headed up high. Down by piece. We'll scramble to get back on it. Keke takes his time. Well, he was excellent in the first game against Persib. Very much like his team, hasn't been able to kick on to that next level. Albrighton, who's been so solid for Leicester City this tournament. He's found himself absolutely everywhere. You can tell that it's not been that long since he left competition of the highest standard in the English divisions.
It does make a difference, doesn't it, with the age, the fact that he's only just legally allowed to play at this in this competition for the Masters boys. It does show, he's got that fitness, he's got the legs to run by people, and like you say, playing in the top flight for so many years, the class just oozes out of him. Yeah, started at Aston Villa, age 8, spent 10 years at Leicester between 2014 and 2024, winning the Premier League, of course, FA Cup, Community Shield as well. Retiring in August last year. He's taken up a fair bit of punditry, doing lots for the BBC and BBC Radio 5 Live in England. Igor Fralela, impressive career he had as well, playing as a youngster at Corinthians, facing them earlier on today. Played in Sweden, Switzerland, Singapore, Australia, across 4 continents. Dyer. It certainly seems that the communication has increased and got that little bit better for Leicester City. I think it's hard when, obviously, they kicked off the tournament. And I don't think they really knew as a unit what to expect. And the vibe certainly from Danny Simpson was that they've got a lot better with that communication. Yeah, it was interesting talking to them because they weren't even sure in that first game what formation to play because none of them had ever played 7-a-side on a full-size pitch. So they got here early, they watched the games before them to try and get an idea and understanding of what sort of systems that other teams played. But these guys are all, the football brains on them are all different class, so it doesn't take them long to work it out of how to win. And now you can see, they're 1-0 up and they're just playing for time. They know that they've got probably the better fitness out of the two teams. They're just keeping the ball, running down the clock, and everyone's just got so much time on the ball now. Moving it well, regularly going back to Vasilevsky. Just to hold the ball, hold the possession. Brighton. Vasilevsky. Made over 60 appearances for Poland in a sparkling international career. Michael just gets there, stops the ball dead on the byline. Albrighton. St. Ledger. Michael just taking his time. Pretending to be out of breath. Well, you say pretending. I think there is the demands down. I mean, he looks very chilled there, doesn't he? He just jogs to get back on the ball. And, of course, one of the men we've spoken about a lot who has retired recently as well. But the demands are certainly there in the humidity, the heat. Danny Simpson came up to join us, I think, about half an hour, maybe a bit longer after his game. And he's still saying about how uncomfortable it was, unable to clear any of the sweat away because of just how saturated the air already is with water. Well, they've played this game to perfection so far, Leicester City, in terms of just keeping possession, running the clock down. It's exactly what you said, Matt, and they look very, very controlled indeed. Vasilevsky on the far side. I'm sure they'd love to find an extra goal here. Vasilevsky taps it across. Here's Danny Simpson. Support arriving. St. Ledger can't find a way through. And an indication there from the referee as St. Ledger went down quite dramatically that the ball was wrong. Like you say, they're all on the same page though, aren't they? They're all just keeping possession. They're not trying to force it. They're not trying to make things happen. They're comfortable with a 1-0 win. That's all they need. And they're happy to see the game out.
Folela. Keeping close watch. Dropping back. Well, this is where they'll hope that their tactics have paid off, because it's Rail Singapore who, as things stand, will be dropping out of the competition. This is their last game. They conceded 9, only 1 point, which puts them bottom of Group A, with only the top 4 progressing into the knockouts, and of course split into the 2 tiers when we get to tomorrow. They would have wanted a lot more. They started well, getting a goal up against Persib, but couldn't hold on to victory in the end. 20 seconds. The clock ticks down. He does look like he's feeling it slightly, Martin Waghorn. The clock ticks down. It is Leicester City who have played this to absolute perfection when it comes to the tactics of a 7-a-side tournament played across 3 days. And they will go top of the group, Leicester City. Finishes Rail Singapore 0, Leicester City Masters 1. So next up, Cosmo Masters, who have been an absolute joy to watch, up against Corinthians, who have been an interesting watch, of course, starting, as we just said, with that draw against Leicester in the opening game. A lot of both the teams just feeling each other out. And well, now they have a challenge on their hands, because Cosmo Masters are in excellent form, and one man in particular, as they trek back out onto the pitch, they will really feel like they can give anyone in this tournament a good game. So steely focus on the face of the Cosmo Masters players as they make their way out. So Michael Sharples, what a tournament he's having, what a season he had last year. Level with Leicester City at the top. Can they push on in their final game? Sharples, his goal earlier on today, is surely a contender for goal of the tournament.
There's been a few so far, haven't there?
He's
been
had
some cracking goals.
And I'd say at least 3 of them from him would be in contention, but this morning was just superb. Corinthians, they're sat on 6 as things stand. 1-1, drawn 3, including this is the live table reads. And you spoke about, Matt, the benefits of having younger players in your team. That's something that Cosmo League players do really have. A younger squad in comparison to Corinthians, and also the benefit of playing in these conditions on pitches like this week in, week out in Singapore.
Exactly, and it makes a huge difference because, you know, I mean, the weather is, yeah, I mean, obviously the Brazilian guys are used to climates like this as well, but it is, you know, that age thing. You know, being an older player myself, you know, time isn't really kind to you, and you know, you see once those years add on, you tend to yeah, drop off the fitness side of it, even if you're still going out and trying to keep fit. So, you know, if they've got an average age of you know, sort of under 40, then they're going to be dangerous.
But it's Corinthians trying to find a way through. Really good goalkeeping from Smollett, who's down to one side incredibly quickly. You can see he's taken a bit of a battering to his shoulder there. And now Cosmo coming forward. Sharples! Great save from the Corinthians keeper. Really had to stretch to reach that. A warning sign from Michael Sharples, who shows just exactly what he can do.
I think when strikers are playing with confidence like that, as soon as he got the ball, you knew he was just going to try and get half a yard and get his shot away, and he hit it really well, but the keeper was up to the challenge.
4 goals this tournament. Sharples on fire. There's the signs that we've been seeing plenty of in the crowd. And he's a great provider as well, as we keep banging on about, a real talent when it comes to setting up his teammates. And, well, it's going to be pulled back here. And the Cosmo Masters will win a free kick in a really good area. Samuel Taylor, who's in good form himself, the player who went to ground, and he's continued his good form from the league. He made 13 appearances in 24-25, 3 goals, 5 assists. Setting up one of the goals yesterday as well, as Sharples points to his chest and expresses his disagreement to the assistant referee's decision. Well, it's been great to see, hasn't it? The way that the Corinthians Femenino team always go, sit in the stands, usually in the same position, and always make so much noise in support of this Masters team.
They were. So last night, the Corinthians Masters were playing, and I was stood right behind the ladies' side, and I had a phone call when they scored, and I couldn't get. I wasn't being heard on the phone. They were like, "Blimey, where are you?" They thought I was in a crowd of 50,000 fans.
We have to stay solid defensively. They managed to do that, the Cosmo Masters. Corinthians, they do have some really good physicality, and when they break, they do look very strong indeed. Here's Sharples running round the corner. He's done so well to keep the ball in his feet himself. He does win a corner. Everyone was looking at the referee to figure out which way that would be given, because he took his time just a touch. This corner being stood over by Matthew Sato. Brought down by Sharples, but it just runs away from him. He doesn't get that clean touch that he really would have desired. Well, they are demanding days, particularly for these Masters, who don't always have the longest turnarounds. We saw it yesterday with the teams who came into the competition in the latter stages, the second period of Masters games last night. They didn't have much rest at all, and Singapore, I think, made to pay for that as Corinthians. Good block from Walter. Here comes Sharples. Eyes up the goal. Great save from the keeper, Edu. Had to make himself really big there. Got a firm palm to it. He's a very strong keeper.
He is, but you can see what Sharples wanted to do, couldn't you? He's using his pace. He's quicker than the two Corinthians defenders, and he gets in every time. He just tries to open his body up, bend it round the keeper. But as you said, the keeper's a big lad, and he made himself a big target to get past, and he got a firm wrist to that one and cleared his lines. But it's definitely looking. Cosmo do look dangerous on the break.
Yeah, and if I'm one of the goalkeepers who might meet Cosmo later on, you're certainly watching to see the way that Sharples curls the ball. Well, he wants the foul there, he doesn't get it. Bellet on the ball. David to find a way through. He impressed in the first Masters game of the day against Real Singapore. Corinthians winning by 2-0. Here's Sharples. Well, this will be a huge result if they can find something here. Cosmo skimming over the artificial turf. Didn't have the zip on it required to move under the keeper, Edu. And so at half-time, it is goalless, but it's been an excellent game so far. Cosmo Masters 0, Corinthians 0. And we'll be back after a minute break.
Exactly the same. Be as patient as
So tight in a huddle, Cosmo Masters, and I wonder whether that's because they feel that they could do something quite special here. Receiving those instructions, they know that they are capable of a big victory here.
They look confident, don't they?
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the main thing. This is a team that's made up of a number of expats from the United Kingdom. Players who have come over from America, live here in Singapore. Americans, Australians, Smollett in the goal, Scottish player who started in Singapore Cricket Club before moving to Singapore FC in 2019. A lot of this team played together previously at Singapore Cricket Club, and a fair few of them sticking around together at Singapore FC now. Of course, one of the fastest growing teams here in Singapore in the amateur divisions, of which there is a really well developed set of leagues. The Cosmo League, of which these players play, and this is a selection of some of their best Masters players as David finds a way through and is displaying some of that quick footwork, the nimble nature of these Brazilian players. He's able to glide around the pitch. Warm and humid conditions were spoken about a lot, but conditions that both these players will be used to, both sets of players. Right. The Singapore Vikings looking for the return ball, asking for it, and he does pick it up. Up to the byline, sends it across. Needed a better angle to get that to the feet of main man Michael Sharples. Scored over double the next best in the Cosmo League last season. Incredible skill. Well, I was wondering when that would be given, and it's a yellow card as well. And we haven't seen many of them this tournament.
The Corinthians there's been a few cynical fouls off the ball, especially, but the referee hasn't actually seen. But if the referee had played on there, I think it was Sam Balls had made a great run through. If the referee had just waited another couple of seconds and played on, it'd have been through 1-on-1, which is a shame.
There's Edson, the player who has been shown the card. Bowden back to the keeper, Smollett. Good turn from Sam Balls. He was really good on the transition, as you mentioned there, Matt. He's just got a really good turn of pace and the technical skill as we see him on the ball once again. Keeps his head up high, always looking, scanning for those options as the shot from right pings back, and there's plenty of frustration. Is that Sharples who's just voiced his, it's not, it's the man who was progressing in the first place, Sam Balls. Here is Sharples now, penned into the corner. 4 minutes left of the second half. And confirmation there of that yellow card for Edson.
That wasn't the pass he was looking for, was it? That's, yeah, a case of know your players. He definitely didn't want to run 30 yards in the channel after that one.
No, and that's a big part of managing these sevens games, is really understanding the team around you, and of course something we've spoken about and how they want to play. There's good opportunity, opens up well blocked. Right. They've had really good possession as well, haven't they, Cosmo Masters? A great place to progress. Referee makes a signal that the ball was won. Sharples sends it over to his right-hand side, and now surging forward, Cosmo Masters. Big, big chance, big goal! Opportunity well taken for Nathan Breyer. Makes it Cosmo Masters 1, Corinthians 0. And they are soaring through this competition, Cosmo Masters, and looking set for a place in the Men's Cup knockout rounds.
Yeah, it was a good break, wasn't it? You can see that the Cosmo guys are fitter, they're younger, they're getting around the pitch a lot better. I mean, it was an overload there, 4v1. They had to really score, but when it falls to Breyer, still a lot to do, because like we said, the goalkeeper's decent, he's big. He's not the easiest to get past, but he made it look simple.
And now Corinthians do have to come forward, and they'll just open themselves up for more of those kinds of gaps at the back, but good strike from David, and an equally good save from Smollett. Right. Making the run, falls back to him. Surely big chance for a second. Well, one thumb up, so close to making it a second for Cosmo Masters. Look at that. Almost dropping down, just slightly too much on it. David. Edson. Mike. The space is there. Cosmo Masters rushing back. There's the strike and the equaliser. And Corinthians are back level, and it was Mike who was doing all the hard work. Michael Richard, Fleitas de Silva. Just taking a slight deflection on the way through. Unlucky for Cosmo Masters, because they'd done so much hard work. And just 13 seconds left to play.
It's a shame for them, they couldn't hold on, but like you say, Corinthians, they're all so tidy on the ball, aren't they? And they're looking for those little 1-2s, passing, moving, just getting into little spaces. It's difficult to defend. And then when the ball dropped to him there, he was always going to score.
So that is how it ends, all level. Cosmo Masters 1, Corinthian Masters 1. So, a pause in the Masters competition for now as we go back to the Men's Open. And after victories for Coventry City and Taichung Rock. Earlier on today, they go head-to-head in Group C. And let's head down to the tunnel where Ash is with one of the players.
And we're here with Kai from Coventry City. So welcome to Singapore, Kai. So how are you enjoying, the games so far?
Yeah, we're loving it. I mean, it took a bit of time to get to grips with the format, in the first half especially. But once we got to grips with it, I think we were much more comfortable, and obviously we won the game in the end, so it was a good start.
Talk to me about the weather, the pitch and everything. I know it's a lot different than from England, right?
Yeah, it's hot, yeah. Even on the grass, well, the pitch, our feet are burning and it is hot. We're sweating within about 30 seconds. But yeah, no, it's good, it's different.
It's great fun, right?
It's great fun, it is great fun, very fun, especially if we win.
Yes, hopefully. All the best to Coventry, and we're back to you guys in the studio.
Well, Kai Yuen, the captain for Coventry City. The final touch on the goal earlier on today. Can he find the back of the net once again? Very well-spoken young man, just 20 years old, born in Cambridge, started his career at Cambridge United, 3 loan spells away in the lower divisions in England before joining Coventry City in 2024. So here we go, Coventry City up against Taichung Rock. Coventry City of the Championship in England, a previous Premier League club in the league between 1992 and 2001, and they came very close to going back up. Well, they have done in recent times twice now, reaching the playoff final in the 22-23 season, and then again this season, but it was the semi-finals they reached this season, unable to make it all the way to Wembley. Well, Matt, it'll be interesting to see the contrast of styles here. As with the keeper off his line, he's lobbed him, and it just bounces. Well, sighting the keeper well out. I did notice that he was so far out, the goalkeeper, and the opportunity seen by Charlie Finney, the 19-year-old, and it just doesn't quite bounce in the right place. But Matt, that would have been spectacular if you could have seen that in.
It would have been, and it's the risk and reward thing, isn't it, from the goalkeepers coming out so far. That's a foul there, must be. Oh, he's playing on.
Well, the game has continued. They've run straight over to the referee, the Coventry City players, and they're continuing to voice their concerns. The referee ignoring the appeals. Well, it is the captain who's gone straight over to really appeal and plead his case. They could have conceded there. They came really close to conceding. Good work from Oscar Varney to keep it out, but you wouldn't want to be in that position off the back of an error from the referee.
No, you wouldn't. But it's interesting for the for the young lads at Coventry. It's coming abroad and playing in these conditions, but with different officials that see the game differently. We obviously had the conversation before the tournament started on the Friday with John Moss talking through all the rules and regulations, and he actually said that. He said that the Asian referees do referee different to the English guys, so it's a good experience for the young boys from Coventry.
Absolutely. Chung Rock playing in the black with those highlighter pink strips around the shoulders. Oh, it's headed up and over, and it's in. And Taichung Rock leads, and it's a great finish. A superb effort to loop it over the head of Oscar Varney. Let's take a look back at this. They were building ever so nicely. Taichung Rock headed up. Has it come off his back?
Off his back, yeah. I'm not sure he's going to be able to claim that one, will he? But it's just one of those. Coventry just switched off a little bit, didn't track the runner. Just one straight ball, so he will be disappointed. But yeah, it's not often you see a player miss the ball completely with the intended part of his body, and it comes off his the number on his back and scores.
Cha Yun-chung, the player who scored earlier on today as well. So another goal for him. That's 2 today, and that's a slightly more unconventional one.
But he'll claim that he meant it. He won't let anyone.
He can
take
try.
it otherwise.
He can try.
Yeah.
I mean, he did put some movement on his back to try and lift it up. It was a.
He'll say he's been practicing that in training all week.
It did look like it had come off his head initially, but you get the benefit of that slow motion replay and seeing it come very clearly off the middle of his back, almost off his number. There was a real bright spark in that first game. So Coventry building nicely. They just don't have the bodies in the area, overloaded by Taichung Rock, who play in Chinese Taipei Premier League there. Ratchaburi 1-0 in the opening game, and we're now 2. Chung. Coventry beating Singapore FC by 2-1, but they do trail here. Forward by Finney. Siddle. No one there on the opposite side to pick up the cross.
It was a shame because he got in a dangerous position, didn't he? But having watched Coventry train earlier on in the week, you know, they are using this as pre-season. The boys were working hard. They were running up and down. The coaches were definitely getting the boys fit for the start of the season. So you know, they're obviously working hard, and you know, they've got the fitness, and they will definitely be able to get back into this game. They just need to be patient. They just don't need to force it. You know, they'll get a chance, and I'm sure if they do, they'll take it.
There's so much benefit, isn't there, to playing a pre-season in humid conditions, maybe some conditions that are at a slightly higher altitude, just to improve that running fitness, increase the VO2 max, so your lungs are nice and pumped for when you go back to competing in England. The league season kicking off incredibly shortly. I think it's the weekend of the 9th for those who are playing in the Championship, the EFL kicking, or the League One kicking off the week before. Yeah, and Stretton making the run. It's fallen nicely. There's the equaliser. Powerful strike into the back of the net. The keeper tried to react, but he wasn't getting anywhere near it. Set up nicely and fell to Charlie Finney. Spent last season out on loan in the National League North. And that is an impressive finish from the Coventry City youngster.
Yeah, to be fair, it was a great ball into him, wasn't it, from Elliot Bettyman? But the first touch just set it up, didn't it? You know, sometimes you get the ball pinged into you in such a tight area and the ball's coming at that speed. It's not the easiest thing to control, but his first touch was great. Set the target, you know, set the opportunity up, and he tucked it away nicely. And I love the finish, you know, not just blasting it, just passing it into the corner, knowing that the goalkeeper had no chance.
And will he make it count this time? No. Yeah, it's Kai Yern who sighted the goalkeeper off his line, looking to put Coventry City ahead as we run off for the break. But as things stand, Coventry City 1, Taichung Rock 1, as we break for half-time. We can head back down to Ash, who is with Faisal ahead of the next game.
And we're here pitch side with Faisal from Singapore FC. Faisal, it looks like it's going to rain though, but let's just chat a little bit about, you know, your experience here. Are you enjoying the weather and everything here?
Nah, I absolutely love the weather here in Singapore. I mean, now it's okay, it's windy, but yeah, I mean, it's better than when it's like really, really, really sunny. So
7 minutes. How important is it to make an impact in 7 minutes? Do you think it's...
Yeah, it's so important. Like, you really have to make your chances. Like, you have to really tuck in your chances. 7 minutes is not too much time. Really just goes by with a blink of an eye. So you really have to really just go forward as much as possible. Yeah.
And you know, you got Coach Amri, you know, obviously a Singapore football legend. And how's it like to hear him as a trainer?
Nah, just I look up to him. You know, I saw him as a kid, so it's just nice to look up to, and like I really try to take as much advice from him. And yeah.
And a big game against Ratchaburi as well, so good luck for that. And all the best.
All right, thank you. Thanks so much.
That's it, guys. All the way. And it's back to you guys.
So that game coming up next, Ratchaburi FC up against Singapore FC, and well, as I said there, we do feel like the rain might be coming. You can feel it in the air. There is a slight breeze which is cooling, but the humidity incredibly high. And some concerns that we will have some rain shortly. Well, will it be as dramatic as last night? It was quite the downpour that we had, and of course, Matt, that affects the playing conditions on the pitch with how the ball moves, but also the weight that the players are carrying in their jerseys.
Yeah, of course. I mean, everyone sort of told us about the weather here, and when it rains, it really rains, and we saw the evidence last night. It was quite impressive to watch, actually. I mean, I think the players actually probably quite enjoyed it because it speeds the pitch up when the pitch is wet, but if it rains too much, then obviously it will get flooded.
Coventry continuing to power forward and drive through. Jan, captain, sends it to Stretton. Falls nicely to Charlie Finney. And now they'll try and break. And their effort to lob the keeper. Well, he acted very quickly indeed, Oscar Varney. He knew he needed to send it away from his goal. And Matt, in terms of quick thinking, that header, incredibly important to keep the scoreline level.
It was. He was caught in no man's land, wasn't he? He wasn't sure if he was in the box, and he didn't want to risk it because obviously it would have been a straight red card. And he's a tall lad, and he managed to get the slightest nick on it. I think it came off the fringe, which all these young lads like to sport these days.
Chow Ying sending the ball in. Drops just on the edge of the area. Chen, goal scorer in this game and in the first game of the day. Once Ratchaburi, who are up next. Well, it's interesting to hear from Kyan and him saying just how much it's affected them. Within 30 seconds, they're sweating, they're out of breath, their feet are burning, which when you hear that, I think you can understand slightly more Martin Waghorn's miss of that sitter earlier on. Yeah,
I have heard rumours that it can get that hot here on the pitch that it actually makes their boots melt.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't think it will be that bad today. Like you say, the clouds have come over now, so it's probably a little bit cooler. Oh, it's a good ball in from and there. Who was it? I think it was Mackenzie Stretton. Just didn't quite make the run early enough. Otherwise, that would have been a tap in. Yeah,
threaded it through really nicely. We spoke about in the women's game, players just who aren't used to playing this 7-a-side format, taking a bit more time to get used to knowing that they can be offside and putting themselves in those offside positions. They're so drilled not to do that. And I think particularly with these younger players, we do see a bit of that. They're not as keen to hang around the goal, leave themselves offside.
Yeah, no, it's interesting, isn't it? Because like you see strikers. Oh, it's high and wide, that one. But no, you see strikers like still bending their run to stay on side and go in. You're like, well, you don't need to. But it's just, as you said, it's ingrained in you from a young age, and it's a hard habit to break. But yeah, I mean, it is very. These games are so tactical. When you're out of possession, it looks like Coventry are going man for man and just following their player all around the pitch, which I think is the right way to do it. But like I say, when you've got the ball, you just need to make that pitch as big as possible, stretch it as much as you can, let the ball do the work, and wear your opponent out.
All level. Just over 3 minutes left to play. Big chances at both ends since the goals. And we have another hit. Headed away up by Finney. And substitutions will be made. It will be for Coventry City. Joshua Gordon coming on, plays for the under-18s at Coventry City. Bringing on some fresh legs with 2.5 minutes left to play. Yang. Just well to keep the ball at his feet. Waits for support. And Oscar Varney standing strong at his near post. Taking their time, controlling play. They haven't looked as hurried, Coventry City, when they've been in possession. It's Taechung Rock who have been really pushing it when they've been on the ball. They want to take 3 points, Coventry. And their tally to 6, which surely will set them for the next round confidently. And try and build into going into the cup rather than the plate. Barney, well up. 1 minute left to play. Well, they need to be careful now. Coventry City with a keeper so far forward. He's rushing back now. He will get back on his goal line quite comfortably. And the free kick will be given the way of Taechung Rock.
It's interesting how the game has gone, isn't it? You know, Coventry have the lion's share of possession, and then it's just when they lose the ball, they're a little bit susceptible on the counter attack, as you said, because the goalkeeper comes so far out. But then they're not really sort of like conceding much ground. It's all long range efforts at the moment that's going against them.
And they have conceded in both games. Just over 20 seconds left. Time running out. Will the deadlock be broken? Yeah, mushing in. Doesn't quite get there. 3 seconds left on the clock. And that will be it. A draw for Coventry City up against Taechung Rock. Goals coming from Charlie Finney and Yoon Shung. It's finished here, all level, 1-1. So we've just seen two teams who won in their opening games draw. Now these are the two teams who lost to those two teams. So Ratchaburi FC up against Singapore FC in Group C. Match day 2, this is match 32 as we fly through the 90+ games that will be played over the course of the 3 days we're here in Singapore for the Soccer 7 series. The players emerging from the tunnel. You can see the very tall figure of Jake Jessup there. He will be key for Singapore FC. Really solid, powerful goalkeeper who towers over those around him. You can see he's a full head above his teammates. Well, into their all red kit, Singapore FC. There's Ratchaburi in the kit that we saw them playing earlier, receiving those final words of support from the coach on the touchline. The Singapore FC coaching staff watch on. We heard from Gabriel Kwek earlier on today, and he will be getting us underway when the whistle blows. Referees in the black shorts, orange shirts, and there we go, underway. Gabriel Kwek getting us started as Ratchaburi FC take on Singapore. Ratchaburi playing in Thai League 1, top tier in Thailand, in the Dragons. Didn't quite have that flair and fight that we would have wanted to see from them in the first game. Fight Bolkai, their key player, wearing 77 on his back. He was taken off maybe, I felt, a little early in that first game. You can see he throws his arms up there as a free kick won by Singapore FC. Joe Claridge, who scored against Coventry, jogging over to take it. Where's the captain's armband? British national based here in Singapore. Fizzing a ball just onto the edge of the box, but no one has to bring it down, and now Ratchaburi will try and surge forward through Fike. Spots space on the far side. He was in the academies at Southampton, Chelsea, Leicester for a while. Borkai on the ball now. Electric movement. Jessup not called into action though. An interesting clash this, Matt, between a team who play in Thailand and of course Singapore FC, based here, and a team that know each other very well and are growing incredibly quickly.
Yeah, and obviously the pressure's on Singapore FC playing in front of their home fans. Everyone wants them to win, even though we can't hear much sort of singing down in the stand below us. But yeah, like you say, it's a really interesting dynamic between these two sides. Both that are used to playing sort of seven-a-side football.
Yep, and playing in these temperatures as well. And I think you can tell it with the pace of the games. They've wanted to take things out quickly, move the ball. Not too much in the way of long balls forward, although we do occasionally see it from Jessup. He has good power behind his distribution, but struggled with accuracy in the first few games, or the first game against Coventry, I should say. Kept handing the ball back to the Sky Blues, so you can see them playing out from the back there as Claridge. 1 goal, 1 assist in 2 appearances in the league in 24-25. Singapore FC topping the Equatorial League last season. They were second in the Cosmo League. Those are the 2 amateur leagues that play in the 3rd tier. Very well-developed system here in Singapore. The Cosmo and Equatorial League. No promotion, no relegation. Gives clubs stability to invest in facilities and players some structure and stability as well. Surging forward. Tongsai Bao. Ball just escapes his feet, and back in possession now with the men wearing the red shirt of Singapore FC. Slightly heavy touch. Quick. It's toising, but he's able to stop it, and he'll be back on the ball here. What can he do? Taps it to one side. A huge opportunity going amiss, and they hang their heads. They know they should have done a lot better. Rhys Henry, he cannot believe it. He really can't, because so much work had gone into quite stopping the ball, rebounding then himself off the advertising hoardings. He kept going, and he's just lost the ball under his feet, Rhys Henry.
Yeah, I think Martin Wagholm's going to be pleased with that. I think he's now taken the mantle of the worst miss of the tournament away from Wags. So yeah, that was a great opportunity. I think it was just one of those where he just took his eye off the ball. He just thought it was so easy, but the ball came to him quite quickly. And they're the ones that you really need to concentrate on the most, because you see sometimes like players like leaning back a little bit and it goes over the bar. But yeah, unfortunately, he just took his eye off the ball and it was a bit of an air shot.
Well, I think that's one thing that people might be mistaken about, and I think I probably fell into that trap before, you know, really absorbing how Sevens football is played, as Ratchaburi coming forward. But, can't find a way through, and it will be a throw for Ratchaburi on the far side. Taking their time. Space there. Huge amount of space. Surely he should finish, and he does. Fike Borkai, the man who had the weight on his shoulders. All eyes were on him this tournament. And he opens his account. Really well-placed ball. Leaning back, and Ratchaburi lead.
good finish, wasn't it? Jake Jessup did his best to close the angle down, but again, it was just one of those. There was that spare man. Singapore just switched off. Let the guy get in at the back stick.
And is.
Sorry, I was just going to say that was the one play you didn't want to be free in the box.
Absolutely, and this is just moments after. Well, they've missed a huge opportunity, Singapore FC, but he's on the ball again, Rhys Henry, and can't drive it to one of his teammates. There's not really any red shirts ahead of where they needed to be. Confirmation of the changes, so Finket coming on. And Sibua coming off. Henry. Well, there was appeals there, fair number of shouts, but nothing given by the referee. "20 seconds left to play this first half. Ratchaburi lead by a goal to nil. There in the channels, and they've been good at exploiting them so far. Bonkai on the ball once again. And there is the whistle. So, at half-time, Ratchaburi lead by a goal to nil. So, while the players take a break, we can go back down pitch side to Ash.
Corinthians is with us. Welcome to Singapore. Just take me through, your experience so far the last 2 days as well.
Estou muito feliz da oportunidade que a gente está vivendo aqui na Ásia, primeira vez na Ásia. É campeonato com uma estrutura muito linda, muito top. E se Deus quiser a gente vai buscar esse título aí, ser campeão e levar esse título para o Brasil.
He's really happy for being here playing in Singapore. The structure is really good. And if God help us, we will win.
What about the tournament, 7-a-side football, 7 minutes? Is it difficult? Is he used to this?
O que você acha dos 7 minutos? Se é pouco, muito?
Pelo tamanho do campo, 7 minutos eu acho que é o ideal. A gente está acostumado a jogar 7 contra 7, mas num campo menor. Mas eu acho que os 7 minutos é o ideal pelo tamanho do campo.
By the field, it is really big, so he thinks 7 minutes is really good, because in Brazil he used to play in a small field, so he thinks 7 minutes it is the best.
Muito obrigada, and welcome, and also good luck for the next game. And it's back to you guys.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Ash. We're back underway. Ratchaburi by a goal to nil. Like Nokia, the player finding the back of the net. Member of the Brunei royal family. Born in the United States, represented and served as the captain of the national team, and to come close to finding another Ratchaburi there. Weren't too far away. Big save required from Jessup.
It was just a shame there, wasn't it? Because Singapore had the chance to hit them on the counter-attack. And I think it was Rhys Henry had quite a simple pass forward, but just gave it away. And then, it's funny how as soon as Singapore make a mistake, then they're really vulnerable on the counter-attack.
Loses out, just wanting to get back on the ball. Courage. Okay, can't keep Ball driving towards the target. Well, it is incredibly hot. The rain that we were predicting hasn't quite hit yet. I do wonder if or when it will come. Jessup. Free kick now given. Claridge drawing the foul.
And I think Claridge will fancy this one. Is perfect position for a left footer. Obviously, with the goal being on the 6-yard line of the full-size pitch, you know, it's what, probably 22, 23 yards out. So it'd be rude not to have a shot. Needs to hit the target.
Oh, he gave it a good go. Great goalkeeping. Had sight on it all the way through, but it was heading to that bottom corner. Almost tucked it in.
Keeper did well, didn't it? Because it bounced just in front of him as well, which makes it even more difficult for the goalkeeper to make the save. But nice firm wrist, put it around the post. Claridge was unlucky because you could see what he was trying to do, just trying to catch him a little bit off guard, take it early. But the goalkeeper read it well.
Good grit, Wong Mima, the man between the sticks for Ratchaburi. Represented Thailand at under 23 level, under 19 as well. Can they find the equaliser? 2 minutes, 45 seconds left to play. They're building better. Claridge has a go. Well saved. And Kwek, the ball almost flying out of the arena there. Really had some height and power on it, but nowhere near the target.
Claridge's strike was great, wasn't he? He actually had a sort of a poor first touch and the ball got away from him a little bit, so he was stretching on the volley, but he caught it absolutely sweet as a nut, and the goalkeeper did very, very well to keep that one out.
Only got one player holding that high line. It's Gabriel Kwek, who's trying to disturb the Ratchaburi back line. Kit just taking a quick touch. Well, 3 shots on target for Ratchaburi, only 2 for Singapore FC. Mulling their missed opportunities. Surely. That's 2-1 to Coventry in the first game. Heading towards a 1-0 defeat in the second, whereas Ratchaburi bounced back from that 1-0 defeat and moving incredibly well. He rounds the goalkeeper. It's an exceptional finish. Superb once again, a brace for Bolkiah. Now we have to take a look back at this because it is such an emphatic finish. Keeps his cool, rounds his man, pings it off the underside of the bar, and it just rolls down the back of the net. Sublime.
As soon as he gets in that position, you just knew he was going to score. The composure is good to watch. He's obviously took it inside Jessup, and then as soon as he does that, he's just unleashed his the powerful shot, as you said, in off the underside of the crossbar, and the player on the line had no chance of stopping it.
He felt like he came off too early in the first game against Taichung Rock. And I saw him trekking off the pitch. Felt like taking off one of the key action mans far too early.
I think when you've got a goal scorer in this format, you need to leave them on for the whole game, because they're going to get chances. They might only get one a game, but if you've got your main man on the pitch and it falls to him, we've seen what he's done. Two chances, 2 goals. And he's taken them both superbly.
And he has been and will be the difference as it finishes. Ratchaburi FC 2. 2 goals from Fike Bolkia. Ratchaburi 2, Singapore FC 0.
Back out here at Jalan Besar for the next fixture. Men's Open Group D matchup. It is match 33 of the Soccer 7 series. Corinthians of Brazil up against Shanghai Shenhua of China. This should be a good one in Group D. Top 2 sides coming up against each other. They both looked really good in their opening matches. Shanghai Shenhua with a comfortable 2-0 win against Indonesia's Persib Bandung, currently 3rd on the standings. Cosmo Select bottom of Group D at the moment after their 4-0 defeat against Corinthians. This is a specialized 7-a-side team from Corinthians that's made its way across out here to Singapore. Fans enjoying themselves out here as well. Lots of football already taking place here at the Soccer 7 series. And lots more still to come. Just about 10 seconds away from kickoff here between Corinthians and Shanghai Shenhua. There we go then. Kickoff at Jalan Besar. It's Corinthians to get us underway. Going from right to left on your screens. Up against Shanghai Shenhua in the all blue. Matt with me in the commentary position. Matt, looking forward to this one?
Yeah, definitely. I was blown away with how good Corinthians were in the first game. I mean, I think for me, they're the best team I've seen so far. They look very dangerous, all excellent on the ball. And as soon as I say that, he gives it away. And now they're on the defensive.
Well, here come Shanghai Shenhua. Plenty of pace in this young side. Oh, that's a lovely finish. A brilliant goal right at the start of this contest. Shanghai Shenhua with the early lead. A quick break, lightning on the transition, and a brilliant finish to put themselves into the lead.
Yeah, I'll take the blame for that one. The commentator's curse. But yeah, as you said, I mean, it was great closing down to start off with, and then they attacked with pace. And what a finish that was. Left foot bent away from the keeper in that far corner. Great start for Shanghai there.
Great goal. Excellent finish.
But as I was saying, Corinthians were excellent in that first game. You know, very composed on the ball, all very talented players, all very dangerous going forward. So this could be a high-scoring game.
Yeah, it certainly could. A bit of a shock, I think, this one for Corinthians, because they were very comfortable in their opening match, and now they're coming up against an energetic young side who are showing that there'll be a threat on the counter. It's something that Corinthians will have to be wary of. Here they come again, Shanghai Shenhua. Plenty of space in behind this high defensive line here being played by Corinthians, Matt.
Yeah, maybe, you know, Corinthians, having gone 1-0 down early, they might sort of be a little bit more respectful of the opposition. Maybe they thought after that first game they were going to come and just walk through every team they played against. But, you know, Shanghai Shenhua are as you said, very good young team, well organised, and they're going to make it difficult for Corinthians.
It's taken away again. That was the number 20 for Corinthians, Leonardo Venancio Costa, also known as Belé. Swept out wide to Christian Barbosa. Canyoto, he's got a sweet left foot. Not on that occasion. My turn for the commentator's curse.
Yep. It happens to the best of us.
7 Brazilian league titles for Corinthians as a club, 3 Brazilian Cups, Copa Libertadores title, 2 FIFA Club World Cups as well. Just some of the silverware in their impressive trophy cabinet. fielding a specialized 7-a-side team here, the Soccer Sevens series. You saw how comfortable they were with the ball. There's almost a bit of a futsal style as well with some of the technique.
Yeah, exactly.
With the rolls, soles of the feet, and things like that.
That's it. And that, but like you say, just listing the you know, the trophies that the club have won. It's a huge club. It's a great, you know, privilege for us to be able to host them at the tournament. You know, they've travelled a long, long way, but they mean business.
That's clipped in. Chance for Corinthians here. Well, Carlos Alberto, also known as Juninho, knew what he was trying to do there, just couldn't quite make it happen.
As you say again, it's that rolling the foot over the ball, it's that futsal skills. Just unfortunately hit the back of his foot and bounced up into the goalkeeper's hands.
Well, great start to this matchup, being played in an excellent pace. Here comes Shanghai Shenhua. Zhang Bin driving through the midfield. Gets it out wide to Pang. Back to Zhang Bin. Space top of the box, that's good goalkeeping. Comes out quickly, blocks off the angles, and Corinthians can transition here. Do they have the pace though? At the moment, he's being forced to just hold it up. He's got Luizinho for company. Here he is! A save there by Liu Haoran, goalkeeper for Shanghai Shenhua. Kanyoto. Here is Belay. Again. Just rolling the boots over the ball there. The number 99 scored a great goal, Luis Enrique Luizinho. Scored a great goal, solo goal in their first match. The length of the pitch almost, and put it away. It's Kanyoto. Took his eyes off it, but strong enough to recover. It's going to come from distance, not too far off. Was the number 7, Carlos Alberto.
Great strike, wasn't it? You could see what he wanted to do as soon as he got the ball. There wasn't really any other option, so he just got the ball out of his feet, and that was very close to the equaliser there.
Yeah, most of these Shanghai Shenhua players, featuring 4, their under-21 team in the domestic league, full of energy, full of running, plenty of pace in this side. Just having to sit back here. Corinthians thrown into the game, keeping a hold of some really good solid possession. Had a couple of efforts already in this first half. Keeping the shape here. Shanghai Shenhua, this 2-1-3. Zhang Bin is in the middle of the park, then the number 48. There's Bellet. Back to Juninho. Given away. Zhang Bin. Protected it well initially, but just saw his outlet pass closed off by Luizinho, who's made a run towards the far side of the area. It's Luizinho. Inside to Belay. Wants it back, gets it back. Belay, big chance for Corinthians, and that was touched over.
Yeah, didn't quite notice the touch, but it was much needed, because that was great intricate play, wasn't it? You know, played it into the striker's feet, followed his pass, got the return. Should have really scored.
Should be another corner, and it is for Corinthians. Referee should give them enough time to take this one. Juninho into Bellet. Quick shot at goal. He's just leaning back as he hits that. So plenty of shots for Corinthians, not much joy. It's Shanghai Shenhua with the early goal, going to the break ahead. Let's go to Ash.
And Paddy from Cosmos Select is with us. Pitch side, Paddy, we were talking a little bit about the tournament, how intense it's been for you guys.
Absolutely. Look, it's full-size pitch, 7-a-side, and it is extremely hot and humid, so it's a lot. But yeah, it's been very enjoyable so far. We're looking forward to our next 2 games and seeing how things go. Okay.
I was seeing your team a little bit earlier. You guys have like a mix of young and old as well.
Yeah, look, it's great to have a mix of experience and also a bit of youth. So they're bringing a bit to us, and like young lads are hopefully a bit quick, and we'll see how they go. Corinthians were very experienced, and it was a tough game, but like I think things will go well in the next two, hopefully.
And a couple of last-minute goals as well we saw earlier on against Corinthians with the other team. So how does that feel?
Like it's tough. Look, when you're pushing and you're trying to score, and then you're getting caught in the counter attack, it's tough going. It's a harsh format because you try and attack and then you get left open, and the other teams are very strong, so they'll just counter, and that's how it ends. But it's okay.
It's okay, yeah. Persip's coming up next, so all the best for that. And yeah, we will see you then.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So next match in Group D is Persip against Cosmo Select. Just there talking about how tough they're finding it out here. Matt, tell us about what it might be like for these players. The heat and humidity, that's one thing to contend with, and then the vastness of this playing surface as well.
Yeah, having spoken to the Masters teams, you know, the Leicester, the Forest Reds and the East London All-Stars, that's what the common theme is with them. They're saying, you know, yeah, we've played in heat before, but when it's 11-a-side, the pitch is a lot smaller, so yeah, they're struggling.
Here comes Shanghai Shenhua. Good defending in the end by Kaka. Then scored a couple of goals in the first match for Corinthians. Making the changes during the break are Corinthians, fresh legs on. Bit of a shift in approach perhaps as well.
Yeah, they brought Eduardo on, haven't they? He was fantastic in the first game, scored a couple of really good goals. So I'm guessing they're going to look to him to try and get Corinthians back in the game here.
Keeping it in the corner for the moment. Still a long way to go in this second half. Just eating away at the second. Notice that time bar top of your screen. So each segment representing a minute of the half. Down to 6 for the second period of this contest. Shanghai Shenhua with the delivery in. Kaka flicks it away. Luizinho has to go back for the moment. They recover really well, Shanghai Shenhua. Putting blue shirts back into that defensive shape. Strong conditioning levels.
Yeah, like you say, they're very well organised. They're fit. They can get back into those defensive positions, the ones that the coaches have asked for. So it's going to be tough for Corinthians to break them down, but they've definitely got the ability to do so.
With players like that, Kaká with the step over.
Yeah, he's their danger man now. That's why they brought him on at half-time, to come and try and make that difference, to get the goal back, get them in the game. But interestingly, he's sort of not playing up front. He's right back at the moment, which is probably a little bit of a waste, but we've seen he can still cause damage from there.
He's drifting in from a deeper position, perhaps. Kaká, that's the name we've been given. His full name is Eric Eduardo da Silva Capamagian. 29 years of age. Here's the number 29, Lucas Hector. He's looking for a way through. Shanghai Shenhua just running into a bit of trouble. Gets outnumbered. Lovely. Some ball in, headed back. Just too many blue shirts in the area. Come Corinthians into the box once more. Rubens de Almeida goes across. Tries to draw out this Shanghai Shenhua defense again. Easy for Tang Pin. Keeping up the pressure here, the Brazilian side.
Yeah, they definitely upped it a level, haven't they? A couple of changes they've made. They look sharper. They look like they are hungry to get the equaliser.
Oh, that's lovely though. That's that pace, that acceleration away. Shanghai Shenhua, the players have that capacity to do that sort of thing, which can be really frustrating for Corinthians. Good save, decent effort, but again, it's the speed of the transitions for Shanghai Shenhua.
It is, and they're so dangerous at it. You know, they would have spoken about it before the game. You know, they know the Corinthians are probably going to have the majority of possession, but when they do get it, if they do break with that pace that they have, they're showing how dangerous they are.
This will be taken shot. It's a bit of a waste though, given straight back to Corinthians. It's been difficult for them, even on these counter-attacks, to really outnumber Shanghai Shenhua's. Have a look at the players who are tracking back. Zhang Bin has been immense in the middle of the park. There he is again, moves it on quickly. And that's good pressing from Corinthians this time around. Ruben Almeida gives it straight back to the Chinese side.
It's just showing how important it is to make the right decisions at the right time. You know, Hector there made a great run, like a 60-yard run with the ball. Then when he gets to just play the simple pass, he gives it away, and then you have to run 60 yards back. And in this heat, you don't want to be doing that. That's why when I played football, the only reason I learned how to pass the ball to a teammate is because I didn't want to chase anyone back. That's why I just learned how to keep it.
Oh, that's good goalkeeping. Well, you talk about that, keeping a hold of the ball. It's important in the 11-a-side game, but in the sevens as well, especially in a format like this, it's crucial.
It is, and it's about picking the right pass at the right time and not forcing it and trying to make something happen that's not on, because if you give it away, the pitch is massive and you have to do so much running, and so you have to work so hard to get the ball back.
Well, he thought about a shot there. Again, futsal roll. Not shaking off the defender, so has to go on the outside. Luizinho picks it up, the number 99. He's got Kaká for company. Looking for the opening in the area. It's on to his right, has to go back out again to Belay. Shanghai holding firm, that's a great shot, wonderful save. Liu Hao Ran keeping that one out.
Yeah, they're probing, aren't they? You can sense an equaliser's coming. They've only got just over 60 seconds to get it.
Running out of time here, Corinthians. Dramatic finish at Jalan Besar Stadium. The top two in this group. Shanghai Shenhua, the young side, in the lead. Corinthians looking for the equaliser, Luizinho. Oh.
There's that Brazilian flair that we paid to see.
Lucas Hector, 25-year-old. There he is, number 29, with the attempt at the Rabona. Not quite coming off, but they hang on to it here. Kaká slides it through. Luizinho, could this be the moment? Denied again. Shanghai Shenhua holding firm.
They're defending for their lives, aren't they? They're throwing their bodies in the way. They know they've only got 20 seconds to hold on.
So close to the end. Can Kaká come up with something? Hands it on to Pelé. Goes across to the other side. And that should be it for Shanghai Shenhua. Final opportunity. Goalkeeper has been so solid as well.
Yeah, good decision there, just keeping it as far away from his goal as possible.
I was thinking about going into the corner there, especially with nothing left on the clock. Doesn't really matter. Referee blows for full time. A really enjoyable contest, this one. Played at a great pace, wonderful intensity, and it's the young side from China. Shanghai Shenhua will come away with the win to go top of the group. So straight into our next fixture then, match number 34 on the second day of the Soccer 7 series. Persib Bandung of Indonesia up against Cosmo Select of Singapore. Men's Open Group D. We had a pretty entertaining encounter just before this one with the Shanghai Shenhua, the young Shanghai Shenhua side, coming up against the more experienced Brazilians of Corinthians. And it was Shanghai Shenhua came away with the 1-0 win after an early goal, held firm defensively. And now it's down to the sides in third and fourth in this group. Persib against Cosmo Select. Both sides losing their first fixture in this tournament. Persib found it difficult against Shanghai Shenhua to really make an impact, and Cosmo Select were outclassed by Corinthians. So we'll see what they're able to put up against each other in this one. It is a very young Persib side. No players over the age of 19 in this squad. They are one of the giants of Indonesian football, one of the best supported clubs in Asia. Enjoyed a rise to prominence in recent seasons, become the dominant force in Southeast Asia, one of the dominant clubs in Southeast Asia once more. They recently won the Indonesian Liga 1 title. So we get underway here at Jalan Besar. Persib playing in the all blue, going from right to left on your screens, up against Cosmo Select. This Cosmo Select side made up of a selection of the top amateur players from Singapore and some young players with promising futures. What an opportunity for these players as well, playing at an amateur level, getting the experience of coming out here at the Soccer 7 series and testing themselves against teams from around the world.
Well, yeah, it's the opportunity, isn't it, to you know, pick your wits against some top players, as we were saying earlier. Ellen and I, you know, coming up against guys like, you know, Leicester and all these teams, who've just been in the same environment as them. You know, it's going to inspire these young lads to sort of show us what they can do, and to keep working hard and improving their game, because you know that's the level that you can get to if you work hard enough.
We had a great tournament so far, and we've had 70 goals scored across the competition after that Shanghai Shenhua game. 15 in the men's, 29 in the women's, 26 in the masters. We'll run through the top scorers here. Sharples with Cosmo Masters, 4 goals. The women's, Kasia Souza of Corinthians and Yu Chia Hui of Shanghai Shenhua Women's with 3 goals each. Talking earlier about the race for the Golden Boot. And it's going to be a thrilling race, because we've seen some players really step up and find the back of the net on a regular basis.
Yeah, and as we were saying earlier, there's been some amazing goals as well, isn't there? I'm not sure if there is a goal of the tournament trophy, but if there is, there's quite a few contenders so far.
Yeah, we'll award an unofficial one from the commentary position.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll have a look through at the highlights. There have been plenty, so it's going to be a tough one to try and figure out. Put away here, Persib Bandung looking for a big improvement in their performance, winning a free kick there.
It's harsh. I didn't think that was a foul. I thought it was a shoulder challenge. I thought, yeah, Hugo just got a little bit, or maybe there was a bit of a shirt pull. Just looking at the replay there, still wasn't enough for Hugo to go down, but it's in a dangerous area.
So it looks like this will be taken by number 18, 17-year-old Hugo Arik Ramdhani. Persib have a great tradition of producing quality young players. It's Hugo. Blocked off on its way through. And Cosmo Select for a spell of possession here. It's gotten a lot cloudier here at the Jalan Besar Stadium. Still high humidity, but it's a nice bit of a breeze going across.
Yeah, the players would definitely appreciate that the sun has just gone behind the clouds. Maybe allowed the temperature to drop by a degree or two.
Pretty decent tempo through this matchup as well. Women's Open beginning today. Yesterday we had the women's and the masters, 18 matches, and 46 on the program at the start. First match kicking off at 8 in the morning local time. Coming up to about 4.5 hours of football already, and we've got a long way to go yet.
Yeah, we'll be with you until about 9:30 tonight.
Yeah, that's right.
If we're still awake by then. But we'll get the caffeine down us to make sure that we can stay awake that long.
Well, thankfully, there have been lots of goals, and the football's been entertaining.
Well, that's the thing. The football has been that good. You don't feel tired, do you? So it's exciting. It's fast football, as the advert would say. So we're all having a great time watching some very talented players out in front of us.
It really has just flown by here. There's Cross, who made his Singapore Premier League debut for Tanjung Pagar United last season. Normally plays at left back or left wing back, but he's playing as an attacker for Cosmo Select. Gets into the box. Good ball in, should be the opener, and it is. Cosmo Select. Alexandra Bertolon, the number 7, taps it in after some excellent work from the 17-year-old Thorsten Cross.
Yeah, Cross did amazingly well there, didn't he? I mean, as the sliding tackle came in, he rode it well, and then he gets into that final third. Can he pick the right pass out? Does he shoot? Does he cross? He's picked the perfect cross, and it was a tap-in the end. But yeah, fantastically worked goal there for Cosmos Select.
Bertolon, the number 7, keeping pace with Thorsten Cross. So Persib have had all of the possession. Cosmo with the quick break on the transition, doing the damage.
And that's the thing, and we saw that in the last game, didn't we? With you know, with Corinthians and Shanghai Shenhua. It's not always the team in possession that score the goals. It's exploiting gaps the opposition leave and taking full advantage when you get those chances.
Well, it can be such an effective strategy in the world of football, whether it's 11 aside or 7s, to just sit back and protect the spaces and then look to hit quickly on the counters.
Well, I mean, we only have to look to our left, and the guys behind the goal there, Leicester. You know, that's how they won the Premier League. And they didn't care. You know, they played to their strengths. Jamie Vardy up front, Danny Drinkwater playing great through balls to him, and he would score for fun, and that's how they won the league. So it's you know, there's definitely more than one way to win a game of football.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's about playing to your strengths, and you know, Cosmos Select there have done exactly that.
That's what it's about. I mean, when you go into tournaments, you're looking to win matches. Find a way to do that. Play fancy football, end up losing.
Yeah.
A bit of a shrug off the ball there. The officials don't think there's anything wrong with that. And there it is. The whistle for the break. Cosmo Select with the goal in that first half, with the lead going into half-time. Some great pictures of Singapore there. Really lovely city.
Yeah,
we're here at
for those people that
Jalan Besar. Yep.
Yeah,
sorry.
no, I was going to say, for those people that's the first time in Singapore, obviously me being one of them.
Yeah.
It's such an amazing city, isn't it? It's so beautiful. Yeah, but everyone's been so impressed with what they've seen. Yeah, everyone I've spoken to has just been just in awe of the you know, the quality of the place. So it's a fantastic venue to come and play football.
Well, what have some of your personal highlights been of your time in Singapore so far? Have you had a chance to really get around and have a look, try some of the food?
The food's amazing. Yeah, I love the food. I haven't really been out sightseeing too much, so which is a shame because there's so much football to watch.
Yeah.
So you know, I don't really want to miss any of this. But yeah, hopefully I'll get a chance to go and have a little bit of a touristy route round and have a look, see all the sites.
Very good. Need some recommendations, just let me know.
I will do.
Second half back underway. Persib. Blue, lovely turn, a chance for the equaliser. It's a great finish, some excellent work there by Persib. Almost straight from kickoff in this second half. And it's the number 8, Aska Fawaz Ashaid.
He did well, didn't he? He was turning, twisting. He got his half a yard that he needed, even with a little slip involved. Managed to get away from his man.
Well, he keeps his balance brilliantly.
He did. And then it was a really firm strike. He didn't have a chance.
Well, that strong core. trunk, that lower body, allowing him to keep himself upright there. Spins away from his marker. That's a good finish. So it's 1-1 here. Evenly matched at these two sides. Nice and entertaining. Changes for Cosmo Select as well, which makes a lot of sense. Keep those intensity levels up, especially after conceding that equalizer. Chance to go ahead, not wasted by Cross. Disappointing for Persib, but joy for Cosmo Select.
And the substitutes make a difference as soon as they come on. Good cross in, great header back across the goal, and it was an easy tap in the end. So yeah, I would say that that was the perfect response from the coach, making those changes, taking the lead.
Yeah, it was the number 4 Reese Tomos with the assist, and Thorsten Cross with the goal. So an assist and a goal for the Cosmo Select number 9. Incredibly talented young player. A good job for his side up front as well. That's Persib. To try and find the equalizer again. Saved by the goalkeeper. Freddie Tuma loves to actually step out of his penalty area, become an extra player when they have the ball. We haven't seen much of that in this matchup. We saw it earlier, and maybe because they lost pretty heavily, he's been told not to step up too much. Well,
yeah.
There he goes, close to the center circle now.
Yeah, but like you say, like, you know, in previous tournaments, you've seen the goalkeepers really pushing forward a lot higher than they have today. But yeah, they're erring on the side of caution, maybe.
There's Pedro Carlos, the number 10, into Bartolon. Cross once more with the finish. On his right foot this time. No problems for Thorsten Cross. Lovely work from Cosmo Select.
Yeah, Thorsten Cross is having a good day in the office today. 2 goals, 1 assist. Playing very well.
Alexander Bertolon with the assist there, so he gets himself a goal and an assist as well. Cross 1 assist, 2 goals. The youngsters for Cosmo Select coming to the fore. Oh, looking good for Persib. And they are a very young side, so these players will learn from this experience, traveling overseas as a team as well, and it gives you that opportunity to get together and to bond off the pitch.
Yeah, no,
in a different country.
And that's the thing, when you're a young lad and you get an opportunity like this to go and experience, it's amazing. I was talking to a friend of mine who used to play for Celtic as a young lad, and he went and played in the Hong Kong Soccer 7s like years ago, and he still talks about it now with such fond memories. He loved it. You know, and at that age, it's great to play against different countries who have different ways of playing and different tactical sort of like side of the game. Yeah, these guys are only going to improve from being here.
I'm interested to know, Matt, when you watch tournaments like this, are you still tempted to get out there?
I've got my boots in the suitcase. if anyone needs an old left back that can't run anymore, I'm your man.
One of the master sides might take you up on that.
Well, you would have thought I'd have been chosen for the Forest Reds, bearing in mind I played for Forest, but yeah, no, I didn't get picked. It was pretty much like when I was at Forest, I didn't get picked to play for them much. So yeah, but I didn't take offence to it. That's all right.
Here's Bertolon. Trying to take on one too many. There's Mehdi Bourmaz. Just with the roll and the effort. Looking for another one here, Cosmo Select. Well, he decides to keep that in play. I thought he was going to let it run out for a throw-in. Battling away. That's Tomos. It's taken off him. That's loose, defending from Persib. There's Mehdi. You can tell with the way certain players move. They look like street footballers, play a lot of street soccer or like futsal. 5-a-sides and things like that.
Yeah, but you can see the physicality. You know, the Cosmos boys are a lot bigger and stronger than the Persib boys. But again, it's only going to help the you know, the young lads of Persib to come and play up against bigger, stronger players. You know, they need to work out how they can play to their strengths to actually beat these guys.
That was Cross with the header. He's had his fun up front. He's got a couple of goals. Dropped in to defence, but has burst forward again. Cross, well, on his hat-trick, he's been unselfish, and he's set up a teammate. It's Pedro Carlos with the goal for Cosmo Select after some excellent work from Torsten Cross once more.
Yeah, like you say, he's on a hat-trick. It's a very selfless player that would pass that. But, like you say, two goals, 2 assists. I think he's definitely going to get the player of the match for this game.
Well, there you go. A great win for Cosmo Select. Complete control of this one, just quicker, stronger and sharper in front of goal. It finishes 4-1 to Cosmo Select.
And back we go to the Masters competition, and this sort of standalone game of Leicester City up against Persib Masters. Usually we have a few games go back to back with the Masters, but this just all by itself, and it's a big game as well. Leicester City will go top with a draw or a win. It's their final game as we go down to Ash.
And we're here with Danny Simpson from Leicester Masters. Danny, you've played in the Premier League, so how familiar are you with the 7-a-side format?
No, I played in this 2 years ago in Hong Kong, so I'm quite familiar with it. But obviously you've got the heat, obviously we've got a new team, we've been put back together because obviously we're all good friends. So no, it's been a good experience up to now. We're doing quite well, and we're keeping clean sheets.
You think you guys can go all the way and win the tournament?
Listen, we always believe, you know, look at the Leicester story in 2016, we always believe we can win, so we need to make sure we finish today right, and obviously look forward to the knockouts tomorrow.
All the best, Danny, and we'll see you then.
And off jogs, Danny Simpson. It's been great to hear from him over the course of the last 2 days. Plenty of Leicester shirts in the stands. Said they have the belief, this team full of players who won the Premier League in the 2015-16 season. And what an underdog story that was, and one that is so fondly thought of, I think, by many in the Premier League, not just Leicester fans, because it shows just exactly what you can do when a team pulls together and shows all its talent in a league that is so regularly dominated by the Big Six. And this year, of course, we've seen some different names rise to the front. Let's not go all the way to the top, but some big moments as well for those teams who I'm used to seeing sit in mid-table. Coming back to the top, Forest, of course, springing to mind immediately, and the Forest Reds will be coming back out later on this afternoon. It's a huge opportunity for Leicester City, and this is a big chance here. Up to the byline, trying to find the right space is Drinkwater. Simpson controls it well with his chest. Zalewski feeds it through, sent high, and there with the finish. Right place, right time. Danny Simpson, as the ball dropped perfectly to his feet. A massive smile on his face, because within the first 2 minutes, Leicester City lead by a goal to nil.
And interestingly, Leicester have gone in this game without a striker. So they're change the system up, change the formation, but it's working. You can see Leicester are just getting better and better with each game, aren't you? I mean, they're such good players, and they've worked out now how to play this sort of 7-a-side format, and they're looking very, very ominous.
Depth, the player on the ball, we heard from him earlier on, the Persib legend, 227 appearances he made in his time Persib, the team that play in the top tier of Indonesian football, won the Super League titles back-to-back for the last 2 years. And this squad full of players who won it in 2014 and then backed it up with the President's Cup win the year later. So they're third in the group, Persib, and they're unable to fall any lower with the games being played before or climb any higher. So they will progress through to the Masters Plate knockout round tomorrow. 5 teams in each of the 2 groups, top 2 going into the cup competition, 3rd and 4 into the plate. And Leicester City looking to top the group, which of course, Matt, is important for their draw then in the semi-finals tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. But you heard Danny Simpson talking before the game. It was so interesting hanging out with the 3 English Masters teams that have come over before the tournament. It was all very friendly, very jovial. They're laughing and joking with each other. But as soon as the game time starts, it then becomes serious. I mean, West Ham lost their first. East London All-Stars, they lost their first game, and they were sort of all arguing afterwards because it means so much to them. They want to win, they want to do well. So it's good to see that they've still got that competitive spirit.
It's a great ball forward, chested down. And a battle to find the space. Drinkwater still there. Superb delivery. Dyer, I think, who sent the long ball forward. Of course, Drinkwater in the right position, knowing that you can be offside. There is no offside in this sevens format, so just sticking around the goalkeeper. Looking for the options. Time, Persib. A big win, or win of any kind, you feel, would give them some momentum, particularly over one of the pre-competition favourites. Well, they controlled the play, didn't they, after they scored the goal in the other game that we saw of theirs today against Real Singapore. You would expect, with the goal coming a lot earlier in this one, that they'll push on from here.
Yeah, but it's like I say, it's got the same feel to it, hasn't it? They're being patient. They know they've got the goal, so they don't need to score another one. But they can just pass it around. They can keep probing, waiting for the perfect opportunity. But what's interesting is how they're, sort of interchanging their positions. At the moment, you've got the 2 centre halves for Leicester playing as strikers. Yeah. So they're not shy of moving around the pitch and keeping Persib working hard.
Yeah, we saw that as well with the keeper Luke Steele, who did come out of his goal a little bit further in the last game, just to aid going forward. He controls that very well with his head, and a chance now. Who taps it across, and it's dribbled in off the back of one of the Persib players. So it'll go down as an own goal. They were chasing in to make sure that it did go over the line, but the fate was sealed as soon as it took the touch off one of the white shirts. Hoot sent it in, and well, Vasilevsky. Well, it has gone to Vasilevsky. I think just sliding in, it looked like it had gone over the line before it got to his ball, before he made contact with it, but has been given the delivery from Robert Huth, and he now has an assist to pair with his goal from earlier on today. Such a tall figure, isn't he, Robert Huth? I did ask the East London All-Stars players what their plan would be if their goalkeeper goes down injured. They've only one goalkeeper out, of course, and Luke Steele already stepping up in the place of Ben Hamer, and they said that it would be James Collins that goes in goal. And you do feel that maybe if should anything happen to Luke Steele, it would be German Robert Huthi would step up into that role with his height.
Yeah, definitely. He would definitely score the goal. He would be an imposing figure to try and score past.
Alexiou has been really solid in this competition. He's made some massive saves yesterday. Some really big moments for the man in the green and yellow kit. He had 66 appearances for Panathinaikos between 2014 and 2017, and the wrong call just as the whistle blows. Danny Simpson should have taken a shot on there himself, but they do lead by 2-0. Leicester City cruising towards the top of the table. Back underway. Leicester City Masters lead by 2-0 and on the way to top the group. I think everyone was looking at Dortmund and the imposing figures that they have on the pitch, what they look like as a team, and certainly the English teams who have travelled had them down as big favourites and touted them as their big rivals. But Leicester City, of course, a lot of noise around this team before they step foot in Singapore, but with that draw in the first game, we did just wonder, were the signs there? But they have been really growing into this competition as St Ledger. Just lets the ball go back to Luke Steele. Albrighton on the pitch. He's been superb. Vasilevsky. St Ledger. 37 caps for the Republic of Ireland. 3 goals at international level. 3 years at Leicester City between 2011 and 2014. On now on the pitch as well, so they have put those forwards back on now, Matt.
Yeah, and well played. You can see what Waghorn was trying to do there, just to dummy it, let it go completely through his legs. But yeah, I think with Leicester's squad being so strong, the changes they make at half time actually sort of improve them. They brought the 2 young pups on, the 2 35-year-olds. Yeah, it just shows how strong they actually are, and they're just toying with Perciv at the moment, aren't they?
So Perciv found space, Steele's come out into the side netting, Tantan. And it was brave of Luke Steele to come out, make himself nice and big, limit the options that Tantan has to go for goal, and they'll take this corner quickly, played short. Atep on the ball now. Chips it up and chested down into the arms of Luke Steele by St Ledger. Waghorn goes for goal, just rolls it into the back of the net. It all opened up for Leicester City. Martin Waghorn was there just to caress the ball over the line. Leicester lead by 3-0.
Yeah, another fantastic assist from Mark Albrighton. He had one yesterday, eye of a needle pass through that created an opportunity to score. And that one again, you know, it's just a great ball through. It all stemmed from a great run from Waghorn. You know, he saw that the space was in behind. He knew he had the beating of the defender, but you know, you still need that technical ability to be able to produce the pass, and then to finish the way he did was excellent.
Yeah, it has actually gone down as an own goal now, the second goal for Leicester City. I'm not surprised about that at all. I did think it had gone over the line before Vasilevsky got there, and that now confirmed on the graphic.
Vasilevsky will be fuming.
He will be fuming. But also, I think if he watches it back, he's got absolutely no claim on that.
He hasn't, even though he was desperately trying to keep making
Here
it
at Leicester once again, great save from the keeper to deny Albrighton.
But yeah, Leicester are looking very dangerous now, aren't they? They look
They
like
are.
they're going to score every time they go forward.
And that's the thing, we've been speaking about it a lot, the ability for them to push on. Would they push on? We didn't really see it too much through the second and third games, but here is when you really start to feel it. Massive opportunity, and Vasilevsky can't get on the score sheet despite his best efforts once again. It's opened up for Perciv. They're having to do a lot of running here. Quick look around. Oh, and for the first time, Leicester City concede. A kiss of the badge from Tantan, who was in a perfect position. Sukmala with the delivery, and St. Ledger was trying to get his body on the line to clear the ball away and just didn't get in the right position. That's the first time that Luke Steele's been beaten in this competition.
Fair play, it was a good finish, wasn't it? There wasn't a lot of goal to aim at, and on the volley it wasn't the easiest technique, but he made it look simple. Made it a little bit interesting. And the skip's come on. It's nice to see him come and play for the last 2 minutes of the game.
And there he is on the ball, Wes Morgan.
And bearing in mind, Wes picks the team, so he's not even playing himself. In fact, if I was the captain, I'd be playing the whole game. I'd be on penalties, free kicks, corners, take everything.
You do the lot.
Yep.
Even in this weather,
Yeah,
this
probably not.
temperature,
Yeah.
the rain has now started to come down, so pretty much as soon as Wes Morgan stepped foot on the pitch, the rain started pouring down.
He's not going to get into the back stick though, walking that slowly.
This is Drinkwater. Michael making the run, the ball just falls short of him. This is Atep now turning well. Ball fizzing across the artificial grass. Tantan watched by Robert Huth. Flashes across the face of goal, but picked up by Vasilevsky. Would have loved to keep their perfect defensive record. One that Borussia Dortmund hold as well. So intrigued to see the pathway tomorrow and look at where Dortmund and Leicester City may meet each other. Look over the shoulder from Waghorn as well. The rain coming down is truly torrential. Waghorn making the run, he's going to get there! Couldn't quite control the ball. And it slides out of play. Well, this weather, Matt, we obviously saw a lot of it yesterday, but it does affect how the ball travels and moves. The time has run out officially. We're waiting on the referee's whistle. There it is. And Leicester City dominate Group A. Finished here. Leicester City Masters 3, Perciv Masters 1.
Welcome to Life in the Tropics. It's raining down here at Jalan Besar. Corinthians Femenino and Albrechts Niigata FC Singapore Women will be coming up against each other next match. Number 36, Women's Group A. This is a big matchup in the context of qualification for the next round. And Corinthians Femenino are currently third in Group A on 4 points, one behind QPR Women in second. QPR Women are done for this group stage, so they'll be watching on, hoping that Corinthians' opposition, Albrechts Niigata FC Women, can do them a little bit of a favor here. Corinthians essentially need the win to go through. A draw won't be enough because of goal difference. Yes, head-to-heads come into it before goal difference, but there was a 1-1 draw between QPR Women and Corinthians Femenino. And QPR Women currently are leading by a goal when it comes to goal difference. So Corinthians Femenino coming into this, if they want to make it into the top 2 and qualify for the Cup semi-finals, then they will need maximum points from this one against Albrechts Niigata, who are also playing their final match of the group. For Albrechts, bottom of the standings, just a 1 point so far. They need to win themselves to sneak in to the plate competition. This could get dramatic. Kickoff here at Jalan Besar. It's Albrechts Niigata Women who get us underway, playing from left to right on your screens in the all orange as the rain comes pouring down here at Jalan Besar. A bit of relief for the players who are baking in the heat up until about half an hour ago. So they'll appreciate this little bit of rain, but Matt, it also changes things up on the pitch as well. You're looking at a slicker playing surface and potential for maybe a few errors as the ball moves quicker.
Exactly, yeah. But this is, for me, this is perfect football conditions. You know, on the you know, the 4G pitch, when it's really wet, you can really get some sort of good sort of passing, moving going. You can move that ball really quickly, zip it into each other. It does become a completely different game. So let's see how the girls handle it.
Yeah, should make for a quicker game of football. Corinthians Femenino, we expect them to be controlling possession in this one, and Albrechts look to just try and sit back and hold their shape. Opportunities on the break. We're playing their final match in the group stage. Corinthians Femenino were up against Geylang International earlier with a 3-0 win. Nice and easy for them there, and they need to win in this fixture as well. They had a 1-1 draw against QPR Women yesterday, a game in which they were leading until the closing stages of that match. QPR Women coming up with a late equalizer. Make things interesting in this group. Yes, Helena goes into the box for Cassia Souza. Nice footwork. Couldn't find the opening for the shot there. Cassia Souza has had a good tournament. Has contributed a number of goals for Corinthians Femenino. Albrechts had one match yesterday. They were outclassed by Shanghai Shenhua Women, and is struggling here as well. Helena with the opening goal early on for Corinthians Femenino. Easy that for Corinthians number 9. Elena Maria. And Manami Fukuzawa with kickoff. Approach there. See players kicking off and going all the way back. She's just sent a long pass forward. Thais Amorim takes it away from Verona Lim. Correct, who need the win themselves for a response. A lot better in possession here. And try and pounce on these mistakes. It's taken a deflection on its way through. Effort from Fukuzawa going just wide. Will be a corner to Albrechts.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it, how Corinthians go up the end and score, and then automatically they then put under pressure. The amount of times you see a team score a goal and it concede straight after, it's just that concentration levels that they need to keep up. It's a corner now. They need to mark their opponent closely. Don't give them an easy opportunity to score.
Corinthians Femenino being very physical in their marking in the area. And once more, Albrecht's players have spoken about this, getting that experience, coming up against this sort of physicality. Not something they're used to in the local league. And it can be annoying for players as well. And he's just taking a few bumps, and it's not something you're accustomed to. Here's Marcela Umeko. Thais moves back to Monique. Easy for Corinthians. Cassia. Trying to hook it forward to Helena. Miscommunication there between Cassia and a teammate. That's one for Thais to deal with. No problems there. Nice and focused on the delivery. Sun Jie, the number 4 in central defense for Albrechts Niigata, alongside Munira Muhammad, the number 84. 2 at the back on the Singaporean side. Fukuzawa, cheeky with that back heel. He's had a few too many white shirts in the way and really slowing the tempo down now. Corinthians Femenino gotten that goal. All they need, 3 points, and they will go through into the cup semi-final, joining Shanghai Shenhua women. Shanghai Shenhua women up next against Geylang International right after this one. Lovely sweeping ball out wide to Cassia. Helena's in the area. Cassia with the tricks, gets into the box. 3 step overs and then through the legs of Munira Muhammad. Couldn't test the goalkeeper.
I think it must be a Brazilian thing. They do like nutmegging people, don't they? We saw the Corinthians men's team doing it. It's just a skill that they're born with.
Left it in over the head of Sun Jie. Here's Thais. Into the final minute of this match. Lovely bit of skill there from Verona Lim. Turns away, but again, just she'll be feeling she was held back there. Goes to the that was a big celebration from Thais as well. After that recovery, she was spun around and then did well to get herself back and recover to make the challenge. Albrechts wanted the free kick. The referee wasn't interested, and Thais went on a little bit of a celebration with that.
Yeah, I know there's a competition for who can celebrate the best celebration for a goal, but I'm not sure there's an award for the best celebration after a tackle. But if there is, that's your winner there.
It's only going to, all the nominees for that are only going to come from Corinthians Femenino, because they've been the only ones celebrating the challenges that they've won.
This is it. That was a fantastic celebration for making the tackle.
So halftime here, Corinthians Femenino 1, Albrechts Niigata 0. Back here at Jalan Besar, ahead of the second half between Corinthians Femenino and Albrechts Niigata FC Singapore women. Changes here for Corinthians as well. And an early goal from Helena Maria, giving them the lead in this matchup. A win is what they need here, Corinthians Femenino, to go through in second in the group, to leapfrog QPR Women. If it stays this way, QPR Women will go into the plate competition rather than competing for the cup. Here's one of the players that's just come on, Tayan Santos, number 12. Skids off the surface. Unfortunately for the Singaporean side, out for a goal kick. Helena Maria and Thais Silva are out. Maria dos Santos Balsini and Taya Nascimento Santos, two players who have come in for this second half. Not been troubled at all, Matt, this Corinthian side.
Persevering and keep improving all the time.
They do seem to be growing into the competition. It was a surprise the way they performed in their first matchup. 4-1 defeat to Shanghai Shenhua Women, and Corinthians Femenino coming into this initially as one of the favorites to go on and lift the title. I was a bit surprised at that opening day performance, and they've turned things around very nicely, and they look like they'll be progressing into the cup semi-final. Albirex, if they don't win this, will be out of the competition. Currently bottom of the group. It's Kana Kitahara. She's a good player, but needs a bit more support.
Yeah, she definitely can't win the games on her own, can she? But she, as you say, she's very composed. You know, she always finds the right pass. She finds space on the pitch, and she, you know, normally the decision making she has is the right decisions.
Oh, decent effort off the frame of the goal. Verona Lim.
Great strike, wasn't it? Goalkeeper was nowhere near it.
She's been good at number 20 for Albirex. Yeah, no chance for Monique. She went flying across, but had that been on target, would have beaten her. Good dummy there, Kitahara. Trying to turn away was Fukuzawa. There's Kitahara. And for all the dominance here, Corinthians Femenino, still just the one goal in it, and that always gives the opposition a little bit of hope.
Of course it does, yeah. There's always that chance, isn't there? And I mean, you know, it's been one-way traffic this half so far.
It's Katayama, there you go! Waiting for that one big chance. Corinthians Femenino looked comfortable, and then the number 2, Riho Katayama, comes up with that excellent strike.
It was a fantastic strike. You know, Corinthians Femenino just stood off her, allowed her to get the ball out of her feet and have a shot on goal. And we saw what they did a couple of minutes ago when they hit the crossbar. But this time, this one nestled in the top corner, and the joy on her face says it all.
What a great goal. Well, it gives Albirex a lift here because they need the win to stay in the Soccer 7 series. Corinthians Femenino need to go for the winner here. It was 1-1 between them and QPR Women, so head-to-head, no difference there. And then we go to goal difference, and QPR Women are in the lead by 1. It's Fukuzawa. Kitahara. Channel for Verona Lim. Corinthians Femenino looking all over the place suddenly.
Fun, isn't it? How a goal changes the complexion of the game completely.
That's Tayan Santos. Should be a foul on the goalkeeper. Yeah, there you go. That's been given. Another look at that. See Souza going right into the goalkeeper. Meti.
No real argument there, was there? It was a Stonewall foul.
That's Kitahara. Suddenly, space is opening up for Elbrex in the middle of the park. Kitahara has got runners ahead of her. Fukuzawa is in behind. Oh, she was taken out. That should be a penalty. Incredible turnaround in the second half.
She's trying to claim it was outside the box. I'm not sure she's going to get away with that one. I'm guessing there's going to be a card coming.
Oh, that was right on the line, which is right. That's a penalty.
It is a penalty, but is there going to be a card? And if so, what colour is that going to be?
Well, big moment here for Elbrex. It is the last game of the group stage. They weren't in this one at all in the first half. Corinthians Femenino were looking so comfortable, but they've somehow been able to turn this around. Well, let's see if they can get the winner here late on. It is Kana Kitahara, the most experienced player, their best player. A player and coach at the club stepping up to take this. Up against Monique in goal for Corinthians Femenino. It's Kitahara, no problems, driven in low. Bottom corner, and Elbrex have taken the lead.
Yeah, she was never going to miss that, was she? Such a good player, so composed. She knew exactly what she was going to do. Use that slick surface. Ball just gathered pace and nestled in the bottom corner. Keeper had no chance. But what a turnaround from a result that was.
And QPR women as well, who are looking at falling out of the cup competition, will be delighted because they've been done a favor here. Elbrex Niigata FC women have picked up an unlikely win. It finishes in this one. Elbrex Niigata 2, Corinthians Femenino 1. And from one dramatic fixture to another, suddenly this is a matchup that has meaning for Geylang International because the complexion of the group has changed completely here. Elbrex Niigata with a win against Corinthians Femenino have moved into a position where they could continue their run at the Soccer 7 series. They'll be taking on Shanghai Shenhua women here, Geylang International, and they will need at least a point to move into the top 4 of this group to get into the knockout stage. Now, if Geylang International can actually find the win here, they will go into the top 2 and knock out QPR women of the cup competition. So they come into this bottom of the standings, but with the opportunity to get themselves into the cup competition here, Geylang International. Shanghai Shenhua women, no problems for them. They are 100% at the Soccer 7s series. 3 wins from their first 3 matches, 9 goals scored, just 1 conceded coming into this fixture, and they have looked very solid in this competition. QPR Hoops in Group B, on the other side, the women's competition still at 100%. So big game here. Wasn't looking to be the case, but so much has changed with that result for Elbrex Niigata FC Singapore women. A nice turnaround in the second half to beat Corinthians Femenino by 2 goals to 1. Tough task here for Geylang International. It's a very strong Shanghai Shenhua women's team, and they get the job done. Here we go then. It's Geylang International going from left to right on your screens in the all black. Get us underway. expect the Shanghai Shenhua really control the game here. I thought it would have been a great opportunity for them to make a few changes to the squad, but they're still going for it. It's a strong 7 that they've put out here. Shanghai Shenhua going to try and keep the momentum going. There's Zhou Chui, the number 7, Zheng Jiayi. Ji Jiaxin, one of the players being given an opportunity here. I'm surprised, Matt, that we'll not see more changes from the Shanghai Shenhua squad. They're still going strong. Place at the top of the group is confirmed, and yet they still are looking for maximum points.
I think you know, keeping that momentum going. You know, the girls would want to play. They, you know, it's only sort of 7 minutes and a half, isn't it? They wouldn't want it to sort of drop out and not have a game because, like I say, there's like golden boots and everything else, and they want to keep that momentum up because winning is a habit, and they're doing so well. They just want to keep that run going.
Likely to do so, with the quality that they have on the pitch. It's been taken short. Fu Yi in the box, easy finish, straightforward goal for Shanghai Shenhua. Off to a great start here, and it's another one for Fu Yi, the number 23.
Yeah, no, it's a good ball in. It came in at pace. You know, she controlled it. She controlled it well, and then the finish was sublime, wasn't it? She yeah found that corner. Goalkeeper again. It was sort of fairly close range. She had no chance.
He's been on fire, Fu Yi. Blessed with the options up front. Got number 23, Fu Yi, who's been scoring, and also the number 8, Yu Jia Hugh, who's not starting this one. He kept on the bench. Can really change it around and still maintain a high level of quality. Such a blessing for the coach of this Shanghai Shenhua women's side. There's Fu Yi again. Mistake at the back from Gelang. Kirsten with the save. Kirsten looks to have a bit of an issue. Not sure if the referee has been alerted to that. Might there be a stoppage here? Nope. Kirsten should be okay to continue. And pouring down here at Jalan Besar. Much better to be playing in these conditions than in the high heat and humidity that we had earlier today. 8 a.m. start. Still got another 8 hours of football to go at the Soccer7 series. As the captain of Shanghai Shenhua. Fu Yi provides the option for the short corner. So Chui back to Fu Yi. There from Zhong Shui Sin. So coming up after this, we have Men's Open Group C. A couple of matches there. Coventry City against Ratchaburi FC, and then Taichung Rock against Singapore FC. And then got Men's Open Group D matches. Corinthians against Persib. Shanghai Shenhua. Men's team against Cosmo Select. So we have a little bit of a break on the schedule. Ding Lei to the goalkeeper. Tsang Nan Sin. Didn't have much to do. Just been able to watch on and have a look at the teammates, instruct their stuff, and it's not really been too busy in this tournament. Could have been tricky for the Gelang goalkeeper, but she does well to claim. Quickly after Summer Chong, given back just as rapidly. There's Fu Yi. Be another for Fu Yi, and it is. Shanghai Shenhua up to 2.
Yep, very composed finish, wasn't it? Like, as you said, as soon as it falls to her, and that, yeah, you just knew she was going to find the back of the net. she just gets into such good positions, relies on her teammates to find her, and then yeah, she fires it in the bottom corner. Excellent finish.
So that makes Fu Yi the top scorer for the tournament now. And she's been enjoying herself out there. 4 goals, Fu Yi. And the number 8, as I mentioned, was also a forward in this side, Yu Jia-Hu. Scored a hat-trick yesterday, but Fu Yi has now overtaken her on the top scorers list with 4 goals today.
Yeah, well, we can see the number 8 just itching to get on and to add to her goals because there's definitely more goals in this game.
And Fu Yi is on a hat-trick. Plays it out wide. It's another one for Shanghai Shenhua. Chung Shui-sin with another goal.
Yeah, they look very dangerous now, don't they? They look like they're going to score every time they go forward. Yeah, this could become a fairly large score pretty soon.
Remember her scoring a couple of goals yesterday as well, the Shanghai Shenhua captain, the number 2, so she should be up to 3 for the tournament now. Intense race for the Golden Boot. I have to say, they have been the most impressive side in the women's competition, the Soccer7 series. Very organized, quick, composite possession, and it's a good structure to this team.
And they can score lots of goals, which is always handy.
There we go, half-time here. Shanghai Shenhua leading by 3 goals to 0 against Geylang International. Back out here at Jalan Besar for the second half. Shanghai Shenhua women against Geylang International. Very comfortable first 7 minutes for this Shanghai Shenhua side. A couple of really good goals from number 23, Fu Yi, and then number 2, the captain, Chung Shui-sin, heading the third just before the break. So Geylang International looking at an exit from this competition. Shanghai Shenhua women on their way to maintaining the 100% record. Should be 4 wins from 4. There's a chance for them to just make a few changes in this second half, but they've kept Fu Yi up there, and they're just trying something a little bit different here. Here's Fu Yi on a hat-trick. Goes back, shot from just outside the area, has taken a touch. Effort coming in from Tsai Min. Matt, they've kept their goal scorer, Fu Yi. He's got 2 goals in the first half. They brought in the number 8, Yu Jia-Hu, just to play alongside her, so they're looking for more goals. So just trying to see how that sort of pans out for later on in the tournament, perhaps.
Yeah, again, I suppose that's the thing, is the coach looking at it for future games, where can they play together, can they get that partnership going and working, you know, a way to fit them both in the team, because, like you say, there's definitely goals in this team. I mean, they are a very, very well-drilled team, very talented. And as you say, probably the favourites going into the latter stages.
QPR Hoops in Group B might have something to say about that. They'll be in action a little bit later on. Right now, it's all about Shanghai Shenhua women. This Altun, Geylang International, they found it really difficult to get past the halfway line. Just just in behind Fu Yi there. That pass from the number 20, Chi Chia Xin. You can see just why Shanghai Shenhua women have been so strong on the domestic front. They do play in the second tier of Chinese football, but they won the Asian University Championships title in 2024. Most of these players, all of these players are university level players. And that was the number 8, Yu Chia Hiu. All of these players in the side from the Shanghai University of Sport. There's Chi. Just switched on the floodlights here at the Jalan Besar. Not a bad effort. Time in for goal number 4. Just trying to test the goalkeeper's handling in these conditions. Setzman. Yeah, difficult to progress. It's just, Matt, a simple difference in the levels of quality between these two sides.
Yeah, and that's it. I mean, it doesn't take a lot, does it, to sort of be that much better? But the fact that you know, there's goals sort of coming from everywhere, isn't it? You know, they're just dangerous every time they go forward. It just looks like they could open it up, and yeah, they're just a really very well organised, strong, quality team, aren't they? So they're definitely going to be a match for anyone.
It's Time In with the drive. That's a great goal from Time In. Makes it 4 for Shanghai Shenhua women. Number 4 with a stunner.
That was a great strike, wasn't it? The goalkeeper wasn't sure. It obviously must have had a little bit of bend on it, because she tried to get her body behind it and completely misjudged it. But like I say, great strike.
Another one for the goal of the tournament competition. It's another 4 goals for Shanghai Shenhua women. 3 of their 4 group matches now where they've hit the 4-goal mark. Held to just 1 by QPR women. It was a game they dominated, though. Let's have a look at the rotations here from Shanghai Shenhua women. Players just popping up in different positions as well.
And that makes it so hard to defend against, because as that defensive team, you then need to be talking to your teammates to say, right, you stay there, take that runner. And it is so hard.
Yes, Fu Yi on a hat-trick. Oh, she's left it as that crossed the line. Officials say no. There's a bit of apology there from Chi Jia Sin to Fu Yi, because I think she's saying, I'm sorry I took it away from you. It's Chong Shui Sin. Into you. There you go, this should be it, and it is the hat-trick. Unselfish play this time around. It's Yu Chia Hiu. She could have gone for goal herself, but she's laid it on a plate for Fu Yi.
Yeah, she couldn't miss that, could she? Even though we have seen a couple of the men's teams missing sitters today, she didn't take her eye off that ball. She wanted the hat-trick and thoroughly deserved it. Fantastic play from Shanghai Shenhua again, and deservedly winning this game comfortably.
5 goals for Shanghai Shenhua women. And goals from everywhere. Very solid attacking threat. So Geylang will be exiting this competition. Alberex with that turnaround against Corinthians Femenino. Going above Geylang, who were looking in a decent position to progress into the plate knockouts. Not to be for the Singapore side. Summer. That's Chi Chia Sin. Five goals for Shanghai Shenhua women. And a dominant performance in this group. They have cruised into the next stage of this competition. Serious contenders for the title here, the Soccer 7 Series. Another big win for the Chinese side. Comfortable. And they've crushed Geylang International here by 5-0. Shanghai Shenhua women go through into the Cup semi-finals, top of Group A.
So here we go, back to Group C of the men's open competition with Coventry City taking on Ratchaburi FC. Coventry, top of the group, level with Taichung Rock. And things looking up for Ratchaburi in their last game, thanks to the man who is at the back there. And will be the player that Coventry City will need to keep very, very quiet if they're going to be successful in this clash. So just a reminder of how things work in this men's open. 16 teams split into 4 groups. We've met already today Group C and Group D. This is Group C. And we have Groups A and B to come later on this afternoon. Top 2 heading through to the cup competition, bottom 2 into the plate competition. Plenty of football to come through the course of the afternoon, the evening and tomorrow as well. Tanwi starting for Coventry City. This is the first start that he's made in the competition, and I said Paige alongside me. The rain has stopped. The humidity level's very high, and that's why it's no surprise to see Coventry just shuffle their pack slightly, being top of the league.
Yeah, good to be back here. Survived the downpour that we just saw, but interested to see how the pitch takes it. Is the ball going to zip around still, or is it going to dry pretty quickly? I'd expect the boys from Thailand to be used to that sort of surface. It's also similar sort of climate out there.
Well, Coventry City will be used to the rain. Not so much the humidity, but they'll be used to playing on Astro turfs and these artificial turfs in the rain. And well, Seb, as part of the organising team for the Hong Kong Sevens, you know, you're used to dealing with these slightly changeable, to maybe put it as an understatement, weather conditions. How much does it affect the players?
I think it depends. Depends what the weather is. I mean, I think they like a bit of rain. I think the sun is more of a problem than the rain, and we seem to have avoided that slightly today. But yeah, a few years ago in Hong Kong, we had a thunderstorm warning, so we had to pull the players off. But at half-time of a game, which helped the underdogs a bit, who were 1-0 up and managed to get an hour breather at half-time to win a knockout game.
Of course, we saw that at the Club World Cup as well. Those challenging conditions, big delays, something that maybe if you're watching on from an English or European perspective, we don't think about too much. Maybe apart from the odd bit of snow is really a flooded pitch. The only times where you would get a weather delay, not usually during the game, and something that maybe we're going to have to be more used to over the course of the next few years. Something we're seeing more games being played in the US, and seeing more of these 7 series and small-sided tournaments pop up around the globe. This is Sandiford on the ball, wearing number 2 for Coventry.
That was interesting at the Club World Cup with the team. I think it was the Chelsea match, the players coming off right at the end of the game. Yep. But be interested to see if that happens at the World Cup next year.
Yeah, sure, it was something that we considered, and just how they can mitigate these things happening as Coventry try and find a way through. It's captain Again, he's right up there, getting in the face of the goalkeeper. They had an interesting collection of games so far. Ratchaburi FC beat Singapore FC 2-0. Thanks to a brace from Bolkier.
So have you got the standings in this group? This is both teams having won a game, and this is their third game each, right?
Yep, so Coventry currently level on top of the group with Taichung Rock, owing to a draw and a win, and exactly the same for Taichung Rock. And then it was a defeat to start with for Ratchaburi. So currently not in the top two, but of course a win here would see that swing.
Important game then.
It is important. Ratchaburi want to see more of the ball than they have done. 3 minutes left on the clock, 4 played. Tamwe through the Coventry youth system. Majority of these players still teenagers as Jan sends a fighting ball forward. It's met by the check blue shirts of Chiburi. Shaman, who was superb in the second game today. He put a lot of effort in, and that's fallen just a bit short of him and Charlie Finney. And of course finding the back of the net as well. Someone who's featured in the FA Youth Cup, the Premier League Cup as well. Sent out on loan to Rushall in the National League North towards the end of last season. Well, the task is very clear, you can see that, and that is to keep Bolkier very quiet. I'm wearing 77. Previously in Chelsea's academy, Leicester, Southampton, all playing in the youth ranks there before settling now in Thailand. He was actually born in the USA. Represents Brunei, part of the royal family there.
Wow, that's some background.
It is indeed, isn't it? He garnered a lot of attention when he moved over to particularly Chelsea. Sanderford threads a lovely ball forward. The back heel wasn't quite there from Charlie Finney. And you could see what they were trying to do. They've had a lot of the possession, but as we tick towards the final 60 seconds of this first half, it's still level, 0-0. Perhaps just adjusting to the conditions on the pitch. Of course, they've played a lot of football already today, 2 games prior to this one. And hearing from some of the players earlier, including Kai Yen, who wears number 10, the captain, just 20 years old, spoke very, very well when he was leading the team out the tunnel with Ash, saying how stepping on the pitch there, having to adjust quickly to the conditions within the first 30 seconds, they're out of breath. Having to manage that is really important as Chiburi trying to find the right route through. Chimodum couldn't find the right gap. And now here come Coventry with Charlie Finney.
Brilliant save.
Superb save. Great work from the goalkeeper. Grip. And there goes the whistle. So, at half-time, after a lot of football played by both of these teams this morning and inclement conditions, it's Coventry City 0, Ratchaburi FC 0. So the players making their way back out of the tunnel. We are yet to meet the teams in Group A and Group B. They'll play their football through the afternoon and into the evening. But Seb, just taking a look at the standings in Group C. Coventry, as things stand, will be on 5 points with a draw here. Ratchaburi moving up into second, with Taichung Rock dropping down into third. Singapore FC yet to register any points. 2 played, 2 lost.
That was a big save at the end of the first half from the Ratchaburi FC keeper.
And here come Coventry. He's going to have to make himself big again. And it's Charlie Finney again, and still this time can't get past the keeper. Didn't have to make any contact this time round.
You hope Coventry don't regret these missed chances.
Because that is the thing, it could change very quickly, and we could see a situation where if Ratchaburi can pick up points here, could see Coventry down into the plate competition, where they'll be desperate to really show they can compete in the top tier of knockout rounds tomorrow. Mima sends the ball long. A real battle for it. There's Nanthakon Pimket fighting all the way up to the byline. Well, these are younger players. Of course, you already said Coventry, mostly teenagers, a couple of 20-year-olds in there. Still, struggling to adapt to the heat and not wanting to do too much of that running. Riscombe Award, this sevens format on these pretty much full-size pitches. And they've worked the ball well into the area, Coventry, but have to settle for a corner.
Putting the pressure on a bit now, this half Coventry. Ratchaburi having to do quite a bit of defending.
Stresson running out, playing the corner short. Touch from Finney. Can't control it into the hands of the goalkeeper. You can see they're soaked through from when they've been warming up. Space behind each of the goals for the players to warm up between games. And really fast turnaround for these men's open matches. There's a rush to get on the ball. Does just get there.
Had to be a foul, that one.
Yeah, really battling for it was Sandefjord, who gave away the free kick in the end. Like Bolkier. Will he take it himself or leave it for one of his teammates? Does look like it will be the American-born man.
Is he going to strike this?
Well, it's certainly in a dangerous area. He has his eyes set on goal, looping, curling ball all the way through, nearly into the back of the net. Well, he's a man that just oozes talent and class on the ball. Let's take a look back at this in slow motion.
Some good shape on him. Any sort of touch could have put that into the back of the net.
All running away from Riley Siddle. Player also spent time in America in the collegiate system. Saw briefly that Odom of Ratchaburi at the club since 2019. Made a total of 192 appearances in the Thai League since 2012. Brings a huge amount of experience to still a fairly young squad. Confirmation of the change, so he had a bright game. Charlie Finney, 2 really big opportunities, couldn't steer any of them home. And here is Kai Yen driving towards goal. Can he slot it home? Well, it will go down as an own goal. Nanthakong Pimket, the player who got the final touch. All the pressure was piled on by Coventry City. You take a look back, they were battling to get into the area. Sent across, and just that touch, so disappointed. You can see on the goalkeeper, catches it on the side of his boot.
Really unlucky there. Keeper's made some brilliant saves, but his touch just came off the defender and into the goal, and it's a big goal for Coventry, that one. Much needed.
One that would, if this stands, confirm their place in the cup competition. Confirmation of that own goal. Pimket prepared to get the final touch. They had to work hard though, Coventry. 50 seconds left of this game. Still plenty of time. Try and find an equaliser. We've seen lots of late goals. Chaburi, they will have to stay with the ball in their possession. 40 seconds now. Clock ticking down. Coventry City on the verge of making the cup competition. They top the group at the moment, level with Taichung Rock. And can the youngsters in sky blue get it over the line? Need to stay awake now.
That should be enough now. Defended well, Coventry. Did what they needed to do, and they can look forward to a cup quarter-final tomorrow.
Lots more football to come. And of course you can catch all the highlights on the Soccer 7's social media. There is the final whistle. Coventry will go through to the cup competition in the knockout rounds tomorrow. It's finished here. Coventry City 1, Ratchaburi FC 0.
To all the ladies in the crowd, it is dedicated just for you. The best dancer gets a circle jersey.
Taichung Rock up against Singapore FC in Group C. As the rain has eased here. Just waiting for the players to emerge from the tunnel, and they do start to make their way out. Well, Singapore FC have had a tough time of it so far. Yet to register a point. 2-1 defeat to Coventry, 2-0 loss to Ratchaburi. And their final game, which doesn't get any easier, is Taichung Rock coming into this final round of games. We're level at the top of the table with Coventry. Coventry have seen themselves through to the cup competition. Singapore, and they will be going in the plate and then have an opportunity to contend the shield. Taichung Rock will be hoping to go all the way through. They're playing in blue. And it's Singapore FC who are back in the white kit with the red sash. Well, this group stage has been really tough for Singapore FC, Seb.
Yeah,
what do you want to see from them in this this final game?
I'm sure they'll be a bit disappointed with that. Came in, they've got some good players from Singapore, but they haven't been beaten badly. They've been close games, but it's a very tough group for them with 3 professional clubs.
Yeah, they've had the big opportunities. It's a change of shirt for Jake Jessup, who we've seen all in black until this point, now wearing the bright green, yellowy kit as Singapore FC come forward. An early goal would certainly improve their confidence as the referee has to just jump out of the way. Chow Ying on the ball. He's gone for it, chested. Good control by Jake Jessup.
We'll see one of those long shots go in.
At some point, we've had a few of them today. None of them have either had the accuracy or the goalkeeper's just been wise enough to make some adjustments, as we saw there.
But I've been impressed with Tai Chung Rock.
Yeah, risky move there, but pays off. Singapore FC. Chun Chung, the player to watch for Tai Chung Rock. He scored 2, 1 in each game. It's been a real bright spark of Singapore FC. So Reece Henry, Gabriel Quet, they've had some good moments. Only scored once, and that came from captain Joe Claridge against Coventry.
Singapore FC in their quite iconic kit, unmissable.
Sliding in. Important tackle there. Well, you can see just how much further those sliding tackles are travelling, and how slippy the surface is, and they're moving the ball better, Singapore.
Yeah, they've started brightly. A lot of play in the Tai Chung Rock half. Just lacking that bit of quality with the final pass to really break them down.
Just taking a look at the numbers, I think Oliver Heth is wearing 25 rather than 2. There's a big opportunity opens up for Tai Chung Rock, and they take it, grasp it with both hands, and continue their excellent form in this competition. Great build-up. And of course that man involved, Xiao Ying, sending it across. Hong Chun, the man who steered it into the back of the net.
This is the big difference playing against the professional clubs. Singapore FC having all that possession in the first half. Tai Chung Rock, 1 breakaway, square it in, and just their quality shows, finishing off their chance.
They've been really good when hitting teams on the break. They have so much pace, particularly on the flanks, to get out wide, send in those important crosses. Great to see some Corinthians shirts in the stands. So this would put Tai Chung Rock in a very good position to qualify. And would go through very close with Coventry. Go down to goal difference on who tops the group.
Deservedly so. They've showed up well at this tournament.
Have indeed. Can they continue that good goal-scoring form? Well, really nervy moment for the Singapore FC defence, because that ball could have come off any of them. Able to clear it in the end with 2 minutes left of this first half. Quack. Opened himself up again to thread the ball through, but his runner doesn't hear the call and sent out for a corner. losing the ball into the area, but well defended. Shum has done his defensive duties very well as showing that he has the attacking prowess. Forward-minded player. Ying. To pressure, less than 60 seconds to go of this first half. Some runs being made. Ying receives the ball to his feet. Goal scorer in the last 2 games, Jun Sheng, making the run forward, and here he is on the ball now. Good goalkeeping from Jake Jessup, who once again shouts at his team. Can understand the frustration.
They're really slicing them open constantly with these balls, not tracking the runs inside, and keeper Jessup's keeping them in the game at the moment.
Well, the goals we've seen him score already, surprised not to see. So Shum turn that one home. Final 10 seconds. And Singapore FC find an equaliser here. This is Heth. And that is half-time. Taichung Rock leading by a 1-0 as we go in for the break. And we can hand down to Ash, who has made her way into the stands and is with some fans.
And we're here with Ryan and Marcus, right? We're here for the fan cam. We're going to have a bit of a chat with them. How are you guys enjoying the action so far?
I think this is my first time watching like a 7-a-side format, so quite interesting. I mean, because it's always like 11-a-side, so not bad, not bad.
I think it's interesting that there are many different teams and then you still see many games back to back.
Let's talk about the teams. You mentioned it. Any teams that caught your eye so far?
For me, because I watch a bit of like the Indonesian league, so maybe like Persib or like, okay, because in the Thai league also Ratchaburi, but I mean normally I watch Buriram, but like yeah, but those couple of teams and also like the Premier League winners from like Leicester also, very interesting to see them here also.
Yeah, I think I'm interested to see Leicester, maybe teams like Dortmund as well.
I'll see what you guys think of this concept, because it's fast football, 7-a-side, on a big pitch as well.
Yeah, I think it's nice because there are a lot of goals, and the thing is that in some like normal, like let's say Premier League matches, there are clear favourites, but because the format is so different, you really don't know who is gonna win. Yeah.
I hope you enjoy the rest of the weekend, guys, and it's back to you.
Thanks, Ash. Lots more action to come, of course, over the rest of the evening, or the afternoon into the evening, and then tomorrow a full day of action, and it's all knockout games. Really looking forward to that as we're back underway. Taichung Rock up against Singapore FC, and it's Taichung Rock who are driving forward once again. They just find ways to carve through the defence, really scatter the Singapore FC players. And despite being used to this format and these weather conditions, finding it hard to stick to their men. Marking has been a real issue for Singapore FC, because Taichung Rock can just glide around. It's something they're really good at with their way they just float around, nimble on the ball, really hard to close down, Seb.
Yeah, if you look at it, they don't really seem to have a set formation. They've got runners coming in from deep. I think all the teams have been struggling with so far, so that's something to look out for in the next game when they reach the knockout stages. But yeah, like you say, Singapore FC, it's difficult when you come up against the professionals, you know, when it's down to fitness and just quality on the ball. You see these passes in the final third from Taichung, really decisive and to their man, and that's where Singapore FC has struggled a little bit.
They trail by a 1-0. Taichung Rock have scored in every game so far. We've seen a few goalless draws in the Masters, in the women's competition running the same format as this one, so 10 players, 3 subs. The Masters, 11 players, 4 subs. Once you're off, you're off. So Taichung Rock coming through again. Set it up for their main goal scorer, who finishes perfectly, picking it off the upright. Yun Shung, what a tournament he's having. His 3rd goal of the competition, 1 in each game. He has been spectacular.
Finished that brilliantly. He didn't have much to aim for with the huge keeper coming on a man on the line, but found the far corner coming off the post. Is an absolutely brilliant finish.
Sai Yun-chung has been the star for Taichung Rock, and he's done his defensive jobs really well too. And he's been getting back and forth, doing a huge amount of running. Love to see the kind of kilometres he racks up his tracker. Falling away from Heth.
Getting hope a bit now from Singapore Football Club, and that's what you really can't do in sevens, is just give the ball back so easily.
Seen so many teams made to pay. It's exactly what happened to Singapore FC when they kept giving the ball back to Coventry. No foul given there. Referee needs the ball to be won fairly. Gabriel, who we heard from earlier on today. Just bringing us so many brilliant insights from these players in the men's open. They win the ball back so effortlessly. Taichung Rock. In tune. Anyone in blue to pick the ball up on this near side.
Cheaply again, but somehow Singapore Football Club come away with the ball.
Yeah, stroke of luck there. Claridge. Really struggled to penetrate the Taichung Rock area. Deployed plenty of bodies around the outside of the box. Jessup. Two minutes 30 left in the second half. Jake Jessup bringing the ball forward, just assessing his options. Ball control on the far side by Shafiq.
I think they'll be disappointed with this one, Singapore Football Club. It's been a fairly routine win for Taichung Rock. Obviously 2 minutes to go, but...
And they're through once again here. Surging forward. Jing Tang. And there's the finish. Well, they just make it look so easy. Tearing through the Singapore FC defence. They have been excellent.
It all started with that wayward pass again from Singapore Football Club, gifting possession straight back to Taichung. They went up the other end, and it's well finished. Just a pass across the goal and a tap in.
Wei Che, the player to slot home after the hard work done by Xing Tang. And here they come again. This time, there's better work at the back from Singapore FC. Shafiq turns, has space to run into, some support ahead of him, but not too much. And it's well watched and guided out by Hun Chung. Lots of Persic fans in the house. Such a big club here in Asia. Supporters across the globe as well. See that with the interaction that they get on social media. They have a massive following. 30 seconds left. Can Taichung Rock keep the clean sheet here? Can they find another goal? Not too far away from that, just slightly too much on it. And great to see the desperation. Keep the ball in play, keep the attack going from Shi Jingtang, the 21-year-old. So Taichung Rock safely through to the cup competition, a comprehensive win here against Singapore FC, who they've beaten by 3-0.
And we move on to football from Group D in the Men's Open. Corinthians against Persib right here in Singapore. Match 40 at the Soccer 7s series. Crucial contest, this one in the group in terms of progression. The next stage of the competition. Boboto yang menonton, kumaha namang, apa kabar? Torcida do Corinthians, como vocês estão? How's everyone doing out there? What a day we've had at the Soccer 7s series. And what a matchup this should be, Seb. A Brazilian side against an Indonesian team. Two massive clubs.
Yeah, I mean, this is why we love the Soccer 7s. Brings teams from all over the world together. And what better chance do you have to see all these different styles of play? We got to see Corinthians, who lit it up in their first game but struggled a bit in their second. And Persib looked like they brought quite a young squad. So, you know, a lot of fans here out to see them, but they're struggling a little bit.
Yeah, great to see some young fans out here as well, taking in the action. It's been a great tournament so far. Lots of goals, plenty of quality out on that pitch. And here we go. Football from Group D and the Men's Open. Corinthians against Persib. It is Corinthians going from right to left on your screens, up against Persib in blue. Two very successful clubs, huge fan base that they both have, and Corinthians will be looking to bounce back from their defeat against Shanghai Shenhua with a victory here. They will want a strong performance. Heavy favourites coming into this one against what is a very young Persib Bandung side. They found it difficult in this competition so far. Headed into this fixture. Defeats already, and it's an early goal. Corinthians off the mark very quickly in this matchup. No problems there. Great start for them as Carlos Alberto, also known as Juninho, opened to scoring.
It was all a bit easy though, wasn't it? He just waltzed in, dummied, and it struck it low. I think it went straight through the keeper. He'll be very disappointed with that. Just 40 seconds into the game. Persib find themselves 1-0 down.
Final match of Group D here for these sides. Corinthians, 1 win, 1 defeat coming into this one. Persib, back-to-back losses. Their first outing was against Shanghai Shenhua. 2-0 loss for Persib there. And then they came up against Cosmos Select. 4-1 defeat in that game for Persib. For Corinthians, they strolled past Cosmos Select, 4-0. And then they came up against a very young, very energetic Shanghai Shenhua side who beat them by 1-0. So perhaps a little bit of a surprise there, but Shanghai Shenhua have been strong in this group. Real team effort, defeating the more experienced Corinthian side, who sent a specialized 7-a-side team for this competition. They should be one of the stronger teams in the contest. We'll have a closer look at some of the other men's open teams a little bit later on in the afternoon schedule. Now we're looking at the Group D action and looking at wrapping things up here in this group. Coming out after this, Shanghai Shenhua against Cosmos Select in the here and now. Corinthians well clear and looking comfortable in this one.
Yeah, we've Shanghai Shenhua bringing two very good teams. Obviously their women's team scoring lots of goals, and then the men's surprising Corinthians.
Well, there was Kaká involved in that one. Corinthians very quickly getting another goal to the number 11, Tuco. Gives it to Kaká, gets it back, Tuco. Look at the time and space. I mean, that's a really good finish as well. Spotting the gap.
Yeah, it was very purposeful, wasn't it? He looked up 3 players in front of him, put it through the middle of all of them and past the goalkeeper. I like the celebration. Look at that smile, what it means to him.
They've got some great celebrations, both the Corinthians teams. Well, actually, I think all three of the Corinthians teams that we have at this tournament.
They must have been practicing them together. That's a confident team for you.
Yeah.
It comes rehearsed on their celebrations, expecting to score a lot of goals.
You can see that they get a lot of joy from the game. And celebrating their tackles as well, successful challenges. We saw it from Corinthians Femenino, a women's tournament. Each tackle celebrated as if they scored. Here, Persib, one of the giants of Indonesian football. And for the Liga 1 side, winning the title this season. They've been dominant in Indonesia. Referee lets that one go. Kakak wanted a free kick. Persib in trouble here again. Kanyoto decides to go for the chip. Oh, delightful. Delightful. Super technique from Kanyoto, the 24-year-old.
That's absolutely beautiful. And we've been treated to some delightful goals from Corinthians, but Persib's so sloppy. We were not expecting this though. I was expecting him to take it onto the keeper, but he just looked up, spotted him off his line, and had the audacity and the technique to clip it home.
I mean, if there's a highlight reel of all the great goals we've had, it's going to be a pretty long one.
Yeah, that's what Sevens brings you.
Persib looking for a response.
I missed the middle game of Corinthians. I saw them obviously score a load of goals in their first, and I'm surprised they lost 1-0 with all this flair they have and goal-scoring ability.
Yeah, I mean, they came up against a Shanghai Shenhua side who were just really full of running, good pace, very organized, and once they got that goal, they just sort of sat back and made it very difficult to break down, so compact. And Corinthians were a little bit frustrated at times, couldn't deal with the pace of Shanghai Shenhua in the transitions.
Look forward to them watching their game next up, but looks like Corinthians will comfortably qualify into the cup competition if they win this.
Yeah, look at that from Kaká outside of the boot with the switch. Kanyoto. Cross that's whipped in. It's going to come to Kanyoto again. It's got a really good left foot. Got the opening once more. Here Persib. Aska, the number 8, looks to drive things for his side. Too much on that pass. Straightforward for the goalkeeper of Corinthians, Ivo Alves. That's Kaká. Into the area, 3 step overs, try to set up his teammate Tuko.
Love to see that again. You know, sometimes you just see 1 step over, but look at this there. Tried defending that 3 times and knocked it past him. Bamboozled the defender.
Yeah, wonderful quality on display. Big smile on the face as well. This could be a chance for Kaká. Great clearance. Persib keeping it just to 3 at the moment for Corinthians.
Tried to be too cute with his finish.
I'm not sure if that was a shot there. It was effort at goal from Bellet. Lucas Hector, number 29. Well, a great first half for Corinthians, and even at that halftime whistle, Hector just tried to put it through the legs of a Persib player. Halftime here, Corinthians 3, Persib 0. great pictures here from Jalan Besar. These young spectators enjoying the occasion at the Soccer 7 series.
They needed to get her on the dance off. That'll be a guaranteed victory.
She's enjoying the spotlight. Absolutely loving it, Tim. Well, it's good music here. Seb, it's not about just what happens on the pitch. There's a lot going on around it as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things I love most about these tournaments is if you are able to get yourself down, just the whole vibe of it. The players wandering around, they stay around in between their games. They all have a few games a day. People with the autograph books out, photos of the players are mingling around. It's a really good atmosphere down here. So if you have the opportunity to come down today or tomorrow, I'd highly recommend it.
It's a proper experience, a real festival of football. 36 teams started out this Soccer 7 series. A couple of exits already from the group stage, but the majority of these teams will be progressing into the final day, the knockouts tomorrow, whether it's in the cup, the plate, or the shield. And the men's top two in the groups go through to the quarterfinals of the cup competition. And the sides that finish in third and fourth move on to play in the plate event. Here's Kaka. There's also a shield for the men's open. That is for the sides in the cup who get knocked out at the quarterfinal stage. Kaka, lovely, lovely, wonderful again from Corinthians. Having lots of fun out there. And it's another one for the Brazilian side. Tuco.
I mean, it almost looks easy, doesn't it? What to say, like, there's just the confidence of spreading the ball around in the box and plays it out wide, and it was not an easy finish, but he just, first time, slid it into the corner, and a 4-0 up now.
Now you have a look at the step overs and all the skills, the flicks and tricks coming out. Tough outing here for Persib.
Yeah, it's tough for these young guys. The physicality of Corinthians, the skill, the intensity.
This is a very young Persib team. No one in the squad over the age of 19, all teenagers. So there's a big gulf in terms of the experience levels between the two sides.
Good referee now from former Premier League ref John Moss.
Yeah, it's interesting to have a look at the officiating as well from a player's perspective, because you're seeing certain incidents not being pulled up for fouls and free kicks where players are expecting them. And so all about adjusting to the officiating as well.
Yeah, I've been impressed with the refereeing. You know, sometimes refs are a bit whistle happy and it stops the game, and you know, this style of football, you just got to let things flow a bit, have a look at it. If you can play advantage, play advantage. I think they've done really well so far.
They have done a good job. No issues for the officials.
When the Corinthians are 4-0 up, that's when they start to have a bit of fun. And it's good to watch.
Here's Canotto. Cristian Barbosa de Paula. Give him his full name, the number 6 for Corinthians. On the left-hand side here. He's got the ability as well just to change things up. Well, Kaká just left that. He thought his goalkeeper was coming for it. Persib. Oh.
Well, that's just about sums their performance today up. What an opportunity. There was a bit of a miscommunication at the back with Corinthians, but the Persib player just took a heavy touch and it went out for a goal kick.
Unfortunate there for the number 17 of Persib, Mohamed Fauzan Al-Ghifari. 19-year-old. Wearing number 17, he peels away from his marker. Persib, bit of a 3-on-2 here. They make the most of it. And opened up for the effort. And Hugo Arik, it was with the shot. Blazes that one over.
It's a great experience though for these young players when they go back to Indonesia to have played against Corinthians from Brazil. I mean, great part of their development.
Lifted in. Nice aggressive challenge coming from that Persib defense. And that's good defending. As long as you force it backwards, you've done your job. Not allowing a free shot at goal. Well, that's a free shot at goal. Good save. Luizinho it was, the number 99 for Corinthians. That's Juninho, number 7 for Corinthians. That's one for Canhoto to chase. Look at that speed.
Wow.
Chance to these Cosmos Select players there. Probably something that doesn't happen to them all too often, I'll bet. Amateur players asking for them.
Especially on your boot.
Yeah, boots to be signed. Cosmos Select getting the star treatment here at the Soccer 7's series.
As after their 4-1 win against Persib, they've turned the crowds into their favour.
They'll be in action next against Shanghai Shenhua. It should be a nice test for Cosmos Select. Taken apart by Corinthians in the first match. Not easy playing against this Brazilian side. Juninho quickly on out. There's Kaká. Wants it back. Oh. Ignored by Tuco. Oh,
that nutmeg there was absolutely brilliant. I think we're going to see that again. Watch this.
Lovely. There's that drop of the shoulder through the legs. Persib are free here. I thought they were. They could be now. And they've got a consolation. That's a good finish. Persib Bandung getting a reward for their endeavor. Pushing forward there. Askar Fawaz Asaid with a nice finish. Goalkeeper just came out, cleared the first one, didn't get enough distance on it though. And number 8, Askar Fawaz. Intelligent bit of play.
Great for them to get a consolation goal right at the end there.
Askar is going to the score sheet twice now for Persib in this group. It's Fauzan. That is it. Corinthians essentially sealed their place in the Cup semi-finals with that victory. Finishes here. Corinthians 4, Persib 0. Back out here at Jalan Besar, Shanghai Shenhua in action next against the Cosmos Select. This is match number 41, Men's Open, Group D. So Shanghai Shenhua in a strong position coming into this fixture against the Cosmos Select, or an amateur side. Shanghai Shenhua, most of the team players from the under-21 selection. In the domestic league, Shanghai Shenhua, 2 wins from their first 2 matches, 6 points, 3 goals scored, none conceded yet. Cosmos Select, 1 win, 1 defeat. Their win came against Persib, so they should be confident coming into this one, as well as Shanghai Shenhua, which make things interesting.
The Cosmos Select in their first game took a bit of a battering from Corinthians, but then came back strongly in their last game against Persib, scoring 4 goals themselves. So hopefully they got their confidence up from that one.
So here we go then, Cosmos Select. Get us underway, going from left to right on your screens. Austin Cross it was, with 2 goals and 2 assists against Persib. He's leading the line at number 9 for Cosmos Select, the 17-year-old. made his professional debut with Tanjung Pagar in the Singapore Premier League last season. Plays as a wing-back on the left-hand side for them, but he's playing as the forward man for Cosmo Select. A couple of decent players selected from the Cosmo League. It's the oldest amateur league out here in Singapore. Shanghai Shenhua team will be nice and organized. There's good structure. They work really hard. Quite happy to concede possession and then hit on the break.
Shanghai Shenhua look pretty well drilled here. I'm looking, seeing some nice shape. Very disciplined.
Yeah, really quick on the transitions are Shanghai Shenhua, whether it's going out on the attack or dropping back in. A solid goalkeeper there as well. Once you do get past that back line, still got Liu Haoran to beat. No one's found a way past him just yet. Now the Soccer 7 series. Spell of possession here for Shanghai Shenhua. Yu Hang. He's made a contribution in attack, playing in defense for this fixture. Gonna work their way down the left. Could move out wide through the legs again. Lovely nutmeg. There's Zhang Bin at number 48. So solid in the middle of the park. Can play in defense as well. He's very happy to step forward from those deeper positions, Seven. That's something I've noticed about this Shanghai Shenhua side. They've always got that late runner from midfield.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. They look like they've either played Seven before or been training. They know what they're doing. And those are the hardest runs to pick up, right? You just can't track the run when he comes from deep. But Cosmo looking quite confident on the ball at the beginning of the game too.
That's Fraser Anderson, has to go back to Freddie Tuma, who's very happy to step out, close to halfway. I was just going to say, Mehdi Boumaz, the number 6 for Cosmo Select, looks to be a decent player as well, but he gives that away, puts his side under pressure, and here comes Shanghai Shenhua. Chance for the opener, great save from Tuma.
It's a brilliant save from Freddie Tuma, but needlessly given away in the middle of the park from Cosmo, leading to that counter-attack, and it really should be 1-0 down if it wasn't for that great save.
Measured in possession, Shanghai Shenhua quite happy to just slow it down. Again, no need for them to rush it. They're in a strong position in the group. Points from their first 2 matches, ensure they will go through top of the standings. Leading in the head-to-heads against Corinthians as well after that 1-0 win against the Brazilian side. A point to just confirm it all. He Qian.
Keeping the ball well now. But Cosmo keeping their shape as well, making Shanghai Shenhua work for it.
Yeah, they don't look like they want to press as well, Cosmo Select. They're quite happy for Shanghai Shenhua to keep it.
Yeah, you can see their shape as well, with the deep defender watching the striker. Bit of a diamond shape.
Let's play the pass, looking for it to be returned. Lovely triangle down this right-hand side for Shanghai Shenhua. So number 35, He Xin, part of that structure on the right. Here's Zhang Bin.
It's not going to get there.
Yeah, too much pace on that one. Well, thankfully, we had that rain, which is spell of rain, which has cooled things down a little bit. Let's make the surface a lot quicker as well.
Yeah, definitely. Came at a good time.
I think these players will be grateful as well. That normally you get in the tropics a situation where after it rains, the sun comes back out again, and you're struggling once more with the humidity.
Yeah, it's quite nice now. I think they've got lucky today, the players.
Yeah. We were concerned, thinking about how these players would get on. Coming around to about 3 p.m. Local time here. 2:40 to be exact. There's Tuma. Looks a bit like a training exercise, this one. Both sides just quite happy to pass it sideways and backwards. Not too much in the way of highlights or efforts at goal. Cosmo Select not wanting to commit. And Shanghai Shenhua the same.
So where do we stand in this group if Cosmo were to win this one?
Well, if they were to win this one, well, hold that thought. Tuma takes the risk, and it's Shanghai Shenhua who are waiting for that opportunity, for the mistake to come. Herlin Han easily slotted away. Unselfish play in attack there.
I spoke too soon asking about the table.
So at halftime, it's Shanghai Shenhua 1, Cosmo Select 0. Back here at the Jalan Besar Stadium for the start of this second half between Shanghai Shenhua and Cosmo Select, men's open Group D fixture. Shanghai Shenhua leading by a goal to nil. That one scored right at the end of the first half. Herlin Han found to the mistake by Tuma. Herlin Han wasn't going to be making any mistake. Uncarded goal. Shanghai Shenhua. Again, they'll keep their shape. Well, that's what they did in the first half. Nice and disciplined, well organized. Cosmo Select weren't really interested in putting them under any sort of pressure in possession. Quite happy for them to keep it, but it's going to have to change in this second half. Yes, Chang Bin crosses there to help out. Well, just to answer your question earlier, Seb, about Cosmo Select, if they do turn this around and go on to win, it'll make things very interesting in the group, because we'll have to look at the head-to-head count, and then we'll look at the goal difference. So if Cosmo Select win this, they'll have the advantage in the head-to-heads against Shanghai Shenhua. Shanghai Shenhua will have the advantage over Corinthians, and Corinthians will have the head-to-head advantage over Cosmo Select. So it's going to make things very interesting indeed.
Hence why I asked the question.
Yeah. Listen, I'm no mathematician, I'll be honest with you. But first things first, we won't have to worry about that for the moment. Cosmo Select have to find a way back in this one.
Yeah.
Herlin Han. Shanghai Shenhua, one of the bigger clubs in Chinese football. Strong senior side as well that they have. It's Herlin Han in the area, number 49. Comes out to Zhang Bin. Again, popping up top of the box for Zhang Bin. Always positioned there. They're well drilled.
Very. And they've done well here. I mean, Cosmo know what they're doing as well, but when Shanghai get the ball, they hold it and they wait for their opportunity. Defend very well too.
Well, the Shanghai Shenhua players featuring in the under-21 league back home. A couple of changes for Cosmo Select. Shanghai Shenhua again waiting for the opportunity on the counter. Number 5, Patrick Bork, has come on for Cosmo Select.
See, Tuma losing the ball in that first half hasn't put him off coming forward with it, which is good to see.
And it shouldn't, right, Seb? I mean, if you're a player at this level, you just got to forget about that and try and keep going with a style that's worked for you.
Definitely.
This Burke doesn't have the pace here. He's struggling. That's the speed of Shanghai Shenhua I was talking about. Give you a head start and they'll still wind up in front. That's the pace of Xiao Yongzheng. This is, could be interesting for Cosmo Select. He's got the legs. Takes a nudge, good strong play. All the way to the box. Gets it back. Still alive here for Cosmo Select.
Wow. That was brilliant play.
What a run from Bertolon. Number 7. The pace to burn.
That was excellent strength as well. Shrugging off the defender. Just ran out of pitch a little bit at the end.
Yes, Jaume Ferrer. Cross. Out to Ferrer. This is what I was talking about. The sun's out again.
Yeah. Notice that. Looks baking down there already in a matter of seconds.
Here we go, Shanghai Shenhua, trademark transition, speed on the break, Bertolon, excellent challenge.
Brilliant tackle. He's got some stamina, that guy. He was doing a 50-meter sprint down this end just a minute ago.
Jacob Soren, cross. It's getting squeezed out there for the moment, so it has to go back. Retreat, recycle. Ferrer here, a bit of space. An advanced midfield position. Anderson, not a bad idea. Had the late run there from the outside.
He almost got there.
So the time bar at the top of your screens, just indicating that we are into our final minute. Each segment on that time bar, presenting a minute in each half. 7-minute halves, 1-minute halftime break. Faster football, all moving along very quickly.
I think we'll have a short break after this,
yeah.
But we'll see some youth football on the pitch.
Much needed break. Oh, lovely ball played in. That's a good save from Tuma. Nice touch as well from Xia. showing a bit of invention with the attempt at the finish.
20 seconds to go. Last throw of the dice. Cosmo well dealt with by Shanghai Shenhua. That should be that.
Have to keep his concentration there. Yu Hang watched the ball all the way through onto his boot. Cleared the danger. Time for another goal here. It's opened up for Shanghai Shenhua. Great challenge. Referees playing the time here. Heading it on. Bertolon. Out to cross. Oh, chance is gone now, surely. Job done again. Shanghai Shenhua, it's another 1-0 win for them. They will go through top of the group. Finishes here. Shanghai Shenhua 1, Cosmo Select 0.
We're here for the Soccer 7 series. Looking forward to it this weekend. And then what I'm looking forward to is the football. You know, we former football players, you know, playing in England and all over the world. So what I'm looking forward to is experiencing it right here, Singapore. So I'm looking forward to that. Do you know what? I think it's going to be a very mixed style because there's a few experienced bodies, so to say. So I think it's going to be a little bit of a mix. But I tell you, the one thing I can always guarantee is the competitiveness is still going to be there. As soon as the whistle goes, I know the Masters for sure, with us, we're going to be competitive. I know it kicks in, so it's instilled in us. We've been doing it for years, so I think that's going to be there. Do you know what? It's exactly that. You know, there's things like no offsides. So different rules, slightly tweaked to the bigger version, the original football. So it brings a different style. It's going to be faster. It's going to be quicker. You're probably going to see more goals. Great for me because I'm a goal scorer, so I'm going to love that. So I can't wait for that. But you're going to see a very, very mixed. Lots of different mixed styles. You know, some will go very quick, very fast forward. Some will play through. So you're going to see very mixed football. But I'm sure it's going to be exciting. Do you know what? Borussia Dortmund and also the Asian teams, because I think you know, I think they're going to be very, very sharp, very quick, fit as well. But I'm looking forward to play everyone, you know, because I think that's going to be the really cool thing is very diverse styles going up against each other, competition. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, no, I'm excited about the tournament, the Soccer Sevens, which is always good for the lads, and it's a masters for all my boys to get together and show their stuff. It's a good competition, and hopefully we can go on and win it. Faster football, well, it's always fast football, but the pitch is massive, so I don't know how quick it's going to be because of the heat and everything. Because I think the first couple of games are going to be quite quick, and then once they get their foot on the ground and understanding, I think it'll be slowed down a bit more. Yeah, well, that would be very interesting because some of the lads that I know obviously played against them in the past, and obviously we're a bit older now, so we'll see what they've got and see if they've still got the spark that they can lead them through to win the game. I rate them quite high because I've got quite my team's quite I've got some experience in there, got some young lads in there as well. But so I think we're going to go far. Yeah, I'm excited. It's always nice for the lads to come out here and to play the stuff and show Singapore people what the lads have got, really.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to playing the Soccer Sevens this weekend. We know it's not going to be easy. Got our team together and we've been practicing, we've been training, but it's a different format. You know, we've not got 11 players. Bit of a smaller pitch, but still big for 7 players out there. But the lads have been training, and we know it's not going to be easy with the heat and the conditions and the pitch. But we'll be ready. We're ready to go. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, with a 7-a-side tournament, I think it's very important to keep the ball, time your moments when to attack. I think the beauty with Leicester is that we've got players that can counter-attack really well. You know, we've got quick players that are fit and willing to run. and they're going to be our secret weapon. So, yeah, in the early games, we want to get games dealt with as soon as possible, get good scores early doors, and we can make some changes and rest some legs. I think the Singaporeans, that team with the conditions are going to be used to it. We hear they play a lot of 7-a-side, so imagine them to be fit and be able to, go at a quick tempo for the full games. Corinthians as well, I think they're notoriously very good in any type of games they play in, any type of tournaments. So we need to be ready for whatever we face, but at the same time, we're about to dust off the boots, but the boots still work. So it'll be interesting to kind of see if we can combine together and how we play as a team, rolling back the years. Hopefully it'll all work out fine. Yeah, the message to the fans is, remember 2016, that's probably, for Leicester City, most successful period in their history. A lot of the players that played in that season or building up to that season are still playing and still involved, and I think it's going to be a bit of a reminiscence to, okay, we still got it, but at the same time, we played together for years. We should be okay. It's just rolling back the years.
And we're back out here at Jalan Besar Stadium for the Soccer Sevens series. Nice little break. First half of matches on the day's program done. They go into the second half of fixtures on the schedule, beginning with this one in Women's Group B. Eastern Thunder women up against Still Arion. An old Singapore affair coming up in this group. We saw the completion of Women's Group A earlier. And now it's the turn of the teams in Group B to try and secure their places in the knockout stages of this competition, taking place tomorrow. And this is Group A, which is currently led by Shanghai Shenhua women. Sorry, Group B rather, which is currently led by QPR Hoops. 2 wins from 2 as we get back underway here. Eastern Thunder against Still Arion. This is Eastern Thunder in 4th in the group, up against Still Arion in 5th. So lost their opening matches of this competition. The first points on the board. First effort, that's a great save. Diving across there just to keep that one out. Nice and aggressive from the start. Strong left hand. Put it around the post. Second shot. Something you see a lot of in the Sevens version of the game. All about keeping hold of the ball, keeping possession, not giving it away too cheaply, and then putting yourself under pressure. Plenty in the way of goals and action from the first 23 matches we had on this day's schedule. We had 18 fixtures yesterday on day 1 of the Soccer 7 series. 46 today, halfway through now. Sun's back out. It's hot again. Humidity still there. Had a spell of rain earlier. That's a good turn from Sunisa. Srang Tai Song, also known as Nancy, the number 11 in the middle of the park for Still Arion. Against Eastern Thunder women. Another turn, the number 3 leading the line for Still Arion. Again on the end of that. Keep a hold of it. Oh, this is Eastern Thunder on the attack now. Should be a foul there. Sunisa with the challenge. Chataya Praptumkul, number 10 for Eastern Thunder women. Very tidy in possession. In midfield, 21-year-old. Number 9, Chomsamon Dungdara, stepping up to take this one. Also a talent to watch out for. Oh, not a bad ball played in. Just couldn't quite find a teammate. So these teams will have had a little bit of a rest earlier, not the early start we saw some of these other teams have to deal with. They had a decent night's sleep ahead of the outing here this afternoon. Eastern Thunder played yesterday against Selangor FC. 1-0 defeat for them. They had a penalty later on to try and equalize. So they look for the opening goal. Enough on that in terms of direction. And it's the accuracy of that shot that causes a problem for Still Arion. Good run in behind. Number 14, that first touch was key from Kritia Munrang, 22-year-old, opening the scoring here against Still Arion. Sunisa. Sunisa, reliable in possession, hangs on to it. Plays it on the line, gets it back in the middle, looking for Laila Tan. And Laila playing as that centre forward really needs to make it stick. Limited chances here for Still Arion to try and get forward. It's Eastern Thunder looking very good in this first half. Straightforward for the goalkeeper. Sofia Hanna in goal for Still Arion. Here's Laila Tan. Much better now. Not a bad idea. Trying to just play that pass through to Yon Yuan. Pass was read well. Channel closed down and interception made. Sloppy from Eastern Thunder in attack. Laila Tan again with a lot more space to work with here now down this side of the pitch. Singapore international Laila Tan making an appearance for Still Arion. Play club football for Lion City Sailors in the Women's Premier League. Sunisa, a bit of movement and some space in midfield. Clever pass through. Keeper initially thought about coming out, back to a line, and then decided to come out anyway. Chataya Pratumkun playing it out onto the left. Another long ball in. It could be trouble here for Still Arion. Another big chance for Eastern Thunder women. Anupa making the run on the outside. It's coming in and the keeper had committed. Good pace here on the left. That is it. Final act of this first half. Eastern Thunder go into the break leading by a 1-0 against Still Arion. Let's head down to Ash.
And we're back again in pitch side with Elisa from QPR Hoops. Elisa, tell me how fun it's been for you the past few days.
It's been really good. It's a different experience. We've never been able to have this opportunity before, so it's nice. It's a beautiful city, country. Just it's been really good.
Chat to me about the quality of football you've experienced in the past few days as well.
It's obviously been one of those ones where we don't know what to expect because we don't know much about any of the Asian teams, but I think the standard has been really, really good, from all of the teams, to be honest. There's Brazilians as well. It's crazy, but really, really good.
Off the pitch, have you guys enjoyed yourself, and seen much of Singapore as well?
Yeah, we've been to the Marina Bay. It's stunning. The views are insane, and at night time it's even better. We're hoping to see a light show tonight, so it should be good.
And last one, what's special about QPR Hoops? What keeps you guys united as well?
Our motto is one team, one dream. So we are very close team, work for each other. So yeah, we're good.
Fantastic, Elisa. We wish you all the best for the next game against Selangor, and it's back to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One team, one dream. Very nice motto for QPR. So we've actually sent two teams to the Soccer 7 series, QPR Women and QPR Hoops, but they're all part of the senior squad. Looking at several new signings ahead of the new season, looking for promotion this campaign. QPR Women. We'll focus on them a little bit later on as the Hoops take on Selangor FC. in the here and now. Back on the way for the second half between Eastern Thunder women and Still Arion. Sunisa Srangtai Song. It's been fantastic for Still Arion. In the middle of the park, the number 11 for them. Takes such good care of the ball and has found teammates well. And Eastern Thunder have also been strong. A bit more quality from the Eastern Thunder women. As that pass goes through from Chomsamon Dungdara. Was looking for Anupa. Just put too much weight on that through ball. Well, quickest tempos at the moment. You can understand under these conditions. A little bit of confusion. Decision is that it will be a throw for Eastern Thunder women. Solid outing against Selangor. Frustratingly for them, ended up losing the game. Had two efforts come off the post, and then they also saw a penalty, a late penalty save. Couldn't put away the rebound. It was looking good for them here again against Still Arion. Women's format for qualification out of the group. Top two teams in each group will proceed to the semi-finals of the Cup knockout competition. Third and fourth place teams in each group proceeding to the semi-finals of the Plate knockout competition. Majority of the sides will carry on into tomorrow's action. The two teams will miss out. Still Arion yesterday when they took on QPR Hoops. They were outclassed. 5-0 win for the Hoops against Still Arion. A very different level of play that they were coming up against there. The speed of it and the physicality, something they struggled to adjust to and deal with. 4 minutes to go. Tidy ball lifted over the top. Eastern Thunder. Spaces opening up for Eastern Thunder in attack. That should be in. A simple tap in at the far post. Lovely work as a team here. Stringing those passes together. It was Anupa Noinu in the end with the shot from just outside the box and touched in by Kritia Munrang, who was following up at the far post. Not sure if she was going for goal herself. Anupa Noinu. It turns into a good assist, and Eastern Thunder by 2 goals here. It's a lead they very much deserve. They have been the better of these two sides. Here's Laila Tan. Well defended, nicely read there by Saranya Lami, the number 5. Wanita Pomrat in goal for Eastern Thunder, 27-year-old. Anupa lets it run. Number 15, who's just come on, Busakon Wantong Suk. Sunisa, and looks to try and pick it up. Always looking to get things going for her side. Searching for another way through. And back to Sunisa. Well covered. Good anticipation that from Pronapang Sawangarom. Look over the shoulder from Busakon. I'll tell her that she's got space to turn into. Get some good support. What about Bad idea. Attempted a crossfield switch. Defenders left it for the goalkeeper. Come on and gather. That's been dealt with. Lovely turn there from Sunisa. Andrea Mosca. Lila had made the run. Again, that route to pass was just blocked off. Saranya Lami once more, getting herself in the way. She sees things early. Nice anticipation. Bit of frustration there, I think, from Mosca. Not really given the opportunity to get into it. Great to see the young fans out there. I don't know what she's up to on that device. That's Manu Krishnasamy. Finds Sunisa. Good diagonal pass out. Seeing a lot of ball is Sunisa. Srang Tai Song. There's Lila. Tracking back well here, Eastern Thunder women. Really nicely as a unit. Working hard for each other. Moving forward at pace as well. There's Manu. She's done brilliantly. Just spill, a little bit of a mix-up. Eventually the goalkeeper gathers for Still Arion. A solid performance and a nice win for Eastern Thunder. Puts them in a good position to go through from the group. Full-time score here is Eastern Thunder women 2, Still Arion 0. Here we go, back out at Jalan Besar for the next fixture here in Women's Group B. Coming straight into it after the match that we just saw between Eastern Thunder women and Still Arion. Up next, QPR Hoops in the gold kits up against Selangor FC in the red. Good strong support for the QPR Hoops and the QPR women at the Soccer Sevens series. Hoops have looked very good in this competition. At 100% coming into this matchup. 2 wins from 2, 6 goals scored. Haven't conceded just yet. Leading the way in Group B, 2 points clear of Selangor, who have a win and a draw. Selangor have got some decent players out there. Ainsha is one of those to keep a lookout for. There we go, we have kickoff here at Selangor FC in red, going from left to right on your screens, up against the QPR Hoops. So it's a top 2 in Group B facing off. Eastern Thunder women with that 2-0 win against Still Arion just prior to this. They'll be moving up into 3rd spot in the group. Selangor FC, Ainsha. Great goal against Eastern Thunder yesterday, and then gave away the penalty at the end, which was saved by a goalkeeper. So first corner of this one. Great corner, easily cleared away by the Hoops. Try and go on the attack. rush here from the hoops to try and put Selangor FC under pressure. Quite happy for them to just stroke the ball around in that first phase of possession. And try and create a little bit of an overload down this left-hand side if they can, Selangor FC. Got some good technical players. And pretty quick on the break as well. One of the top sides in Malaysian football, Selangor FC. Women's division of Selangor FC, just founded in 2022. They compete in the Malaysia National Women's League. Also have a Selangor FC men's team taking part in the Soccer7 series. They'll be in action a little bit later on. Selangor just finished third last season in the domestic league, 2 points behind the runners-up. Rise up the standings for Selangor FC women, developing very nicely, picking up some good results locally, and you can see, look at that, Ainsha. Referee didn't like that challenge from Libby Doyle, number 4 for QPR Hoops. And she was well beaten there. Ainsha is the key player in this side for Selangor FC. It's so difficult to deal with. 21-year-old captain Ainsha. She was looking for a goal for herself there with that effort. Here's Doyle, cuts inside. Oh, that's a lovely pass. The hoops are in behind. Look at that brave, strong goalkeeping. They cleared away off the line. Defender and goalkeeper colliding there. Some drama on the Selangor FC box. The first time we've really seen Selangor FC put under any sort of pressure here. You know, it's Chloe Sampson who is in there. Quickly shut down by the Selangor goalkeeper. A bit of save from the penalty spot last night. Helped Selangor to that win against Eastern Thunder women. That's going to have a lot of elevation on that from Jamie Gotch. Libby Doyle, 4 for the Hoops. One of the many new signings made by the club ahead of the new campaign. Joining QPR. And the well, earlier this month, really. A good injection of pace. Going to finish this first half strong. The Hoops. Conserving the energy here. Now the Hoops just sitting back. Smart decision. No point pressing in this heat and humidity. Just wait for that ball to arrive. Let's drop off into that defensive shape. 3-2-1. Two central midfielders having to work very hard, covering across into those wider spaces. As Ainsha looking for the 1-2, gets it back again. Ainsha was Selangor's top scorer last season. 15 goals she scored. Finished joint second in the overall scoring charts. Zira Sani also on the player this Selangor FC side. Carries a goal threat. Quality in their defense as well. It was Vewana Kadias and Amira Rahman in the back line. Both started the national team's last 4 matches coming into this competition. Look at the bench there earlier, thinking about how they can change things up at the break for the rest of this fixture. Pretty comfortable at the moment on the hoops. Selangor FC as well, not quite pushing. It's first half anyway. After a lively start, it's just quieted down now. Just hearing that music there means we're coming into the final 10 seconds of this half. And that should be it. The referee decides to play on. There we go. Well, he's seen enough now. So it blows for half-time. No goals in this first half. cagey affair between the QPR Hoops and Selangor FC. 0-0 at half-time. Short break for these teams. Referee's whistle has gone and they need to be back out on the pitch here at Jalan Besar. So have a look at the spectators enjoying themselves in the stands. Lots to do, not just things on the pitch going on, not just the football to watch, but plenty around the ground as well, with food and entertainment. In case there wasn't enough entertainment on the pitch. Been treated to some great goals, some excellent football here. The Soccer7sSeries Singapore 2025 inaugural edition of this tournament. Let's get the second half underway. QPR Hoops and the goal kits going from left to right on your screens against Selangor FC of Malaysia in the all red. QPR playing the fourth tier of English football. Good pass into the channel. Run made on the blind side of the defender there. That was Grace Stanley looking for space in the box. Stanley short here for the corner. Touched in first time by Gotch. That's a good first time pass into Stanley. So we'll have players back there. Celsius temperature wise, 71% humidity. Says cloudy, but I can tell you it's not cloudy out here at the Jalan Besar Stadium, so again not quite sure what the weather app on my phone is talking about. I'm sure the players would appreciate cloudy conditions. And Ziyech taking the contact, taking the free kick. It is going to be Ziyech who will take this. Number 5 for QPR Hoops. It's a low drive. It's gone all the way through. Ziyech with the opening goal. Went through a sea of red shirts. And the goalkeeper for Selangor couldn't get a clean sight of it. Took a deflection on its way in as well, and that has perhaps caused a problem for the goalkeeper, because it did look like she had it covered. There you go. There's a reaction, as if to say I had it. It's a bit of good fortune for the Hoops. They go ahead here. Ziadek. Ainsha. There she is, Ainsha. Quite a character as well. Scored a goal yesterday and had a really nice celebration. In the closing stages of the match, before she gave away the penalty, putting up a few moves for the camera as well. They got the hoops. Oh, cynical challenge. Painful one. The referee is going to be booking the player here. He was quick to apologize. Challenge on Grace Stanley. Motoring forward down the left-hand side. Very late with that challenge. Siti Zahira with the booking. It's confirmation. No complaints about that one from Siti Zahira. Here's the goal scorer. So with the goal that they have, the Hoops happy to just hang on to it here, invite the pressure from Selangor FC. The Malaysians need to chase. They want to get something out of this contest. Chasing is something very difficult to do in these conditions. It's broken in midfield here for the Hoops. There's Gotch. Yeah, plenty of time, space to push into. Not a great effort in the end. Angle was against her. Get that one under control. Good turn of pace, keeps that in play. Very nicely done by the captain. Opens the pitch up for Selangor FC. Oh, that's great football from Selangor FC. Just held up, shot comes in, just wide. Well, some wonderful work in attack by the Malaysian side. Started with Ainsha, kept it in play. On that far side. Patient in the build-up and worked the opening well. See a change here for Selangor. Time bar at the top of your screens, just indicating that we're coming around to our final minute of this contest. The Hoops looking happy. Subs in the shade, showing a bit of a breather from the sun. Ainsha. Only a few tired legs out there. These teams in action yesterday. First matches of the day for these sides in Group B. Hoops will come back in a little bit later on against the Eastern Thunder women. Selangor FC will have to wait until about 10 minutes to 8 p.m. local time to take on Still Arion. It's a busy day for Still Arion. 3 matches for them. They're taking on #United Women. A very exciting side. Lots of pace in that #United team. So music is on. Getting final 10 seconds of this match, and that is it. Full-time whistle goes here, and the Hoops 3 wins from 3 in the group stage. That should secure their passage into the next stage. Finishes here: QPR Hoops 1, Selangor FC 0.
are back once again with a huge clash in Masters Group B. East London All-Stars against Forest Reds, and we can go quickly down to Ash, who is in the players' tunnel.
And we're here, a lot of excitement in the tunnel with Veski from East London All-Stars. Veski, and I know you've been really excited as well. Your teammates are really buzzing for the game. So just talk me through how you've been enjoying the Soccer Sevens as well.
First, I want to thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Yeah, we are very happy, very thrilled to be here, to take part in such an event. And we want to do ourselves proud. We want to get to the semi-final. So hopefully we have a good game and win today.
How important is the friendship in your team? You guys are very close, I can see as well.
Oh, the bonding is everything, because then that will translate on the pitch. So you need to have that chemistry, always. Every friendship needs that, yes.
And lastly, what do you think of this concept, the Soccer 7 concepts as well?
No, it's amazing. It's the first time I'm playing in such a context. So, yeah, so far I'm enjoying it. First, I thought it was too big for 7v7. But as the first game go on, I was like, wow, it's amazing, revolutionary.
Well, we can't wait to see you on the pitch as well, maybe the next game, Veski. All right, all the best, and it's back to you guys.
So the players out on the pitch. This is a huge game for East London All-Stars, who must draw or win to keep their hopes of progressing to the Cup alive. They're safe in their position in the plate, but we know they want to go one further against a team that they know inside out, players that they know inside out, players they've played with, players they've played against in the Premier League in Forest Reds. And Seb Page alongside me once again. Seb, the sun is shining, and that will provide an extra challenge to this game.
Yeah, good to be back, Ellen. I just had a walk around the stadium now. It is hot as soon as you get in the sun. Players, towels over their heads, trying to stay in the shade beforehand. But it's a big game, this one, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Huge game. Forest Reds on the ball. And they've had a good series so far. It's Jamie Ward who's got the ball above his head to take this throw.
We saw some of the crowd there when I was walking around, getting signatures, photos with the players. It's a really good atmosphere down in the stadium.
How do you think Forest Reds will approach this? They seem to have a lot of the possession as they go for an early strike, and what a goal that is! Absolutely superb. Well, Jimmy Walker didn't have a chance. He tried to dive. Let's take a look back at this. Ward going from distance, really stretching was Walker, just couldn't get there.
It's a brilliant strike, isn't it? That kind of out of nowhere to caught Walker a bit cold.
Well, it's the way that he was just on the tips of his toes, looked to be jogging forward, then just whips that strike out of nowhere. And, well, East London All-Stars, they need to get moving now. They can't afford to spend time, too many extended spells off the ball. And Harewood, of course, one of the players in the East London All-Stars side, who has a fair bit of history with Nottingham Forest, going through their youth system.
East London trying to press to win the ball back, but it's well dealt with by Forest Reds.
Trotter. We haven't seen much of the ball at all, East London All-Stars. And we know this is a really competitive group. As Ward driving forward, he's hemmed in, can't find a way through. And Chesky will send it long and forward. Keeper's come out in a real tangle there. Polski, the man between the six in the orange shirt, Forest Reds. for that opening. Franceschi was making the run, but it's Forest Reds who come away with it. Dean Ashton watching on, scored a superb goal yesterday. And the active finish is James Collins.
Wasted opportunity there from Forest Reds, had a 3-on-2. But East London coming the other way now.
Yeah, Forest tracking back, waiting for the right opening. And they find it, East London. Buddy's arriving, and that will trickle through. Konchesky was there and waiting,
Delayed
but couldn't be
the pass
found.
too much.
Konchesky, high looping delivery, looking for James Collins. Didn't quite reach him. He was really stretching to try and get there. An opportunity to go again. For Collins, over to Harewood, and just nodded over, and he knows just how big an opportunity that was.
You know, I often say it's not a good idea to put the corners into the box in 7th, but that was a bit of a sitter for Marlon Harewood.
Someone who's been the real big leader in this East London team. And of course someone who had plenty of appearances for Nottingham Forest. Coming through the youth system there, 181 appearances between 1996 and 2003. Collins getting back in position. Ward. Trotter. Taking their time. Going into the last 80 seconds now as Ward keeps running. Plenty of white shirts in the area. Ward on the ball again, takes a look up, drops his shoulder.
Yeah, the calls of keep it from the Forest bench.
It's such a key thing, isn't it? We saw that with Leicester City, who are emerging as one of the big favourites for this one. Of course, with Borussia Dortmund, who we'll see up next, who lead this Group B. Leicester topping Group A. It's a really important game for both of these teams as Ward comes through again and will strike, but hits the advertising hoardings and not the target.
That was a fantastic chance for Jamie Ward. He took the first one so well on his left foot. That one fell to him on his right. Great build-up play by Forrest. Just tapped back to him, just got his angles wrong. Went wide of the post.
Yeah, no one really there to go with him, close him down. The temperature, well, it's really stepped up in the course of the last hour. Is that the whistle just going slightly early? So Forest Reds lead by a 1-0, and a big second half is required from East London All-Stars if they are to keep pushing for a place in the cup competition. So the fans in the stand at the Jalan Besar Stadium trying to find any shade they can, because it is quite warm. Humidity really stepping up a level as well. Lots of Dortmund fans in the crowd. Anticipation ahead of the next game. We saw some good shots of them warming up there. They have been formidable. The only team in the competition to have kept a perfect clean sheet record so far. Of course, Leicester just losing theirs in the last game. And we're back underway. And have we seen some changes? I think Ricardo Vaste's made his way onto the pitch. Information of that goal from earlier on. Jamie Ward, the scorer. Superb finish. Well, they really need something here, and Harewood is fighting, found his way on the ball, and well, there's a real battle there. Vaste sops it through. Can anyone finish?
Wow.
Well, he would have wanted to do a lot better there. Harewood was being really held and just couldn't find any room to turn. Taps the ball to the side. The angle was just getting tighter and tighter and couldn't steer it onto the target.
It's a great opportunity though for Vaste. Harwood holding the ball up fantastically well. Just got leaning back too much, fired it over the bar. But you see the sun belting down on the pitch now. There's almost steam coming off it.
After the rain, that's always the threat. And Harewood is through here, but he can't finish. It's a great save.
Big chance for East London. Keeper really spread himself and made him big there to stop Marlon Harewood.
Well, you can tell the difference. We've spoken about it in the players who retired recently, but when we speak about that, we're mostly saying about the outfield players. It's the same for Kovsky. Only retired last August, and you can really tell. Holding up the ball once again is Harewood, and this time Vaste's through. And he gets it, and the celebrations are iconic as well. Dean Ashton shouting on the support from the sidelines.
You've got to say that was coming though. That Marlon Harewood causing chaos in the box with his hold-up play, but a really nice little layoff to Ricardo Vaste.
That's what they wanted the first time round. No mistake the second opportunity they had. And Ricardo Vaste, we heard speak before the game, slotting home to level things out. Well, they need at least a draw here, East London All-Stars, to keep their hopes alive. That would still mean that it would be not completely in their control in the final game. A win would be much needed. Lost to Dortmund in the opening game, just 1-0. Drew with Singer Legends. Here come Forest. Forced out wide.
Earnshaw waiting in the box, yet to score in this tournament.
He's had some big opportunities as well, just hasn't been able to put them away.
Still got that movement. I was just watching him there. Came to the ball, away, back again. It's an absolute nightmare to defend against. If there'd just been a bit more on that pass, he might have been in.
Some players who have just come off, taking on some fluid. 4 subs. 9 teams. Building nicely here. Forest go for the strike, just wide.
That was not far away.
No, powerful as well. McGugan. Collison. Harewood into the box. That's his way through. Any support there. And a slip. You can see just how challenging it is after the rain. Ricardo Vaste completely losing his footing, and it's left East London All-Stars wide open at the back, and this is a huge opportunity that's put away. And off breaks Rob Earnshaw to celebrate, and we cut away at just the wrong time. Well, we can confirm he did the iconic celebration. The somersault was there. We know there is a prize for the best celebration as well, and Rob Earnshaw
He's surely won that already, but what a finish there. So composed from Rob Earnshaw. Look, the keeper expected him to smash, and he just clipped it over him, and there it is. Earnshaw's iconic somersault.
well, just about holds his foot in there, as we saw Well, one of the big leading moments up to that goal was Vashte completely losing his footing and just how slippery it is. Dean Ashton's now on the pitch. What can he bring? Can he level things out? Goes for goal. Looks like he was going to strike. This time he does, but it's into the arms of the keeper.
It's been a great second half, actually. Both teams really going for the win.
Well, they know they can't afford to lose. East London All-Stars. Their place in the next round should be secure. So that's whipped away from the feet of Harewood. Konchesky. Collison. Support from Mullins. Lovely delivery, looking for Dean Ashton, who was waiting there at the back post. Up for a corner.
Clock ticks slowly down. A minute to go.
Need to find an equaliser desperately, East London All-Stars. They can't afford to leave this game empty-handed if they want to be in the cup competition tomorrow.
Wasted.
Yeah, Konchesky's ball just too close to the goalkeeper. Earnshaw driving, Konchesky chasing. He'll be one-on-one with the keeper. Walker setting himself. Earnshaw, can he get a second? Well, you'd have put a fair bit of money on him hitting the target there.
It's a great save there.
It is. Bearing down on goal. Stretches. Just gets that touch on it. Jimmy Walker, so experienced in the EFL with Warsaw. 106 appearances before joining West Ham. Ashton loses out. And there, well, it's the full-time whistle. And disappointment for East London All-Stars, who will be contesting the plate competition tomorrow. So you can see the players just making their way off the pitch. You can understand why there'll be plenty of hugs and handshakes. These players staying in the same hotel. And our attention now draws to the next game, Singer Legends up against Borussia Dortmund. Dortmund with a perfect record so far. They're yet to concede. Beat East London by 1-0, beat Forest Reds by 2-0. And they are so well supported in the stands. Lots of fans coming out for the open training session that we had here on Thursday. And, well, you can see plenty rewarded with selfies, autographs, memories for those young Dortmund fans in the crowd. And they've just been formidable. Now they're up against a team of ex-Singapore internationals, and this man who, well, he's become a bit of an icon. Alexander Juric. Took him 3 attempts to receive his Singapore citizenship. He made his debut for Singapore, aged 37, in 89 days, scoring 2 goals. As victorious over Tajikistan in the 2010 World Cup qualifiers. As a man who knows a fair bit about goal scoring himself, Jan Koller. True icon of the game. Still the leading goal scorer for the Czechia national team. 55 goals in 91 appearances, and I think a bit of confusion just about who's going to get started. But Dortmund have decided it's them. Maybe the referee did, who knows. Singer Legends thought that they'd have a shot of running in and taking the kick-off, but we are now underway. Seb, Dortmund have just been formidable, and I know they've been a team that lots of the other teams have been speaking about, and there's this aura around them. They really are feared.
Yeah, definitely, and you look around the crowd as well, there's a lot of Dortmund fans in the house, and they haven't let them down. You know, great unit, they've looked dangerous, looked classy, to be honest, with how they use the ball and finish goals on the counter-attack. But what I can't quite understand is that kickoff that I just saw. Because we couldn't work out who was going to take it, then Dortmund took it and kicked it straight back to the Singer Legend. So
yeah,
can't quite work that one out.
I think the heat might just be getting to everyone. It's yeah, the temperature here is quite something, and particularly for those teams who have travelled from Europe, contesting the jet lag as well, which talking to a few people, it seems to be hitting on the second or third days. It's catching up with everyone. And of course down on the pitch, now the sun is shining. Hearing from some of the Coventry youngsters earlier on today, they were saying that their boots really start to burn. Matt Lockwood was saying that in some conditions you even get to see like some of the boots starting to melt in places. It can be that hot. Singer Legends have had a fair bit of the early possession, but I wonder whether that's something Dortmund don't mind too much, as Juric knocks it back and they'll try and build. Tara.
Yeah, that's a good point you make about the pitch. Obviously, we have the benefits of being able to take all the water, but there is a lot of rubber in the pitch that gets really heated up when the sun's burning down on it, and that's why you sometimes see this sort of heat wave coming off it. So I think the players will be hoping for a bit more rain soon.
Grosskreutz didn't have the power on that ball. He's trying to look for the run of Jan Koller. Just towers over everyone around him. I remember watching training on the first day and seeing James Collins go over to greet him and shake hands with him, and James Collins is 6'2" himself, and Koller towered over him, 6'8". And well, we've seen him cause some trouble in the box, but maybe not as much as we were expecting. Haven't had a real huge win yet, as Juric moves the ball away. Will pick it back up again. Competed in canoeing in the 1992 Olympic Games, hitchhiking his way there. The most incredible story. Now works with community projects here in Singapore to ensure that youngsters growing up in the country have access to enriching sport activities and can continue that as they grow up in the country.
Talk about being an all-rounder.
Absolutely. Just haven't had those placements right in the box yet, as we see Lee ping the ball in and try and reach Koller. Juric. And this Singer Legends kit that I don't think we got to see yesterday. Playing in the blue. Building nicely, but the target man Juric has been left behind. They'll go for goal regardless. And nothing required from Roman Weidenfelder there.
Yeah, I think that you can see Alex Juric saying to his teammate, calm down, try and keep it. That was a very ambitious effort. Not troubling the keeper at all. So as I look down, Dortmund continue to confuse us with two number 3s and two number 17s.
Yeah, which has been quite the challenge. We're trying to pick out the shirt names from the names on the shirt as well are tiny from where we're positioned, as Juric will try and get the ball. Weidenfeller's come out with his leg and will go and just put his hands on the shoulder of Juric. Weidenfeller flying out. Really seen him called into action too often. Grosskreutz advancing, checking out his options. Top black. I don't know how we've ended up confusing the shirts with two. Well, we have two number 3s. And when I say we, I do mean Dortmund picking up two of the same shirt. I'm not just doing it once, I've done it twice. Top back. Collar's asking for it. Can't quite stretch.
We were talking about his height earlier. It's quite hard to get over his head, but he was completely free in the box there. Didn't need to put so much onto it.
Well, he's not short himself, is he? On the top back. He played for Germany at under-19 level before making 27 senior appearances for Turkey between 2011 2017. Incredible. 359 senior domestic appearances as well in his career. Grossklutz lays it off. Advancing up to the edge of the area. Finds himself in a good position. Can he turn? The angle's tight. Lays it off. Surely the opener. There it is. Great team builder. And Borussia Dortmund have liftoff.
It was a good team goal here. Played it in, and Jan Koller continued his run, cut it back, and a bit of a scruffy finish, but keeper had no chance to get down there.
Thumbs up from Kevin Grossklutz. Well, they worked well as a team there, building nicely.
You can see why they're unbeaten so far. They look really solid as a team. With the ball back, and they move up the pitch together.
So one of the last touches of the ball, and that is the first half done and dusted. Borussia Dortmund leading by a goal to nil. Can Singer Legends come back into it in the second half? Let's head back down to Ash, who's pitch side with one of the #United team.
And I'm really happy to be joined pitch side by Toby from #United. Toby, nice to meet you. How are you enjoying Singapore with the lads?
You know what? Singapore's a beautiful place. Love it. So, yeah, we're happy to be here. And we're happy to come back any more times you guys want us to come back.
Let's chat about the format a little bit. Are you enjoying 7-a-side football? Have you played it in the UK as well before?
Yeah. So we just come back from a tournament in America, actually, playing like this type of football. Oh, smaller pitch though. But yeah, we're ready to play here as well.
I gotta ask you, Toby, I watched you on Love Island. Is there any chance of seeing you going back into the Love Island villa?
You know what? I wouldn't mind going back, I wouldn't mind going back. Should I go back?
You should. Third time's a charm, they say, right, Toby?
Yeah, exactly. So why not?
And last one, maybe a message to all the fans of #United out there. You got some coming here from Singapore as well.
Guys, we're gonna have fun, do the best, and hopefully see us win.
Hopefully, send all the best as well to you, Toby. Have a good one.
Much.
Thank you. It's back to you guys.
Thanks, Ash.
Thank you, Toby.
Well, what a character Toby Aramalaran is, and well, we'll get to see him on the pitch very shortly, and we're looking forward to that as #Get There competition underway. And this really feels like a format like that it could work really well for the #United boys, who are so used to playing these small-sided games, do a lot of these intense small-sided games, not just in training, a fair few of them playing in Baller League as well, and of course have just got back from, as Toby was saying, the 7-a-side tournament in America. Saying that though, smaller pitches, and that has been one of the challenges for these players, and particularly the Masters. As Silva on the ball, the Brazilian midfielder, he's had a good goal already this competition. Things up, Silva trying to get there, just escapes him. So Antonio da Silva, one of the changes coming on. Petric, I think, is the other. Just having a look around, we have got eyes on Petric.
The Dortmund player looking for a free kick there. But I think the Singer team indicating that he had got no contact on it. On Lee, I think that was.
Salim, the man between the sticks for the Singer Legends. voted goalkeeper of the year 3 consecutive times between 2011 and 2013. Tara. Silent. Was that a handball given?
Looked at.
You can understand why Antonio De Silva was just pointing to his shoulder and going, surely not.
Opportunity now for the Singer team.
Yep,
to get the ball into the box.
He's there and trying to wriggle free of his man. Top Black couldn't quite.
Asking for a corner, but the ref's given a goal kick.
Trench. Yeah, it slides it across. And how has he missed that?
Not quite sure. Did everything right there, and he approached the ball, made great contact, but it was just wide.
Well, it was put on a plate for him. De Silva was put off by Adel Salim, who was sliding in, the goalkeeper, but he really should have done better there. Golden opportunity to make it 2-0. And that's one thing we haven't seen too much of in this competition, and Seb, maybe you could enlighten us of whether it happens across sevens, but so often it is the team who score first who go on to win the match.
Yeah, I mean, you rarely see teams coming back, but I think even more so in the heat, right? So, especially when you have smart players, ex-professionals like Dortmund, they know as soon as they get the ball, they need to hang on to it, and chasing the ball just completely sucks all the energy out of you. So, when Singer get the chance, they have to take it.
And they've lost their opportunity there.
You move up the pitch like that and win a throw-in, and you can eat 30 seconds or even more off the clock when you do.
Well, it goes so quickly, doesn't it, as the substitutes waiting to come on. Changes made as Jeremy Chiang coming on. One of the subs for the Singer Legends.
The ref's not helping matters by stopping the game again. Dortmund in absolutely no rush to take this throw in.
Be interesting to see if Dortmund do click up to another gear when we get to the knockout phases, because like we said, with Weidenfeller on the ball, he's spent 16 seasons at Dortmund. We haven't seen them go all out just yet. They've given the ball away. Huge opportunity for Juric. Can't drag it away from the hands of Roman Weidenfeller.
Watch that again.
Well, he spills it. And
it's great keeping there to
get
that back with his feet.
And the Bundesliga and the DFB Pokal twice. Not the squad that won the FIFA World Cup as well. And the players selected to speak at the opening of this tournament. Talking really well about opportunities for young goalkeepers. This is De Silva. And Petric can't run onto it.
Still, it's only 1-0. There's always a chance for the Singer Legends.
I do feel their main attacking force has been Alexander Juric. He has the height. He's a really important target man for them. But in terms of goals coming from elsewhere, they just don't quite have that. Whereas some of the teams that we've seen, of course, today in Forest Reds, had goals come from all over the pitch. Borussia Dortmund have had a good variety of goal scorers, despite only scoring 4 goals so far this tournament. You look at the Cosmo Masters, who are absolutely flying, and it's not just as much as they do have one exceptional player in Michael Sharples. The goals are coming from elsewhere on the pitch as well. Be interesting to see in the latter stages if Dortmund can click on, and of course the consensus in the Legends that they just can't, as it's set up perfectly. Surely someone can tap it home, and Petric does. Side-footed, past the keeper, and that's 2-0, and it's job done with 10 seconds left to play.
Taken really well, and Lee got it. He didn't want to finish it himself, but he set it back for Petric. Finished it.
And there is the whistle, and Borussia Dortmund continue their exceptional form. It's finished it 2-0. So Group A opens up in the Men's Open with Vasco da Gama up against #United. A huge clash, this one, so anticipated, plenty of preview pieces ahead of this really big opening game for both teams. We see one of our colleagues there, Matt Lockwood, with Jake Jessup as well. QPR players and staff up in the stands as we wait for the teams to emerge from the tunnel ahead of kickoff. Sprinklers still on. I saw some of the challenges that the wet pitch has posed for some of the other teams. So out come the two squads. #United, semi-professional team based in Essex, up against Vasco da Gama, one of the most widely supported clubs in Brazil. Copa Libertadores champions in 1998, four-time Serie A winners, and have plenty of history and talent in their ranks as well. #into their huddle. This is a format that really suits these # players. They play a lot of small-sided games, not just in training. Recently out in the US in a 7-a-side tournament. Some of these players as well competing in the Baller League, which kicked off for the first time in England this year. And it's # who gets us underway. Delighted to say that from the club, Eddie Cooper alongside me. Eddie, well, this is a massive clash for the # boys, but one, talking to Toby earlier on, it seems like he's excited to get stuck into.
Yeah, the boys can't wait. It's been a fantastic first few days here in the country. First time ever in Asia for not just myself, but a lot of the squad. And yeah, the games don't stop. We've had no real break this summer. Obviously, as you mentioned, we were in the US, and now here we are in Asia.
How well do you think that tournament in the US, and I mentioned as well some of the boys playing in the Baller League, how well do you think that set you guys up for this tournament?
I don't know, it's such a unknown, this tournament, until you play the first game. The first game will teach you a lot. The Brazilian side, I would imagine, will be a lot more well equipped to deal with these kind of conditions, whereas I think us, obviously we dealt with the heat in North Carolina, but this is a different kind of heat. I said it a lot on the women's game yesterday, but until the boys kind of get used to playing the first game, it's 3 games today as well, until they get used to that, it's going to be kind of an interesting process. It's going to be a physical game as well, I would imagine, with this Brazilian side. Yeah,
we can already see there PK Humble getting involved. Talk us through your squad. Who are the players that we should be looking out for?
I mean, goalkeeper David Hughes can probably reach the other end of the pitch with a goal kick. So should we get a little bit desperate later on, that is a tactic we could utilise. But yeah, PK Humble, if he's fit and at it, he's probably one of, if not the best player at the level we play back home. Toby Romilaren, pace to burn, and is unbelievable. Oh my word, what a save!
Superb save! What a big opportunity Well, the goalkeeper really had to leave. Let's take a look back at it. Well, you said just how good his distribution is going the other way. That is something spectacular to keep that one out.
Fantastic from the Vasco da Gama forward to spot him off his line. He was quite a way off his line and almost, I tell you what, it would have been goal of the tournament, but almost caught him out. David Hughes backpedaling, tips it over. It's a fantastic stop.
Yeah, really good save. And only just keeping that ball in, Carlos Jr. Early warning sign from Vasco da Gama. Just need to keep their nerve now. #United. Really interesting seeing the first of the Masters games yesterday. Just how teams a little bit of time to feel each other out. This one is started at full pace. This is Jan.
Leicester really impressed me yesterday, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
He used to go to university in Leicester as well, and seeing some of those players yesterday was pretty cool. We played against Danny Simpson actually a few times this summer.
Yeah, and that's a really good part of what this tournament is you know, we've got those ex-Premier League players, a squad full of Premier League winners, not just at Leicester, but of course we've got Robert Huth in there as well, who won the Premier League twice with Chelsea, as trying to break, and they're on the ball. Opportunities coming. It's fallen to Amara Laren. Just couldn't loft it over, but he's appealing for a handball.
He's never getting that, I'll be honest with him. The distance to the defender there, I think it would be a very harsh decision. Just closed down really well, though, by the Brazilian defence. That pass for PK Humble was open. Couldn't quite find him, though. Good start, though.
Yeah, fast-paced start. Almost halfway, just over halfway now through the first half.
Seen a lot of short corners this tournament. Not many take the chance to lose possession and cross it into the box.
Not seen many of it at all, as just pushed away by the goalkeeper.
Just as I was saying, we don't see many crosses into the box.
Yep.
I think he heard me and then decided just to whip one in.
Malaren plays it short. He's on the ball again into the area, building nicely. Oh, and just pinging up in the wrong direction. Nathan Smith, and it found himself in a good position there.
Yeah, deal with that one. Talk about being fired at you. Couldn't quite control it. He is a left back / centre back by trade, so.
Well, we do see the players sort of stray out their natural position, particularly those. We've seen it a fair bit with the centre-backs. They're quite keen to get forward, something that obviously they wouldn't be allowed to do when you're playing the 11-a-side.
This is true. Well, Nathan Smith's got a bit of a history for being a marauding full-back / a goal-scoring centre-back. He's over 600 appearances in the English Football League. Yeovil still, I believe, Yeovil Town's record appearance maker.
He is indeed.
Jamaican international as well, of course. So, yeah, he's got a pretty decent CV.
2 caps for Jamaica between 2011, 2012. You just see just how slippy the pitch is as Haysom going to the ground. We saw it in the Masters games before, after the storm, but they've also been watering the pitch as well.
Yeah,
just adds such a challenge when you're slippery anyway because of how much sweat your jerseys, your shorts are holding.
I mean, the conditions, I'll say it again, but it's such a different kind of leveler when it comes to the games out here, the football. You know, Vasco da Gama may be a better team, they may be a worse team, but the leveler will be the conditions and how well equipped each team is. We saw it a lot in the women's game yesterday, I felt, when our girls were playing, that they tailed off a little bit just to how difficult the conditions was.
There been any advice shared as big opportunity opens up now. Aaron into the area, Willie strike, it's pinged off the back of Carlos Jr.
Yeah, I think a lot of the advice was keep possession. I think we made too many passes yesterday, they were a little bit too risky. And Devs, the gaffer for the men's team today, making that point quite often and quite vigorously this morning. So the boys looking after possession so far and, you know, and keeping it well. We potentially craft the final attack of this half. Just as I say, wasteful in possession. Touch goes begging. You
really need to take your opportunities. I think that's something that everyone is learning in this game. With the pitch being so big, you need to take your chances.
Good tackle there from Harry Haysom, one of our own.
So 15 seconds left on the clock in this first half. All level. And well, some of the big chances have gone the way of the non-league side from Essex. Humble gets a touch. And there we go, the half-time whistle. All level at the break. Hashtag holding themselves well against one of the most widely supported clubs in Brazil. 0-0. As we take a short break. And we can head down back to Ash, who's been soaking up some of the atmosphere.
And right now we are pitch side, guys. A little bit of a chat from me. A quick reminder that if you're in Singapore and you're watching this stream, we want to see you right here in Jalan Besar Stadium for the Soccer7 series, because it's really continental football at its best, from Persib to Hashtag United, who've just completed the game, or rather one more half coming up. There's been a lot of footballing action. It's great for families, footballers, fun as well. If you want to come down, you've got one more day to get your tickets at Jalan Besar Stadium. We want to see you here tomorrow. And of course, catch all the fantastic goals on socials as well. On Instagram and TikTok, it's been a fantastic day of action for me. We've got still summer games to go coming up as well. Women, men's, as well as of course, the veterans. If you guys want to know more, don't forget to, of course, follow us on socials. And yeah, I'm looking forward to more action coming up, guys, so stay tuned.
Thanks, Ash. Yep, we're looking forward to it as well. We are storming through the day. This is the busiest day on the programme. I haven't actually counted all the games because I thought if I did, it would cause me to panic.
I wouldn't want to.
So we're just rolling with it. We're rolling with it. I think I'm over halfway with my stints. Rish has been doing a brilliant job holding fort as well. And yeah, it's warm. Like I said, I don't know if your boys are feeling it as well, and the women's team as well. Jet lag hitting on day 3, I think, is what the consensus is.
Yes. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I took a walk down to the Marina Bay and look at around the F1 Singapore circuit this morning, and the walk alone, about 40 minutes, was enough to make me fill up probably a bucket, a fairly big bucket as well with sweat. It's tough conditions to acclimatise into, especially when you're playing football. But the guys and girls are saying that the biggest thing isn't when you're actually running around, it's when you stop. So the break during the half times and at the end of the games when the heat really hits you because you can't get cool or dry.
It is like the most insane football interval session when you look at the games that they're having to play, particularly for these men in the Open who are playing more games in one day than, of course, our Masters and our women did yesterday. It really is a huge test on them, but of course, I'm sure your boys will say it as well, it's really good for this pre-season build.
100%, and PK Humble in the kind of area that we like to see him, with that fantastic footwork of his, the jinky-me-jinky as it's known.
Set it up nicely, but no one there in yellow to pounce on it. He's such a confident player, isn't he? And well, he oozes it in buckets.
He's an interesting character. I don't know if you've had a chat with him or seen his stuff online, but yeah, PK. I suggest anyone watching that doesn't know who he is, go and follow him, because you'll see some interesting content.
It is definitely worth it. He's quite the character. We saw that in Baller League. That iconic celebration. Now, I do hope we'll see it today, because
we're praying.
It would be.
There's money on the line.
There's money on the line, and you know, Rob Earnshaw's done a front flip. PK Humble, if he pulls out the iconic celebration, there could be a real battle on for who takes the money.
Dortmund as well with the
Dortmund, yeah. Oh, the aura farming yesterday. God,
fantastic.
We've had it all.
We've had it all. Football heritage.
It truly is. As well, here at Vasco da Gama trying to drive forward. And some interesting family links in this team, as I'll tell you about in a minute, as Carlos Jr. sends it over to the side. Alvinho.
It's the kind of period of the game, though, that I'm kind of worried about without the, you know, not just our teams, but the British teams, where you do start to feel the conditions. You've had a slight break and you're trying to get started again. The last kind of 3-4 minutes is really where we saw our girls struggle a little bit to either create chances or take them. I just hope that the boys have kind of learnt from watching, because they were here supporting and watching the women's games yesterday, and hopefully they've learnt a thing or two.
Yep, absolutely. So some of the family links in this Vasco da Gama team. Wearing number 7 is Jan Felizbino. His dad, Alexandro, is wearing number 8, and they're both relatives of Deco, the 2-time Champions League winner.
No way.
Yeah, would you believe it?
So former Chelsea player. Sorry, I'm a Chelsea.
Yeah, there you go. lay your stall out early. Of course, you know, special enough playing alongside your dad in a tournament like this, but then also with that family heritage as well.
Yeah, I mean, what a moment for them. Hopefully they don't enjoy this game too much, though.
Well, you can see the possession fairly even there, but Hashtag just edging it. But like we've spoken about, and Eddie's saying there, this is a spell where Hashtag are sat back. Carlos Jr. on the ball, sends it forward. A real wrestle to get back on it. The physicality of Hashtag has been quite good. They've been quite strong in holding their ground.
Just noticed we made a change as well. Jason Ring, new signing actually for us, is on for the skipper Harry Haysom as the shot comes in. Flashes wide, but yeah, Ringo, a National League South, obviously not too far from the Football League. Skipper last season, a new addition, fullback. See how he gets on. Pretty no-nonsense defender, you'll see, I'm sure, but gonna make another change as well. And Pedro Carvalho coming into the... that looks like a bit of an attacking change, actually. Pedro Carvalho. Yeah, you'd have seen his cousin Ruben Suarez Jr. in Baller League, but Pedro himself, Portuguese descendant, has some flair, shall we say.
He does indeed, and well, he's been scoring for fun, hasn't he?
Yeah, and the small-sided stuff really suits him down to the ground. He's a serious contender when it comes to the better players in these kind of smaller formats. I don't really know if you would describe this as a smaller format. Obviously smaller in terms of the team size, but because the pitch is so big, it's a lot of the reason why we haven't, for example, brought small-sided specialists as we did with TST. So, yeah, it's interesting to see as Toby spins nicely there and finds Pedro.
So Pedro Carvalho on the ball. Really good footwork. So determined to keep the attack going. Winning a corner in the process. Play it short, try and build. 3 corners to Vasco's 1. Vasco da Gama, named after the Portuguese explorer, as ball fizzes through the area. Not picked up.
Heavy tackle.
Yeah. But deemed as fair by the referee. All whipped away from the feet of Nathan Smith. Well, it's just bodies flying everywhere, and it doesn't help just how slippery this pitch is.
That's PK Humble doing what PK Humble does very, very well. Unfortunately, he does often not get away with it. Like that.
So still 0-0 with 70 seconds left to play, and this has been, Eddie, as I'm sure you've seen plenty, the real business end in terms of, we've done a lot of business here. There's been a lot of goals scored in the last 90 seconds. They'll have to hold firm as PK Humble picks up the ball. Anyone there to get it? Oh, wow, you don't see that very often. A real tumble, including the referee, who's not got back to his feet.
That's a dive, that one. He's got to be a booking. Surely it's got to be a booking. Gone over like an old lady on a frosty morning, that one. Terrible referee.
Well, quite something. There's PK Humble continuing with the ball. There's Hughes just offering himself a thing, because you can just see how slippery it is. Galberson going down. Caught out with the back now potentially, but it's all just got a bit much, and the referee's pulled it back. It's been taken quickly. We're moving fast. Vasco da Gama trying to find the opener and what would be a hugely important goal. Could have been the decider. David Hughes made himself very big. He's had a great game so far. Arguably your most eye-catching player, I have to say.
Yeah, made 2 very big saves, including that one there. And Vasco da Gama, though, danger not averted, and they'll probably get the last attack of the match.
They will do. The clock has ticked down into the arms of Hughes. He'll throw the ball away, and it will end level. So there we go. Hashtag United open up their campaign. Goalless draw with one of the most widely supported clubs in Brazil, Vasco da Gama. Finished here 0-0. So we're flying through the day, and next up we continue with Group A, SHB up against Alex Nigata, who we've seen the women's team in competition already today. Now it's the turn of the men. Plenty of debriefing. And the watering continues on the pitch, and just wonder how much that will affect this next game. Fans, players, QPR contingent in the stands, waiting for their opportunity to come back onto the pitch. Mehdi there, his team's just saying how challenging it is with those spells in between the games where you're trying not to cool down too much, not letting the muscles stiffen up. Danny Simpson was talking to us yesterday about that. But also get the rest that you need. Albirex Niigata and SHB FC making their way out onto the pitch. See the side based in Vietnam's 4th largest city, play in the V-League, top tier of Vietnamese football. 3-time league winners, 5-time runners-up. Dropped into the 2nd tier but were promoted for the 24-25 season. And they are up against Albirex Niigata, who are playing in the blue kit, SHB in the orange kits, and this is an intriguing clash. Seb, we're seeing the waterings continued on the pitch, and it's caused a fair few issues.
Yeah, and that last game was brilliant, actually. Tough competition, but people were slipping all over. It was quite entertaining when the referee got taken out as well.
We love any additional drama. SHB on the ball.
Be a tough group for these two teams to get out of just after watching Vasco and Hashtag, both looking like very strong teams. But let's see what Albirex of Singapore or SHB have.
So Albirex based here in Singapore, 6-time Premier League winners, 4-time Singapore Cup winners. They've won in total 18 major titles in Singapore, and a real interesting mix. It's a very young Albirex squad. A lot of teenagers, counted at least 3 16-year-olds. They're very used to playing in these conditions, of course, playing on these pitches. SHB on the ball, moving toward that.
Looking forward to your pronunciation of the Vietnamese names, Ellen.
Well, I'm trying my best. I've spent a lot of time up last night listening to the pronunciations when jet lag was hitting hard, so I hope I'm getting them vaguely in the right ballpark, that enough people can identify who they are. Nguyen Hoàng Huân, number 22. Nguyen, high looping ball, miscommunication there. He thought someone would be there to slot in and pick it up and drive forward. We did feel, of course, as you've just mentioned there, Seb, there's a draw, probably right for the two teams we've just seen in this group. With that in mind, these two will be desperate to take all 3 points.
Big opportunity to put their name down in this group, give themselves a chance in those tough games.
And that loses out, but finds himself in a good position to try and pick the ball up again. It has fallen into the possession of Albirex Niigata. Nguyen Hoi. Nguyen. And Van Hoi again. Spell of possession here for the men in orange. The most successful period in their club was between 2008 and 2017. Of course, I mentioned the recent relegation. Going back up at the start of last season. Moving toward that. their time. Not rushing. It's and 3. Sees the ball out of play. Skander sends the ball forward. Chasing is Kabila. Is it central? Forced backwards though. Khan. Shot from distance. The keeper was diving, but it didn't nestle. It's gone out for a corner. We've got a touch on the way through. Is it the keeper just skims his palms?
It's a good save in the end. Good strike from distance.
Maureen Van Hoon, man between the sticks for SHB. A kill to take. Almost spilled by the keeper. They had a good spell of possession, SHB, just didn't really do anything with it. And now Alex Nagata and the team on the ascendancy. Holding possession well. No one there at the back post. Two minutes left to play of this first half.
It's gone by quickly without much happening.
Exactly that. And that's why you feel that SHB, when they had that good spell of possession, maybe should have tried to do something with it. They're on the ball again now. We have seen a lot of this, and this may be more traditional Sevens football, like you were briefing us about before, Seven, that you've seen plenty over the years as one of the organisers of the Hong Kong Sevens.
Yeah, there's a lot of keep ball, especially in a game like this where both teams know how big the win or the defeat would be in this group, so just not wanting to commit. But that's what makes it exciting, is when, you know, a player takes someone on or does something a bit different. It's easy to keep the ball for a long time in Sevens if you keep passing it back because you've got so much space.
64% of the possession going the way of SHB, but Alex Nagata with the only attempt on goal. So that's about to change into the last 60 seconds of the first half, building really nicely here. SHB can't get the ball away from their feet. Big opportunity wasted. You need to make the most of those opportunities. They don't come around very often if you're playing this kind of possession-based game.
Built it up really nicely as well, but the ball just got caught up in the striker's feet. A really good chance to test the keeper.
Nice build-up play once again, laid off to one side, and quick, and find the right opening. An attempt on goal. And there is the whistle, half-time, all level, goalless. We will have a 1-minute break, and then we'll be back. Big second half for both these teams. SHB 0, Arbalex 0. Well, we can go back down pitch side where Ash is with a special guest.
And we're here with Zonu, who is the head coach, the CEO, as well as a player with Setagaya United. What a CV that is. And I've heard, you've played on this pitch before, Zonu?
Because I played for Arbex Singapore in 2016. Yeah.
So many memories with them on this field?
Yeah, forget me not. yeah.
Talk to me about Setagaya, your club. How did you come up with this team? Why did you set it up?
Yeah, because I played 2016 and captain is Kento Hukda, and he also 7 years playing in Singapore. Yeah, because Sharif invitation for us. Yeah.
So how do you think about this tournament, 7-a-side football? You think it's good?
Yeah, this is exciting, good fun. Yeah, so many clubs, very good stadium, good support, everything. I like it.
And last one, talk to me about your team. You know, you have many young players. So how many kind of players do you have?
Because we have so many young players. I think good for culture, good for future. You know, yeah. I think aggressive, more play. I want it. Yeah.
Arigato, and of course, all the best. All the best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ash. Just doing such a brilliant job, taking us down pitch side and really taking us into each of the players' camps. So still level, goalless after the break, and now should we expect to see the heat turned up just a little bit? Arzane plays it back. Khan, 17-year-old, previously selected for the Singapore under-16 teams. There's a couple who have played at international level for under-16s and under-15s in this Albirex Niigata team, who are on the edge of the area trying to advance. There's the shot, there's the goal. And finally we have the opener. We had to wait and wait. It was a cagey affair. Iskander, the player who got the strike away.
And finally a strike on target, right-footed across the goal, leaving the keeper no chance. And now this game can start to heat up.
Cool finish from Liska Hazik Iskander. And finally, we have some movement in the game. They have to respond now, SHB, and do something with that possession that they've been holding. Just haven't had those moments where they've advanced. Not caused too much of a threat in the area. Here comes Nguyen Toldat. Nguyen Quang Ho. Shot from distance, low driven, sent out for a throw to SHB. A few changes will be made for SHB. Swan Lim Kong, the player wearing number 4, who's just jogged on. And alongside him, 77. I wonder if that is indeed Nguyen Yen Toon. Some confusion with the shirt numbers over the course of the last couple of days. I think you earlier said had a game where you had different shirt numbers, different leg numbers on the shorts as well. So pure chaos, pure sevens chaos, faster football, and all part of the entertainment here at the Soccer 7 series.
And not easy to identify the players. We're sitting higher up further back in the stands as well, so as we're trying to decipher the players' names, numbers, all sorts. But yeah, like you say, all part of the fun of it.
So Bashir in the goal for Albirex Niigata. Looking back to his line now. There's SHB searching for the equaliser. That's played for you beautifully. Just escaping feet of the striker. Kalisha Keel, the man to send it out. And for a corner. So an opportunity to try and push for the equaliser from a set piece. It's been so interesting to see how the teams use these opportunities, most going short, but I think this will be a more direct one, lofted high into the area. Oh! Well, that is devastating for Albirex Niigata. But I think everyone just looked around. We couldn't quite believe it. The pace that it pinged off him. Let's watch this back.
Well, it looked a good finish, so I'm not sure what he was doing.
Excellent finish. If that was down the other end, he'd have all the plaudits, but he's only gone and fired it into the back of his own net.
I thought I was looking at the wrong teams then as he nodded that in.
I was still shaking my head, really quite the bizarre situation. And Ralph Anaki Khan, an own goal from the 17-year-old. And goalkeeper living quite dangerously once again, and will that be a second for SHB? Not quite. Well, the nerves, I think now, the anxiety starting to set in for Halves Niigata. What a bizarre ongoing there, heading into the back of his own net with such power. SHB will now feel like they have the upper hand slightly, momentum going their way. Into the area they go. What a goal that is. That is superb. A class finish. And it just hasn't been the last 3 minutes that Bashir would have wanted. Let's look at this strike once again. Van Hooy.
It's a very impressive comeback from the Vietnamese side. Got a slice of luck with that own goal, but nothing lucky about that one.
You really felt that even before the own goal, the momentum was going their way. And it really shifted because the worry, the anxiety started to come into this Halves Niigata team, who are still very young. We mentioned it right at the start. I've got at least 4 16-year-olds who are playing. This is a mix of youth and reserve squads from the team based here in Singapore. 6-time Premier League winners, 4-time Singapore Cup winners, a total of 18 major trophies won here in Singapore. And this, of course, as we said, with the team who have come over from QPR, have come over from Coventry, such good experience for them. But it does make those moments when errors like that happen, you do just wince a little bit more.
Yeah, but they'll learn from it.
Absolutely.
0-0 at half-time. It's exploded into life, this game, for the second half.
Exactly what we wanted. It's what we were hoping for. Van Hooy is in the goal for SHB. 10 seconds left. Niigata desperately wants to do something with it. They've been careless with the ball, lost possession. Time running out, and there is the final whistle. And SHB get their campaign off to a perfect start. It's finished here. SHB 2, Halves Niigata 1.
Up next, QPR against Setagaya United, match 48, Men's Open, Group B. First fixture in this group. That should be an interesting one, this, with QPR sending a side of young players out here to Singapore, coming up against Setagaya United. Team from Japan, who have a relationship actually and a partnership with the Halves Niigata here in Singapore. And a few of their players used to feature for Halves in the local league here in Singapore. It's a young side from Queen's Park Rangers, travelling to the Soccer7 series on the crest of a wave after lifting their first Premier League Cup at the end of the 24-25 season, following a 3-1 win over Brentford in the final. Not featured in the Premier League since 2014-15. As the under-21 side proved in the most recent campaign, the future does look very bright in West London. To seeing what they can produce here, the Soccer7s series. We get underway at Jalan Besar. It's QPR going from right to left on your screens, up against Setagaya United of Japan. Traveling for their first overseas tournament, Setagaya United. This will be a nice test for them against a young QPR side. Setagaya United made up of some amateur footballers. Try and set the tempo early on here. Now QPR. Setagaya United, founded in 2022. Two core principles: the pursuit of ideal football and the pursuit of what they believe to be a truly cool football club. Their own vision of branding and identity. They currently compete in the Tokyo Metropolitan League Division 2 after winning the 3rd division last season. To continue their steady rise through the Japanese football pyramid. Should be a lot of energy in this young QPR side, Matt. What are you looking forward to from this one?
Yeah, no, exactly. I'm really looking forward to seeing QPR play. Yeah, one of my ex-teammates is the coach there, and I know how he likes to play. I know how positive he is, and you know, infectious his personality is. So I'm expecting big things from the QPR boys.
Should be a foul there. His foot hooked out from underneath him. To this left-hand side. Back to the goalkeeper, Aslan Haikal. Albrecht's doing Setagaya United a little bit of a favour here with Aslan coming across to help out in goal for Setagaya. The 19-year-old goalkeeper plays for Albrecht's under-21 side. It'll be a great experience for him, getting the opportunity to impress at this tournament. Also a former Geylang under-17 player. Aslan. Strong challenge. Put in there. Tsuke Nobori feeling the impact of that contact. Jito Zono, 35-year-old central midfielder, founder of Setagaya United. Jito Zono, at the age of 26, he tried to become a professional footballer, going abroad, but couldn't quite find a team. And just as he was thinking about retiring, received an offer from the Albrecht Regatta Singapore chairman, Daisuke Korenaga, to start his career here in Singapore. And that relationship has continued to this day with his club here, Setagaya United. And try and give back to the game is Jito Zono. Founded Setagaya United to give back to the sport and give others an opportunity to get into the game. Possession back at the Japanese side, Aslan. Just Jito Zono, who's played for Albrecht Regatta in Singapore. Kento Fukuda, so in the team that's come out here to the Soccer 7 series. Central defender, 35 years of age. Played for Albrecht, Geylang and Warriors FC. Played in Singapore for 7 seasons. Setagaya United are taking their time in possession and trying to invite that press from QPR. We're happy to sit back. Well, I guess they're just trying to feel their way into this competition, the QPR youngsters.
That's it. You find that when the you know, the teams from the UK come over and it's the first time they've played 7-a-side on a full-size pitch, it does take them a little while to get used to it, but they do get used to it quickly. We've seen, you know, the Masters guys start off slowly and just get better and better with each game, and QPR will be exactly the same here.
That's good hold-up play from Setagaya United, comfortable in possession. Rei Watanabe going out into this left-hand side. Space for the cross here, which is swung in. Bad delivery into the box. Has been headed away. QPR defense. Range comes off the crossbar. Great effort that was.
That was a great effort, wasn't it? I mean, I'd like to see QPR close the player down a little bit quicker. There's been a few times down on this left-hand side where they're just allowing crosses to get into the box.
Oh, that's another lovely ball in. Sweet left foot. That strike there.
It was a great strike, wasn't it? Yeah.
Have a look at this one again.
Keeper was just a spectator.
Had a bit of dip as well towards the end.
Yeah.
Here come QPR. There's Ridwan Hassan. It's the green shirt. Strong challenge. Just put in there by Fraser Neal. And he wins a free kick. It's a reward for his hard work there. The 17-year-old central midfielder. Hard-working and aggressive player. Neal is continually impressed. Worked his way up through the youth ranks at the club. And his resilience has earned him appearances in QPR's development squad. Not trying to make that progress. Good journey for these young players as well. Coming out here to Singapore, playing in these conditions against a different opposition than what they normally come up against. The free kick here. There's a touch. Driven in low. Just trying to change up the angle here, Matt.
Yeah, it was interesting what they tried, just to move the ball quickly and then have that shot on goal. Shame he didn't hit the target. It'd have been nice to just test the goalkeeper, see what he's all about.
A little bit sloppy there. Went straight back to QPR. Low drive. That's a good save.
That was the best effort, wasn't it? Getting on target, asking the keeper a question. I mean, he answered it very well, didn't he? He got down with a firm wrist and parried it wide. But you know, QPR looking sharp.
Aslan looking good in goal as well. A couple of tests for him. And he's passed those tests early on in this first half. Half time here, QPR 0, Setagaya United 0. Just about ready for the second half here at the Jalan Besar Stadium. QPR up against Setagaya United. Well, that relationship that the Setagaya have with Elbrechts Nigata in Singapore is a fruitful one. Top scorer this season for Elbrechts, Shingo Nakano, actually came from Setagaya United, so it is a project that definitely works. What Jito Zono is trying to do with this club and forming that relationship with the Elbrechts Nigata here in Singapore, giving opportunities to players who have the talent to try and break through into the professional game. And it's great to see Nakano coming across to the Singapore Premier League and making a huge impact. But here come QPR. From left to right on the screens for this second half. It's Ridwan. We'll get that under control. Man up top looks really powerful, the QPR number 9.
He's a big lad, isn't he? Physical, athletic. Obviously got the attributes. You know, it's one of those where when you like that, then can you go and get the technical ability to match?
Yeah, Setagaya. No way through for the moment. Good recovery there from QPR's youngsters. It's Jito Zono. Sweet left foot. Had an effort in the first half that crashed off the frame of the goal. Fascinating contest this one is. And for there is saved easily by Casey Taylor. Couldn't do much with the shot. They hit the frame of the goal from Jito Zono. Made a good, comfortable save there. From QPR. Ridwan Hassan. Not sure if the attempt at a shot was the right decision. He's almost barreled his way through. We're having a look, Matt, at Setagaya United just controlling quite a bit of the possession. They look quite good with the ball.
Yeah, they do. It's just their final pass in the final third maybe is lacking a little bit of quality, which is lucky for QPR because there's been a few times where they've made some good runs, but they're just giving the ball away just at that last minute.
As Nobori with the armband, blocked by Lihi. Going to try and cause a few problems from that left-hand side. The number 14 for Setagaya, Yusuke Furo. Just a drop on the shoulder. Tried to open up the angle.
Good defending though from QPR, wasn't it? Defending in their units and in their numbers.
It's Lihi, the captain, sticking with his man there. That's excellent defending again. He's been almost everywhere in that back line for QPR, and that's the long ball forward. I think 4-1. Jitozono comes into the shade. Pretty smart in this heat to play out on the side that's covered.
There's not a lot of shade there, though, is there? If that is his plan, he's not really going to be that effective. He's got about, what, 20 yards to work with.
Everyone else struggling on the other side of the pitch. First match in this group. Let's open Group B. Selangor FC coming up against Geylang International. Right after this, that is a nice rivalry there. Malaysia against Singapore. Should have that add a bit of spice as we have England against Japan here. Change coming for QPR. Ashley Trujillo. He's an exciting talent. Looking forward to seeing what he can do. We've been under 17 international, Ashley Trujillo. And there's some Premier League clubs, apparently the rumours are, a few of them looking at him. Aston Villa, one of them.
Yeah, well, QPR have had a conveyor belt of very talented players coming out of their academy through their youth ranks. Obviously, Eberechi Eze has been one over recent years who has turned out to be a fantastic player.
Taken short to Jitozono. That's Furo. And they work the ball so well, finding the opening for the effort, straight down the middle. Just need a bit more precision on their shots here. Try and hit the corners if they can. So far, finding the goalkeeper with their efforts. Getting closer here though, coming to the final 2 minutes of this one. That's Furo, his left foot. Trujillo. It's nudged off the ball. Looked like it was shoulder to shoulder there. Was that shoulder to shoulder, Matt?
Well, there's a bit of a size difference, isn't there? It's been a good game though, even.
No real rush here, I think, from Setagaya. Very patient with the ball. And I haven't seen QPR try to go on and press. Although this is the cue here. Jitozono's in a little bit of trouble. Gets it back to Eslan. Takato. Good pace, good energy from this young side, and nice and aggressive as well. So they're matching up very well here, the QPR youngsters. Setagaya perhaps have a little bit more in terms of their technique and with the passing in the possession game, but QPR are aggressive and quick. Ridwan with the chance, big tackle, could be opportunity here for QPR, and they find the opening goal. And it's their captain, who's been everywhere for this side, leading by example, getting up and down. He was there to put that away.
Yeah, he did very well, didn't he? I mean, he's going to on a long run from centre back. Rode his luck a little bit, you know, with a bit of a ricochet tackle. But then, as the ball dropped to him, it's then right. Can you hit the target? Left foot volley, and he didn't disappoint. And it was a very good finish in the end.
Well, perfect time to score with about 3 seconds left on the clock.
Yep, there's definitely no time for a comeback.
Referee's going to allow this one. Gitozano! Well, he tried, and that is going to be it. Worth a goal right at the end. And it's QPR who hung in there, and they come away with the 3 points in the opening match. QPR 1, Setagaya United 0. Next match in this group, Men's Open Group B. It's a Malaysia-Singapore clash. Selangor FC up against Geylang International. Match number 49 in Group B. This is day 2 of the Soccer 7 series here in Singapore. What a tournament it's been so far. Coming into this fixture off the back of a win for QPR and the youngsters. The 1-0 victory against Japan's Setagaya United, who threatened in that contest. But it was QPR who got the late goal through the captain Lee Hee. Picking up the winner with about 10 seconds left on the clock. Time for Setagaya to find a response. So we move on to this one here. QPR taking the early lead in this group with the win. Comes down to these two sides, Selangor FC against Geylang International. Both teams with young players being entered into this tournament. And what an opportunity this is for them. It's a bit of a derby as well, Matt, this one. Malaysia against Singapore.
Yeah, no, it's good. Like you say, it's a great experience for these young lads. You know, even like going back to the QPR boys, obviously I was at QPR as a young boy. I was there as an 18-year-old, and I'd have loved to have come to a place like this. Instead, we stayed in London and ran round a park. It wasn't quite as glamorous. So, yeah, I'd have much rather come to Singapore and experience this. But, you know, it made me the person I am today. So we're all good.
So here we go then, Selangor FC going from right to left in the red and yellow up against Geylang International in the green and white. Could be an early chance here for Selangor. That's Shahir Basha, the number 9. Sorry, Abdul Rahman Daud, the number 9 rather. Shahir Basha is the number 36. There's a 53, Danish Iskandar. And this is a Selangor FC side that did really well in the domestic league that they took part in. Finished as runners-up, and some exciting players in this side. It is an older team to what Geylang International have put out here. So a little bit more experience in that sense for Selangor FC. Probably slight favourites coming into this one, but as that old cliche in football, in derbies, form goes right out the window. No real favourites, I guess, in that sense. We'll see what happens over the course of this matchup. Matt, what's the feeling like when you go into a derby match as a player?
A nervous excitement, I think. I've played in a few, the Dundee Derby, the Bristol Derby, Nottingham Derby. Yeah, there's been a few I've played in, and they're good. You know, the atmosphere is always incredible, but it's not great when you lose.
Yeah.
So, yeah, when I was at Dundee, I was on the. We played 3 Bristol Dundee derbies, and we lost 3-0 in every one, so that wasn't fun. But yeah, I'm sure if you do win, it's probably quite nice.
Lockwood in commentary position alongside me, bringing great analysis and insight. What a career he had as well. Was it 9 seasons at Leyton Orient?
9 seasons at Orient, yeah. It was probably longer than I should have been there, but yeah, it was 9 good years. I enjoyed it.
Challenge challenge, good strong challenge in the area. Winning the goal kick. A few of these players in the Geylang International side have been given opportunities in the senior setup, making their professional debut in the Singapore Premier League last season. Been given minutes. It's part of the strategy at the club. Can bring through younger talent, and Irfan Iskandar there, the number 67. It's good size for a centre forward. One of the players who has just joined the club recently in the transfer window. Here comes Selangor. Danish Iskandar. Nazwan Abdullah on the right hand side, back out to Danish Iskandar here. Pushed out by the goalkeeper, nice and proactive there, helping out his defence.
No, the keeper did really well there. As a centre half, when your goalkeeper comes and commands the box like that, you are delighted. He obviously read where the ball was going. If he hadn't come out there, the centre forward would have had a free header.
61 of Geylang International, Prince Rio. Another very talented young player who's been given chances at the senior level in the SPL. Oh, heavy that. Shoulder to the side of the face. Hood Ismail was also played in the SPL for Geylang International last season. Have a look at this contact here. Oh!
Yeah, that was more of a challenge you'd see on the rugby pitch. But, I was actually chatting to the head of medical earlier, and she said that it's been quite good. There's been no real injuries. Someone did suffer from a bit of concussion, I think, on Friday.
Yeah.
But that one might be the second concussion we have this week.
Oh, saved in. Frabia there. Physical challenge. Strong into that, uncompromising with the shoulder into the side of the face of Hood Ismail. I mean, I get that it's competitive and the players want to win, but if you're a young player here, or any player for that matter, looking to try and make the breakthrough at a professional level in a 7-a-side, and then taking a knock like that, you do obviously want to try and avoid injury in these situations, but Hood Ismail, as a young player, has to go for that as well.
Yeah, of course. It's a contact sport, and these things do happen, and they're not done on purpose. There was no malice in that challenge at all. But he's a centre half, and he's going to go in as strong as he can to try and win the ball. And people sometimes do come off worse, and especially when there's a bit of a size difference like that was in that challenge. So, the lad who's on the receiving end of it, he won't be holding a grudge. He'll be like, right, okay, next time I'll be a bit stronger.
Well, good to see Hood is back up, ready to continue. Safety in the 22-year-old central defender who's trying to earn a professional contract. That's cleared away. Pretty decent move by Selangor down their right-hand side.
Yeah, they did well. Just getting that half a yard to get the cross in. And it's one of those, you get into that position. Can you get your head up? Can you pick out your striker that's making the runs? It's not easy, but if you can get that little bit of quality in the box, then you've got a chance.
3 in the box to aim for, punched away by the goalkeeper. And it's turned into a nice bit of distribution with that punch, because the counter is on here for Geylang. Just need the pass to go earlier, perhaps, there, Matt.
Yeah, but saying that, the guys worked their socks off to get back defensively. Like 4 of them were sprinting back, and that shows great attitude for me. That they sense danger, and then they work their socks off to get back and help their solitary defender out.
It's Abdul Rahman Dawood goes all the way across to the other side. Danish Iskandar cuts it back. Time for the effort. Another great save by the goalkeeper. Keeper's been on fire here for Geylang International. Anik Martin.
He has. He's been fantastic, hasn't he? Every question that's been asked of him, he's had the answer so far. Now we know what's going to happen. The next shot that goes in, he's going to go through his legs. But no, he's been fantastic. Coming for crosses, obviously really good shot stopper, and ultimately that's what you want from your goalkeeper.
Yeah, talented young goalkeeper on the fringes of representing Singapore at age group level.
And you can see why.
Part part of Geylang's under-21 squad. Anik Martin was part of the under-17 side before being promoted. Selangor played themselves out of trouble nice and comfortably. Roja in possession yet. It's going to go from one goalkeeper to the other. It's Anik. Smart ball out. Bit of space in the midfield if they can get into Prince Rio. Well, he ignores Prince Rio and shows off a bit of skill there. Number 55 for Geylang International. Shows Mohammad Shafi Sahaimi. And that brings us to an end of that first half. Selangor FC 0, Geylang International 0. Back out here at Jalan Besar ahead of the second half between Selangor FC and Geylang International. Malaysia against Singapore. No goals just yet. It has been a pretty exciting encounter. Chances at both ends. Geylang goalkeeper has been the busier of the two. Anik produced some really good saves. A couple of these youngsters from Geylang International showing that they're not afraid to play. Here we go. It is Geylang International going from right to left on your screens in the green and white against the red and yellow of Selangor FC. There is 15. Foul throw. Don't see that happen all that often.
No, it's a rare occurrence. But then I was watching a game at the end of last season, and there was a fullback that did a foul throw every single time he took the throw in, but the referee didn't give it once. And it was all the fans were even going foul throw, but the ref just let him get away with it, which was bizarre.
Yeah, I've noticed that as well, Matt. It seems to be at a professional level, referees tend to ignore the foul throws.
Yeah, it's not
a strange one.
Yeah, like I say, it's done for kids.
Yeah,
you know,
right.
Under 11s when their back foot comes up, but yeah, when you're doing it against a 30-year-old Premier League player in the Premier League in England, then yeah, they can get away with it.
That's Prince Rio. Good touch inside. He just snatches out that one. Irfan Iskandar. A lack of composure with that effort. Here is Safdien. They're trying to earn a contract with Selangor. Safdien, so getting the opportunity to impress. A bit of a trial period. Played in the lower divisions of French football before making the move to Malaysia to try and stay in the game. Stabbed in first time, easy for Anik. So we've already seen action from the men's groups earlier. Group C and Group D, both groups done. Taichung Rock and Coventry City in Group C going through into the quarterfinals of the cup competition. Ratchaburi FC and Singapore FC will move on into the finals of the plate competition in the men's open. And in Group D, Shanghai Shenhua and Corinthians, so top two in their group. Quarterfinals of the cup for them. Cosmos Select and Persib carry on tomorrow in the plate. Just looking at Group A and Group B here. The rest of the day at the Soccer 7 series. Safety. Chance to step forward, not from defense there. Wins the free kick. They were trying to be aggressive there, Geylang International. Norik Sanudin. Just giving that free kick away. Should be played in by the number 53, Danish Iskandar. 3 Selangor shirts in the area. 4 for Geylang International. It's Prince Rio. Gives it straight to Abdul Rahman Dawood. Tugging the jersey. He's got to be careful here, but lovely work from Selangor. Wonderful move. Shahir Pasha it was with the effort. And off the crossbar. Being forced to defend very deep here, our Geylang International.
It was great play, wasn't it? Really intricate. There wasn't a lot of room to work with, but they, you know, a couple of little 1-2s, got the chance, and then it's just can you get the finish? And unfortunately, they hit the crossbar, but they're looking sharp in and around the box.
It's been sent up to halfway. By Sachin Dev, Mala Murali, a new signing for Geylang International for the season ahead in the Singapore Premier League. Lots of changes in that competition. Introduction of SPL2, which a number of these young players will be featuring in as well. Oh, wild swing of that. Sachin Dev comes away with the free kick though. Doing well here to hold off Selangor FC in attack. Anik there in your picture, playing a big part with the saves that he's made. Just joining us, have a look at the top of your screens. That time bar, each segment in that time bar representing a minute in the half. So we're down to a final couple of minutes of this match. Geylang International holding firm. Had an opportunity earlier through Irfan. Snatched at it. Wasn't able to make the most of that. It's been Selangor FC with most of the chances in this second half as they look for the winner, putting the pressure on the Singaporean side. Might be the opening here, the opportunity for Selangor. They finally found the breakthrough. Rohisham Haikal. Good speed into the box, and he keeps his composure to put that away.
It's a great finish. He finally managed to get it past the keeper, who's been, like you say, he's been so good today. But it took a good finish to get past him. You know, to get one-on-one like that, you still got to find the finish, and it was an emphatic one.
That was Rohisham Haikal, a 19-year-old, plays for Selangor under-23s. Scored 5 goals in 18 appearances for the under-23s in the Piala MFL last season. Picking up 4 assists. He is another very talented young player coming through the ranks at Selangor. Malaysian Youth International. He was initially part of Malaysia's under-23 training camp for the ASEAN under-23 championships going on now. I just saw a glimpse of his talent here as we head into the red section of that time bar. 30 seconds to go. Prince Rio. His delivery has been headed away. Get another chance here. Enough time. Try and carve out another opportunity. Geylang International. Need to get it forward though here, Geylang. Sachin Dev into a little bit of trouble. Wins the free kick. The referee, I think, is going to allow the free kick to be taken. No, is he? No, he's not. No. He's changed his mind. So that is the final whistle. Geylang players asking the question. He said initially that he was going to allow them to take it, but he changed his mind, and it's Selangor FC who come away with the win, 1-0. So quickly on to our next match. Still Arion against Hashtag United Women. Match number 15, Women's Group B. Let's go to Ash Hashim.
And we're here with Leela Tan from Still Arion. We're here in the tunnel ahead of the game against Hashtag Women. Leela, how are you taking the performance and also the tournament so far?
Hi, well, some excellent quality players, obviously. There's a lot to learn from, so I'm really excited about it.
Well, chat to me about the format as well. You were talking about the pitch as well as how big it was as well for this.
Well, it's definitely something I'm not used to, but it's really fast play, really intense play, and I love that.
What do you like about this tournament? I mean, obviously playing some top teams. Any teams that caught your eye as well?
Definitely Hashtag. I've seen them play yesterday, I think. Really quality players, obviously. So that's really exciting, yeah.
And the last one, maybe a message to all the Singapore football fans as well.
Thank you for supporting, guys, and come down to watch some good football.
Fantastic. Good luck, Leela. We're Still Arion as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And it's back to you guys in the studio.
So nice to get some insight there from Leela Tan, who plays for Still Arion. They'll be coming up against Hashtag United Women, a very exciting Hashtag United Women side. They've played with lots of energy, lots of speed, and I've been impressed with their quality. They haven't had the results quite going their way, but hopefully for them here, they'll be able to pick up the win, because some of their play has been really good to watch. And we're on the way. It's Hashtag United Women going from left to right on your screens with kickoff. Here they come straight away. Joined by Eddie, who's with me in the commentary position once more. Eddie's with Hashtag United. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm sweating. I say this every time when someone asks me as I come on, how are you doing? I'm hot.
Sweating. I'm hot.
I'm hot, yeah. No, it's good. Excited. Yeah, hoping the girls can get off the mark and get the first win. Come close and will arguably the better side in both the games. But, you know, the stat in the top left of your screen is the one that counts. And unfortunately, it's not one that we've been on top of yet. But hopefully today.
Yeah, it has been tough for the Hashtag United Women in terms of getting the results.
It's a good quality group. Been impressed, obviously, with the fixtures so far. Excited to see what the Singaporean side Still Arion can do here. But I'm fairly confident the girls can get the win here. I think I still would say we're the better side in the group. So yeah, it's just getting the results, just getting the points on the board, man.
I'd agree with you. Some of the players have been really impressive. There's Leela looking to trying to play that one through.
Young goalkeeper celebrates her 17th birthday in a couple of days. I actually think it's tomorrow, actually.
Yeah, you were telling me, yeah. And ask you about the plans. Has there been an update on that? Or
hey, no update. No update. All depends on the result of the competition. But if we win, it might change a few things.
So it's the first time we're actually seeing Hashtag United Women play today. I saw them yesterday, and again, sounding like a broken record here, but they were impressive because they really go out there and try and play at a quick tempo and put the pressure on the opposition.
I think yesterday we sat down, we had a chat, and the girls had a chat with the manager and what have you, who's leading us over here, and the feeling was very much frustration and a case of we want to be, taking our chances because we felt we had the better chances. It's just a case of putting that into practice on the pitch and also saving your energy where you can. But I think being more confident was, the youngsters. A lot of these guys haven't played senior football. You got Ariana, you got Tegan in goal. You got lots of youthful exuberance in the side, and you just want to see them be more direct and actually, pick up the ball, take the game by the scruff of the horns, and say, I'm going to win this game for the club.
Yeah, and I think what has been especially disappointing for them is they've conceded late goals in those first two matches. They had a 1-0 draw against Selangor FC, and they looked good there. And then they were very good against the QPR Hoops, but all lost 1-0 again to another late goal in that contest.
Yeah, for sure. Conditions definitely playing a part, but everyone's under the same conditions. It's how you deal with it. As Ariana finds Macy Nichols, who could add her second, instead goes to float. Oh, I thought for sure Ariana was going to put that in the bottom corner there.
Macy Nichols has been so good down there at the left-hand side as well. The number 8 loves a dribble, doesn't she?
I'm not going to lie to you. I'm very surprised she's back with us. She's been really impressive. The 2 loan spells she's had at the club as a youngster. Still a teenager, and I was surprised she wasn't offered a contract at West Ham in the WSL, to be honest, or at least given a go. She was supposedly going to be taken to Australia on their pre-season tour last season, but it didn't materialise, and she ended up back with us. But yeah, a fantastic signing, and she's demonstrating all of her capabilities here. Obviously, already got the 1 goal. Let's hope she can get a second.
Still Ariane trying to get it forward here. It's good hold-up play. It's much better in attack. Joined by Laila Tan. Just a little bit behind her. When you're side under that sort of pressure, as still Ariane are at the moment, it helps that you've got a centre forward that you can ping it into.
Sure.
And she just holds it up, allows for that support to arrive.
Especially against a side like Hashtag, who are a little bit more physical, or you'd expect a little bit bigger than some of the other teams in this. And it can't be understated, actually, how much a part physicality can play in this.
It's very quick as well, Hashtag United. Still Ariane have Sunisa in central midfield. International. Been part of the squad at the 2 FIFA Women's World Cups. Laila Tan doesn't quite have the speed or the strength to compete there with Nichols.
Yeah, that's one you see. He's just asking her to hit the gym afterwards. Thank you very much. But that's the English physicality.
Yeah, and I mean that's all part of the development of these players 100%. As well. You know, getting that experience of playing against players from different parts of the world, different
100%.
footballing cultures.
This looks dangerous.
Yep. There she is. Ariana's in the area, making a late run into the box. Nichols might go on her own. Unselfishly sets it up. That was absolutely the right decision. Flo Donnelly with the opening goal for Hashtag.
Yeah, arrived into the box. Perfect timing. Timed it absolutely spot on. And it's a simple one-touch finish, but we've had chances like that throughout the tournament, and it's the first time really that we've seen pure conviction. It never felt like she was going to miss. Macy Nichols, though, once again at the heart of things and making the right decision in dangerous areas of the pitch. And Hashtag deservedly, I would say, lead this one.
Yeah, they've been on top. Hashtag United finally making their dominance count for something here. Flo Donnelly with the goal for Hashtag United. Just their 2nd goal of the Soccer 7 series here in Singapore.
Walter with the kick out to Nichols. Lovely little bit of skill, and if she can collect this and create another chance.
I love how they get players forward so quickly as well. Nichols, again, unselfish. Oh, heavy touch. That should have been another. And I wonder if Nichols is just thinking, perhaps I should have gone for goal myself.
Yeah, to be fair to Addison, I think Nichols just maybe put a little bit too much on that one. Right. Left out Ariana a little bit too much to do in a dangerous position, but yeah, that's a chance again that will kind of fit into the billing of the previous games there. Of we should be kind of making the opposition pay, but Ariana there visibly frustrated. And the good thing is we are leading, but we've seen it in the first game, the opener. Yeah. We were leading then until late, so you've got to take your chances.
The great thing is, as well, the encouraging thing is the players are putting themselves into really good positions, you know, creating chances, and then the next step is about making the most of them.
Great feed from Macy Nichols again. I think she was just a bit... No, yeah. I was going to say, I think she just run that ball out of play, and the official seen that one, but...
Yeah, it's been ordered as a throw into still Ariane. Spoke earlier about her excitement getting out there.
She spoke very well, didn't she, actually?
Yeah, against this opposition. So it's Hashtag United Women leading by a 1-0 at halftime here. Let's go to Ash once again.
And Jean is last pitch side. She's from, of course, Eastern Thunder. And Jean, you're the goalkeeper. So take me through, your experience with the team. Are you enjoying yourself here?
Yes, it's been such an exciting experience. I loved watching all the other teams as well. Like when they're coming from all over the world, seeing all the different skill sets being played here, and also playing with my team. It's been such a great experience.
Jean, we can't help but notice, but Eastern Thunder has many Thai players. So I'm sure the quality of the team is much better than the local side, if you can say so, right?
Yeah, it's been really good learning from them. Communicating with them is a bit difficult, but football, you don't have to really talk. We can just look at each other, and it works out really well. We've been learning a lot from them, their style of play, and how they do their passes really sharply. It's been good.
I kind of want to know, have you always, wanted to be a goalkeeper? Because most players start out wanting to be outfield players.
I love playing goalkeeper. I love diving around, throwing myself on the ground, going for the ball. Yeah.
Fantastic. That's the first time I'm hearing it, really. Most goalkeepers I hear usually start, as outfield players. But all the best, Jean, for the next game as well. And it's back to you guys.
Wait, Great hearing from Jean Perrin there. Goal for Eastern Thunder women. Great interview. Great interviews that we're getting. Some nice insight.
Yeah, I like that. I'm not a massive fan normally of what the Club World Cup we're doing and pulling players in off the pitch to do the interviews at half-time, but it's good here where you've got different people that you can chat to. I think it's a nice insight as well of, you know, the behind the scenes and obviously as a player as well.
I think it's great to hear straight from the players at the Soccer7 series how excited they are to be out here. They're all talking about the opportunity to learn, and you know, from some of the other teams that they're coming up against. There was a nudge in the back there on Nichols. Should have been perhaps go for a foul, but still Arion play to the whistle and get their goal.
Yeah, Macy with the head over the shirt there. A bit of a miscommunication between McWalter and Nichols there. I don't know whether she just tried to cushion it back for the goalkeeper and it came off a little bit too harsh for the goalkeeper to collect and sit again. Yeah, maybe a little bit too harsh. Instead, she parries it rather than able to hold. Came at her a bit quick, perhaps, but forward, making no mistake there and punching it in. And we spoke about it. You've got to take your chances, but hashtag much in the ascendancy of this one. Yeah, back level as Norton has entered the fray, I believe, for Adesan.
Here we come, hashtag United. No problems. Back into the league very quickly. Getting the go-ahead goal. So Yon Yen it was for still Arion with that equalizer. But hashtag United back on top.
Yeah, Honor Norton anymore, who hasn't played too much. This is the first real, like, consistent minutes in this one. Gets the assist there for Honor Norton, who's literally just come onto the pitch for Ariana Adesan and shows that clinical conviction in front of goal that we've realistically, we have been missing in the 3 games we've played so far. But fantastic play from the two of them there, and Honor gets on the score sheet.
They'll be delighted to be back in front, because just as still Arion equalised, you were thinking, oh no, not again.
That's
United women.
As well, how quickly you bounce back. That's a huge, mentally, that's a huge blow to the opposition. Oh, we've just equalised. Oh, we're back in it. And then, you know, it's tough to bounce back, especially with the short amount of minutes on play here.
This is a much better performance in the second half from still Arion, though. Compared to what we've seen from them in this tournament so far. I didn't really have the time to get into it because we saw that goal straight away from hashtag United. But Yon Yuen scored the first goal for still Arion in this competition. So a nice moment for them.
Yeah, I agree. It's probably been their best. Certainly the second half so far has been their best that I've seen them at as well. But this looks really dangerous if we can find a pass, but Honor Norton just off balance a little bit there. But yeah, the quality in this group and the other women's group has been very good. I still, from what I've seen, would say that Shanghai Shenhua are the team to beat.
Yeah.
But yeah, it'll be interesting to see who gets out of this group, because if we win this one and Selangor obviously losing to QPR, it could be quite tough to see who's going to be the top 2 teams.
Yeah, it's been very exciting. We had a drama earlier in the other group, the women's, because we had an unexpected result. Elbrechts defeating Corinthians Femenino, a turnaround in the second half, and that sort of changed a few positions in the group. And in the end, Geylang International have been knocked out of the Soccer7 series.
Wow. This is what you've got to do in these closing stages. Just keep possession, especially when you're leading the game. Don't give the opposition a chance to get up the other end of the pitch.
I'm going to agree with you as well with Shanghai Shenhua women. They've been so impressive in this tournament, really playing as a unit. And we've spoken about aspects of the game and said hashtag United, quick getting forward and like to play with that attacking style. Direct. With the Shanghai Shenhua women, they almost are able to sort of vary it. And that's so important in a competition like this as well. They just try and change up the tempo at times.
Yeah, they're able to cope with the conditions really well as well, which is, I think, going to be the deciding factor. You've got, you know, a couple of games a day, and it's not going to get easier, put it that way.
Here's Nichols. Seen a lot of the ball. She is an outstanding player. Macy Nichols, as you said, Eddie. Still time for her to make the step up.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if she does go up to the WSL 2 or the WSL at some point in her career. She's a real bright talent. Honor Norton as well, equally. Another youngster that's got bags of potential. And that's what I love about this new hashtag team. We've got so many kind of different ages and different talents. Ellie Moore, another one of those that was recently released from West Ham. So, yeah, plenty of excitement around the club.
Speaks to the good work being done by the recruitment department as well. And big opportunity here for another. Enough power on that strike from the number 7, Honor Norton. in on the action again. Nothing the goalkeeper could do about that. And this is a good lead for #United now.
This is what we need. Goals in the back of the net, points on the board, and Bonnie Horwood in that, setting up that absolutely delightfully. A little dink over the player, just using her physical attributes to get the wrong side of the defender and forces it through to Anna Norton, who I thought she made a mistake, but the keeper couldn't quite get enough on it, keep it out too much on the shot from Anna. And we do lead by a couple of goals now. It's a good margin with just under 90 seconds on the clock, and it's going to come down to goal difference for that second position. I'm going to be honest, I don't see QPR dropping any more points, and us and Selangor, I would imagine, will be the two teams vying for it. So it will come down to goal difference, and 2 or 3 goals could be pretty big the way the tournament's going so far.
It does look like it's going to be between #United Women and Selangor FC. Although Eastern Thunder Women might have something to say about that.
This is true.
They're coming up against an already qualified QPR Hoops, who have, to be fair, been very strong, leading the group. 3 wins from 3.
A shock win there could open it up again, but yeah, I'll be surprised based on what I've seen as Mulvaney, the substitute, who came on for Nichols, picks up the ball. I think we've made all 3 of our changes now, as Julia Weidemark occupies this right back position.
She's also come on, Julia Weidemark.
For Ellie Moore. Lovely football from #, just keeping possession nicely. Tiki-taka, one-touch stuff, and here is Alicia Mulvaney, who's very techie and doing the smart thing. That's the experience of the players that have played the level for a little while.
Get it out into the corner, 2-goal lead. 13 seconds left on the clock.
Very
Game
smart.
is won. Yeah, Vandermark, by the way, just a quick note on her. I understand she's collected lots of air miles in recent weeks.
Yep.
Putting it right in the corner there. That's a solid win for #United Women. Delighted for them because they've deserved a result for the good performances that they put in. And they come away with the victory here. #United Women 3, still Arion 1. Back out here at Jalan Besar for the next fixture, match number 51 in Group B of the women's tournament. Eastern Thunder Women will be coming up against the QPR Hoops. QPR Hoops, perfect, 100% record at the moment in this group. 3 wins from their first 3 matches. They were in action just a little bit earlier against Selangor FC. Slender win for QPR Hoops in that one. They've scored 7 goals in their 3 matches so far, not yet conceded. The table leaders well on their way into the semi-final of the cup competition in the women's tournament. Selangor FC are currently 2nd in the group, and they'll be coming up against still Arion a little bit later on. For now, it is the Eastern Thunder Women in 3rd. 1 win, 1 defeat for Eastern Thunder Women. Played Selangor FC yesterday, and they came close to picking up a draw. They had 2 efforts come off the frame of the goal, and they saw a penalty saved. They put away the rebound as well. Disappointed with that defeat, but they bounced back today with their first win earlier. They defeated still Arion pretty comfortably in their opening match. Get underway here at Jalan Besar. QPR Hoops in the gold kits, going from right to left on your screens, up against Eastern Thunder Women. That's Eastern Thunder. Early possession for them. There's the number 13 for Eastern Thunder, Anupa, gets herself into some good advanced attacking areas. This one, well, lovely nutmeg On his left-hand side, Champuna Clausen. Anupa. To go from distance. And a chance for the Hoops to break forward here. Looking for an opportunity on the counter. That's well read by Saranya Lamy. Defensively always switched on, the number 5 for the Eastern Thunder women. Sees danger early. Still a young player as well, just 21 years of age. Oldest player on this player in this Eastern Thunder women's squad, 23, Swanwisa Wongcharoen. And Anupa. Hoops in possession here, but once more Saranya quick to come across and cut out that pass. Throw-in will be taken by Jamie Gotch. Just lost the balance there. Anna Tiadik. That's good strong play. Markovska for the Hoops. Keeper Berend has to come out quickly to claim. Credit to her for being switched on. Giving the call up to play for Eastern Thunder women. Jean Berend, we heard from her earlier. Pitchside interview, some great insight. Adjusting to the conditions very well. A little bit cooler here at Jalan Besar. Good shot, great goal! Eastern Thunder. What a strike! That was absolutely brilliant. Kritia Munrang, an excellent goal. Had some defending to do when they got forward here. Kritia, first touch, only had one thing on her mind. Fire an effort towards goal. That's a brilliant finish. Great angles on those replays as well. Getting some wonderful shots here at the Soccer Series 7s. So we spoke about surprises earlier. This could be another one. Turn things around in the group. Not necessarily a good result. This, if it stays this way, for the hashtag United women, who won their first match just now against the Still Arion. Eastern Thunder women won't care about that. Could be on their way into a second spot in this group if it stays this way. And that could be very interesting, because that will set up a head-to-head clash against hashtag United women a little bit later on. And they'll essentially be playing off for a place in the Cup semi-final, although we've still got Selangor FC to come later against Still Arion. So this group is far from being done and dusted. Group R Hoops currently leading the way with 3 wins from 3. They will be done after this fixture. Could be seeing their first defeat of this competition. That was the first goal that they've conceded at the Soccer 7 series. It was a special strike. Tia. It's Pranapang, the number 7. Gets it back from the goal scorer, Kritia Munrang. 22-year-old Kritia. Steady presence of Chataya Pratumkul, number 10 in central midfield for Eastern Thunder. It's a good run from outside in. That was a run that was spotted by Markovska. Made sure she tracked the runner. Here she is, number 14, Markovska for the Hoops. Sends it down the line, but have a look at who's there again. It's the number 5, Saranya Lamy. Senses danger early on, gets herself into some really good positions. Nice and composed at the back. Just organizing things is Saranya for Eastern Thunder. So it's a good football playing side, Eastern Thunder women. Technique coming across very nicely. All the players from this side, from Thailand. One for the goalkeeper to deal with. Big shout. Not enough contact on that to send it away from danger. Anupa. Well to hang on to it under pressure. Clever ball out from Saranya. And there she goes again. Bounces it back. Runs down the line. Kritia from a similar sort of position, but there's a challenge in this time around. Hoops defense recovering. That should be it for this first half, and it is. Eastern Thunder women with a brilliant goal from Kritia to take the lead going into the break. So as I said, it's not all about what goes on the pitch here at Jalan Besar. Lots to do around it as well, and delicious food. Food vendors around Jalan Besar Stadium. If you're here in the country, come on down to Jalan Besar. Enjoy the Soccer 7 series. Lots of great football we've seen already, and lots more coming your way over the rest of the evening and tomorrow as well, as we get into the knockout round. We're going into the Plate, Cup and Shield stages of the Soccer 7 series. Top two in each group of the women's competition going to the semi-finals. The Cup competition, third and fourth, will go into the semi-finals of the Plate. So just 2 out of 10 teams will be exiting the Soccer 7 series. About giving an opportunity to these players to carry on throughout the competition, and they've done a great job with the format in terms of ensuring that. So the Hoops make a change here. Grace Stanley is coming off to be replaced by number 15, Chloe Sampson. There she is, Sampson. Good turn of pace into the area. Big chance for the Hoops. Can they put this one away? Angle was against her. What an opportunity. Big chance for the Hoops there. It was Sampson. Goalkeeper did well to make sure that she didn't concede a penalty. Angle was just a little bit too difficult for Libby Doyle to try and put away. Did well to get there. There she is. Stay forward as Doyle. Can't get away from Saranya, who's been magnificent in defense. And number 5 for Eastern Thunder women. So solid at the back. Eventually helped out by Anupa. I think it's going to be coming off here. So 2 changes coming up for Eastern Thunder. Anupa is one of those set to be replaced. And we're also going to see Chataya Pratumkun coming off the number 10. And on will go number 9, Chomsamon Dungdara, and number 15, Busakon Wantongso. Busakon, the use of physicality. Front, number 15 against the hoops, number 12, Emily Hill. Samson looking to apply some pressure. That's spicy out there. I said it earlier, I don't mind seeing this, a little bit of this competitiveness, players wanting to win. As long as it doesn't boil over, which it hasn't. Lots of these games have been played in a great spirit. Quite a bit of fire in the fixture between the hashtag men and Vasco da Gama. Very aggressive that matchup was. She's kept that alive. She's still with the hoops for the moment. Just as I say that, it's been turned over in midfield. That's one for Busakon. Looked to be a favorite to get to that, but a nice recovery from Emily Hill, just to come back across, take it away from Busakon. Pace, not really one of her strengths, Busakon. Tried to make the run into the channel. Got a bit of a head start, but Hill did well to recover. Well, I think that's the first time we've actually seen a corner played in straight away. There we go, back to the short corner routine. And straight out for a goal kick there. So tried to change it up, Chomsamon, with a delivery from the set piece, going straight into the area. He's headed away, and then the second one was a short corner, which was wasted. Possession back with the hoops. Time starting to perhaps run out on them as we head into the final 2 minutes of this one. And I say that, but lots can happen. 7 aside, 2 minutes left on the clock. There's Doyle getting close down. As under corner. Played quickly. Hanging about here from the hoops. Missed attempt at a clearance there. Possession still with the side in gold. Blodgett gets held up. Pranabang, the number 7, comfortably away from pressure. Very good technical level here from the Eastern Thunder women. They don't need to be aggressive. They don't need to have that breakneck speed, but the technique has been fantastic, and they get themselves into some really good positions. It's always support for the player on the ball. Lovely strike early on from the number 14 there, who's put it out for a throw-in. Tia Munrang could be enough to see them pick up the victory here against the group-leading Hoops. About to inflict first defeat on QPR Hoops. Eastern Thunder going to defend here. Have to get on with it quickly, and they will. Options there again. Are they going to send it in long? Thought about the short corner. They're going to go direct. I don't see a direct route being taken from these corners a lot in 7-a-side. Kept that in play? Yes, she has. So time for another chance here for the Hoops. Floated in. And she win the second ball. That was Saranya. She was there. Anywhere will do. Out for another corner. Keeping the pressure on. They're out of time here. The referee has had a look at his watch. He's allowed that to go. Oh, it's in! Drama right at the end. Eastern Thunder not happy with this at all. But the referee has allowed the play to continue, but you play to the whistle. It's unfortunate for Eastern Natanda, but it's a huge goal at the end for the Hoops. It finishes 1-1.
So up next, we're back to Masters Group B. Singapore FC Masters against the East London All-Stars. So here they come. Both sets of players making their way out onto the pitch. As the temperature begins to drop, it's approaching 6:30 local time. Dean Ashton at the back of the row there. So he starts alongside Ricardo Vashte. Konchesky has been an ever-present in this side. No James Collins, at least not to start. You can see him down on the touchline with Marlon Harewood. Just biding their time. So Bertie Brayley. He's had a few good moments, Brayley, when he's come onto the pitch. Newton as well, one of the players who will be looking to join the action later on. What can Dean Ashton and East London All-Stars do in this one? Again, Singapore FC Masters, who lost to Forest Reds for running out against Singer Legends, winning that one. They'll play later on this evening as well, as this is the last game of the group for the East London All-Stars. Singapore FC Masters will face Dortmund later on today. Jantan on the ball. Singapore Masters in that iconic white kit with the red sash, and they're picking games here. Out for a corner. Konchesky called into action. Well, they know that it will be the plate that they're contesting tomorrow. East London All-Stars unable to break into the top two. Dortmund and Forest Reds currently occupying the top two spots, and well, there won't be much change there, you do have to feel. Singapore Masters could squeeze in. They'd need a quite significant victory here. They're sat on 3 points, so they need a win and hope. They can score a few goals as well. They do have a positive goal difference over Forest Reds. The only team that could challenge the picture. Collison on the ball. Singer Legends on 1 point. East London All-Stars on 1 point as well before this game. I would have hoped for more, and it's a really competitive bunch of players. And it's a tough group with Dortmund, Forest Reds, East London All-Stars, Singapore Masters, and of course Singer Legends going in Group B. And well, at least one big name would always have to miss out, with just the top two progressing through to the Cup knockout rounds tomorrow. And teams in third and fourth going into the plate. Ricardo Vashte on the ball, sets it up nicely. Oh, it's off both posts and then it's out. Well, they're appealing desperately. Well, we have to take a look back at this. So Ricardo Vashte controls the ball really well. It goes off both the posts, pings up, and it has been given. It was very close indeed, wasn't it? But Carl Reid will get his goal.
Inconclusive, I think that was.
Yeah, I think it did take a while for it to be given. And the celebrations, we didn't really get any celebrations, certainly not from the man who scored, Carl Reid, and they just walked the ball back into the centre circle. Plenty of appeals there. Arguably the most dramatic goal that we've seen, and one that there'll be lots of question marks over, but it is East London All-Stars that lead. How do Singapore Masters respond? Well, they go straight down the other end. What a superb goal. What a strike, hitting the woodwork again. Less of the dramatics, but still a breathtaking finish.
And that one was definitely in. What a finish. The keeper just stood there and watched it.
Yasir Hanapi.
It's a wonderful finish.
Oh, it's superb, isn't it? As well, Walker just watches it go in. There's not much he could have done there. Pinging off the bar, off the post even, after we had down the other end. Goal given after going off both the posts. Well, the first half of this first half, full of drama. Konchesky on the ball. Ashton. Vashte making the run. Real battle up against Liam Shotton. The really tall figure who's now driving. And good tackle there from Hayden Mullins to ensure that that attack fizzled out. Ashton building nicely. Vashte arriving in the area. Dean Ashton can't beat the keeper.
End-to-end stuff here, this game.
What a start. You just question how things would have been if we would have seen this a little bit earlier on in the competition from East London All-Stars. Of course, as we've seen with a few of the teams bulked out by ex-Premier League players. Ex-Premier League winners as well, plenty of them. We saw Leicester, just took them a little bit of time to get going, and some of them, including East London All-Stars, been made to pay. Konchesky.
My question for you though, Ellen, if East London All-Stars do end up losing this game, is there a chance they finish bottom of the group and don't play any games tomorrow?
Well, that certainly is a possibility. Just running the numbers now. So East London All-Stars, the first team to play 4 games in the group that contains 5, of course, 5 teams.
So if Singer, with their 1 game left, win, then yeah, they could finish bottom.
Certainly could be a possibility. They won't want that to be the case at all. That's so impressive when you look at Borussia Dortmund on 9 points, 3 games. Haven't conceded any, scored 5. Really controlled games from them. Collison. Ashton in the area, it's Vashte. Konchesky. Had the battery of the possession as Konchesky sends it high and long. And that is that for the first half, all level. 2 spectacular goals for quite different reasons, both hitting the uprights, and at half-time it is all level. And let's head back down pitch side where Ash can bring us all the latest.
And guys, it's been a fantastic evening of football action here at the Soccer7 series. I tell you what, you only get a bunch of reality TV stars, or rather former reality TV stars. You get also a prince, and you get some top former footballers here at Jalan Besar Stadium, only at the Soccer7 series, I've not seen a much more entertaining group of footballers. And it's not just that, you get family, friends as well coming to watch this fantastic tournament. And if you have not gotten your tickets, guys, what are you waiting for? We've got one more day to get tickets and come down to Jalan Besar Stadium, because here you get to watch the finals happening tomorrow. And you can also catch all the action live on YouTube. I'm sure some of you are on socials right now watching that. Catch all the goals and also make sure that you tag us if you're here in this area. We want to see all your videos as well, and let us know which team you want us to maybe interview next. I want to hear from you guys. Until then, it's back to the studio.
Thanks, Ash.
Thank you.
So the players back out. Thumbs up from Dean Ashton there. What are we expecting this second half, I wonder? Well, they'll be hoping that their Premier League rivals in this one, Forest Reds, can perform in the next game. We saw the graphic pop up there. They're up against the Singer Legends, who have just 1 point so far, and just haven't been able to get moving and get the goals. Big chance off the post. Well, he's so lucky there, Jimmy Walker. He just let it drop behind him and very casually picks it off after it's pinged off the post.
That same post that we saw the goal go off earlier. But exciting stuff here.
We're posting all the action. Carl Reid, scorer of East London All-Stars goal. Vashday. In the corner.
Look at that again. It's a good ball over the top. Brilliant first touch, and it's so much time.
Well, he's aiming for the post, isn't he? Yasir Hanapi, because it was down the other end where the goal for Singapore FC Masters came off the upright. Another corner. Bertie Brayley has come onto the pitch to replace Hayden Mullins. There he is, jogging on, and will take this corner. No corners so far. It's nicely weighted, looking for Dean Ashton, who heads it down. Just a cheeky flick on, and there it's in. Collison gets the goal. It's 2-1, crosses his arms. The East London All-Stars are back in front. Well, it was a real team effort there. Headed down by Ashton. Came back out, sent in. Just that cheeky flick before it's over the line by Collison.
Pin ball in the box. Almost all the players got a touch at that before it went in. It's a big goal for them.
Joined the West Ham Academy from Peterborough United in 2005, Jack Collison. 105 appearances as a senior player for the club. And it's Bertie Brayley, also came through that West Ham Academy, who threw his body down there to ensure that the momentum for Singapore Masters just fizzled out.
Get back into the game again.
Oh, real scrap there. Reid. Tug. Easy collection in the end. There's a rumble that's really come from the sky. I can only assume that's a plane, but it's very, very loud and we cannot see anything. And Jimmy Walker just taking an opportunity to see what he could see. So we're hearing that it is the rehearsals, a flyby for the National Day.
Yeah, that's correct. I think around this time each day here for the Singapore 60th anniversary, which happens, I think, August 9th. So that's upcoming.
There's a real roar that's come from the clouds.
It's a bit unnerving when you look up and you can't see anything.
When all the birds start flying from the trees, you do start to worry slightly. But yeah, we continue with the second half, which is fast running out. Inside the last 3 minutes, Rashta's need free of his marker. This is Brayley. Reed. Nice footwork. It's the pace to get back on the ball as well. Chesky. Collison. To the keeper, Jimmy Walker. Just over 2 minutes left. East London All-Stars. This result, hoping that should be enough. We'll have to wait and see though. Singer Legends only on 1 point, and if Singer Legends can beat high-flying Forest Reds, then that would change the picture. And it would mean that East London All-Stars would be out of the competition and not appearing in the knockout round tomorrow. 73% of the possession East London All-Stars have had.
Wow. Controlled this second half. Professional performance from the East London All-Stars.
Yeah, completely. But pass falling short of Dean Ashton. And now they'll try and build. And Singapore FC Masters, that doesn't reach Shotton, who has plenty of experience playing in the non-league in England. And that given as a foul for East London All-Stars. Shotton not happy, voicing his frustration to the referee. Andrew Weil coming onto the pitch for the Singapore FC Masters, who currently in third on 4 points. The only team that could really challenge as Reed has stayed down. It was quite the collision. Konchesky's driving forward. Harewood's on the pitch as well. Brayley up there with him. Konchesky taps it long. Harewood, surely, there's the finish. Round of applause from Dean Ashton. A third for East London All-Stars. And it's their leader, the man behind all of this, Marlon Harewood. A slick finish into the back of the net.
And finally, we're seeing a bit of clinical football from the East London All-Stars. Konchesky driving forward, picks the right ball, and Marlon Howard there to finish it off.
So, that is how it finishes, and the nervous wait will be on now for East London All-Stars. They've done their part of the deal. It's finished here, 3-1. So, Forest Reds next up in Group B against Singer Legends. Still incredibly humid conditions here in Singapore, Jalan Besar Stadium. And emerging now from the tunnel, the Singer Legends up against the Forest Reds. So it's been a long day for both these teams. And we did see in the game earlier on today for the Singer Legends just how much it was impacting them. Rob Earnshaw, he got his first goal of the competition. We saw the somersault for the very first time. Will he bring it out once again? Chambers Those bright orange boots, you can spot them from a mile off. So Forest Reds on 6 points in second, behind Borussia Dortmund, who have one more game to play but are through.
I think we can call that a shot.
Yeah, it definitely was a chance. They decided to get things moving quickly, but it didn't quite go their way. So Forest Reds feel secure in their place. They win, and this is their final game of the group stage. And certainly secure that. Here's Earnshaw on the ball. Takes it across. Back in a good position now, Earnshaw. Second bite of the cherry and just can't control it.
I would definitely like to see the somersault again. If you heard his post-match interview, saying his son has been telling him he can't do it anymore, hence why he pulled it out after that goal.
Well, I wouldn't want to be risking it because we know how slippy this pitch is. They've been watering it all day. Kassmann. Singer Legends have struggled at times during this competition, failed to win any of their games. This is their last game of the group stage. Sat rock bottom on 1 point.
Tough for a team full of ex-professionals to lose so many games, but I think that just shows the standard of the tournament.
I think, you know, looking at this team, looking at how many international caps there are, this is a squad that is full of ex-Singapore internationals. Maybe expected them to be a bit more adapted to the conditions, and I think maybe that's why they got their 1 point in the early stages of the first day, and then teams have become wise around them as Nguyen taps the ball back to his keeper. Kowski. He's straying far out of there. We saw that. He's become a little bit more brave as the games have gone on. We've seen it with a few of the keepers. Just getting more involved in the action, moving higher up the pitch, offering another option. We see a lot in small-sided games, but not so much when we have these bigger pitches. Lynch. Trotter. Earnshaw. To Trotter. Here's Earnshaw, goes for goal, well saved. Oh, powerful strike. Keeper had set himself well. Now they're trying to go down the other end. Juric trying to get there, just runs out of room.
Have a look at a replay of that chance. Went into Earnshaw's feet. Tested the keeper, but straight at him. Dealt with it well.
Chambers plays the ball off. Ward. Three minutes left of the first half. As the sun begins to set, floodlights have come on. Oh. Well, Earnshaw managing to hit himself in the face. And I'm sure we'll get another look at that in a moment. He's on the ball once again, and
not a great few seconds there for Robert Earnshaw.
No, let's.
What on earth did he do here?
So, pings it off his own arm. He completely loses his balance.
At least it wasn't his face.
Maybe that's why his son's saying that he shouldn't do the somersaults anymore. Juric. Well, if this is the end of the road for Singer Legends, it'd be a real shame to see Juric hang up his boots once again for this this weekend. What a player, what a character, someone with an excellent story, competing in the Olympic Games in Barcelona in 1992 in canoeing, hitchhiking his way there. It's an excellent story. He's had his shirt held there, and there's a bit of pushing and shoving up against Joe Lynch. Frustration evident on Juric. Ward. Gugan. Chambers. Henshaw in the area, will took the ball across to him. McGugan strikes! What a finish. Well, you always felt that was coming. Once again, building really nicely. They move so well as a team and a unit. Unselfish. Henshaw sees his teammate with plenty of space, goes for goal.
Got some nice shape on that for the finish, giving the keeper absolutely no chance. But yeah, like you said, Ellen, that's been coming. Fully deserved. And you'd think that now they'd go into the lead, the half-time break 1-0 up.
Part of the team who secured automatic promotion out of League One at the end of the 07-08 season. Went on to establish himself in the Championship the season after as another flyby. Juric pings up, headed away by Chambers. That's quite a spectacular noise as Earnshaw. That's a good touch, and they'll be through once again here. Forest Reds for another, and it's another for that man, Jamie Ward, who has been really elite in this competition. Another goal. Gets it away from his feet, nestles into the bottom corner, and that's the last bit of action that we will see in this first half as Forest Reds lead the Singer Legends by 2-0. And we're going to go back pitch side to Ash, who's with a very special guest.
And we're here pitch side with a player from SHB FC from Vietnam. Welcome once again. What do you think of the tournament and your experience here in Singapore?
Dạ, anh nghĩ như thế nào về cái giải đấu này và cái kinh nghiệm của anh là gì sau cái trận đấu mà anh vừa rồi?
Đối với cá nhân mình thì đây là một giải đấu tầm cỡ quốc tế, giải đấu thật là tuyệt vời. Chúng tôi là câu lạc bộ SBFC đại diện cho những câu lạc bộ của Việt Nam sang dự, rất là vinh dự được dự cái giải quốc tế này.
He said that this is the worldwide competition that the first time he joined, and he's from the SHB team football, and they represent for Vietnamese football club, and they really welcome and like really enjoy this competition.
And last one, maybe you know your goal for this tournament. What do you want to achieve?
Họ nói là khi mà đến giải đấu này thì cái mục tiêu thực sự là của anh là gì và anh muốn nhận được cái gì?
Mục tiêu của giải đấu, mục tiêu của đội bóng luôn luôn đặt là những kết quả cao nhất của giải đấu. Nhưng chúng tôi đến với giải đấu này với tinh thần giao lưu học hỏi và bóng đá sân 7 của Việt Nam rất là phát triển. Chúng tôi muốn tham dự cái giải đấu này nhiều hơn và muốn đưa những cái giải thường niên của những năm sau sẽ rất là vinh dự khi mà ban tổ chức mời SBFC cả đội nam và đội nữ.
Because this is a big competition, so definitely that the word that they want to achieve is the highest award. But like because this is also the first time, so they just wanna get the experience. As you're aware, if next time they have any they have any opportunity, they wanna bring the football team, even though they are female or male football team member.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So I thought we were just going to see another of this somersaults from Earnshaw there, but he skied it over the bar after Ward put it on a plate for him.
Almost can't believe he missed that. Such a high-class finisher like Robert Earnshaw. Those are bread and butter for him.
Chambers. Building up the near side, Ward. Chambers. So corner for Forest Reds, who lead by 2-0. Trotter, Juric going in and whipping the ball away from Liam Trotter. Well, we heard the Jets go over again, and all in preparation for the Singapore National Day. We've been trying to keep an eye out, and there we go, a good shot of them there. We've been twisting our necks to see where they might be, trying to pick them out in the crowd. So a real spectacular noise that they make.
Great to see them, because, as you said, sitting where we are, just having the noise with no images is a bit unsettling, but yeah, brilliant to see. I'm sure there's going to be some wonderful celebrations for the Singapore's 60th birthday at the beginning of August.
Absolutely. You can see around the stadium there's already a lot of celebration banners up. SG 60 says in the stand opposite where we're based. Banners when you come into the centre of the city as well. So Forest Reds, the team playing in yellow, and it's Earnshaw's driving now towards goal. Surely he won't miss this one.
But he does.
Block in the end, and just a firm palm from the keeper, so don't get too close. So a change. Liam Trotter has come off. Chris Commons has come on, made over 150 appearances in his 4 years at Nottingham Forest, helping them win promotion to the Championship in his final season. This is Alexander Juric, who's, I think, just showing a little bit of frustration at his team, who fire wide once again. They really struggled for goal scorers in this squad. Juric, as we spoke about earlier on, such a good target man. Just doesn't have the support around him a lot of the time. James Perch. Chambers. Commons lays it off. Ward has space ahead of him. Will he go for goal himself? Earnshaw to one side. Well, that is so slick. Once again from Jamie Ward, who really has been the big difference for Forest Reds.
Yeah, his last 2 games, Jamie Ward, he struck that cut in the last one, and now 2 in this. Impressive finishing with both feet. This time took it into his own hands, didn't pass it wide to Earnshaw after he missed a couple of chances.
He really has been a big difference. The main goal scorer in this squad. And now on a hat-trick, 2 minutes just over left to play. Can he complete it? That's the question. We've seen some brilliant hat-tricks already in this competition. Yesterday we had 2. One from Michael Sharples, which I think was completed in just over 3 minutes.
Oh. Not on the same wavelength there.
I think that's been part of the issue, and it's something that, you know, this is a group of Singapore legends who, for many, haven't played together for quite some time. I think you can put a lot of some of the issues, the communication as we've seen in the midfield and the defence as well, down to the fact that these players aren't playing together week in, week out. And Danny Simpson came on and told us earlier on that it is such a big thing, the communication, and you forget it as Earnshaw comes into space, will take the shot on, looking for the spectaculars, and doesn't find the top corner. Gets an applause from Chris Commons for his efforts, but nothing more than that. Both of them rushing in. Comfortable lead with 60 seconds left on the clock. We're into the red zone on the top of your screen. Second half has whizzed by. Chian. 3 caps for Singapore. Goalkeeper Fadil Salim. Very successful in the S League. Voted goalkeeper of the year 3 times. Yellow shirts of Forest Reds tracking back. Juric can't hit the target. Caught it all wrong with his boot, sent it high and into the banners behind the goal. Just over 10 seconds left to play. We have one last opportunity to attack. Earnshaw. Just stopping on the edge of the area. Ward is there. And there is the final whistle. And Forest Reds cruise through against Singer Legends, book their place in the cup competition tomorrow. So back we go after a brief break for the Masters competition. Back to the men's. Hashtag United come back out against SHB. The floodlights are lit. The sun is setting. And we're in for a thrilling finish. As I think the camera receives a bit of attention there. I think just cooling down the camera. Sometimes cameras need attention too. You've got to look after your equipment. We're nothing without the cameras, are we? So got to look after them. Outcome, hashtag United. Delighted to say joined once again by Eddie from hashtag. Eddie, what did you make of your team's first game?
Well, it was going to be a tough game, always going to be, against a side that are, as mentioned, equipped to deal with these kind of conditions. The Brazilian side, I thought the boys gave a good account of themselves. Disappointed they didn't quite edge it and get the victory, but they'll be hopeful of getting the W here, and who knows, we might see some goals, and I know the boys have got some interesting celebrations planned, so hey, I'm here for it.
Okay, you've teed us up nicely there. All we need now is the boys to deliver some goals. So they're up against SHB, based in the 4th largest city in Vietnam. They play in the V League 1, the top tier of Vietnamese football. And straight from the kick-off, they're charging forward. Hashtag United in this blue and red strip. Aaron Malaram continuing to try and fight for the ball. And we'll win a throw-in, hashtag. Soke. Ring gets the nod to start after coming on as a sub. Last time hashtag featured. He's taking 1 point, all level, 0-0. That's how that one ended against Vasco da Gama.
Oh, Soaps, that is an uncharacteristic mistake. Luckily, it goes unpunished, but that's the kind of thing you can't really afford to do in such a short period of time, really. You've seen teams punished on less.
Such a tall figure, isn't he? But it's okay.
Yeah, he's a cultured footballer. Spent his academy years at Arsenal.
And a strike. Ran over from Carvalho, who's one of the players who, again, came off the bench. Didn't really get the time necessarily to make the impact that you maybe would have expected from him, Eddie.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of rotation from the gaffer, realistically, considering that you have got the humidity, you've got the short games. People will get their chance, and if you don't start the previous game, then there's a good chance you'll probably start the next one until we get into the knockout rounds, and gaffer will kind of have an idea in his head of who suits the way he wants to play the best.
And I've spoken about it a lot. It's so important to keep that in mind when only allowed 3 substitutions, 10-man squads, and the heat is so sapping, so draining, and with there being not too much of a break between games,
really get that time to fully recover.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, you see the sweat dripping off the boys. Any close-up shots on the cameras, fantastic quality of production here, I must say. You'll notice the glistening on the heads of the boys.
So Jason Ring, the summer signing, what a way to settle into the squad.
I think Rosoke has actually gone off here. He's been substituted. I believe that's actually a bit of an injury. He did play a couple of passes, and uncharacteristically, very poorly by his standards. He won't mind me saying. So yeah, it didn't look comfortable for him. So he's replaced by the usual skipper, or vice captain normally, but skipper for this tournament, Harry Haysom.
I don't know how that will change things. Okay, Humble. This is Ring. One's being made. Put down nicely. Support now arriving in the area. No one there to tap it home just yet. Keep possession, #United. Aaron Malaran goes for goal. Stings the hands, the palms of the keeper, who drops down and smothers the ball.
Yeah, I don't mind it. Shifted it, found the space nicely, but the effort, it's going to have to go through a lot of bodies there to make the goalkeeper work, and he held it pretty well, but yeah, Toby will be disappointed with himself. He's harshest critic.
Well, keep your eyes, in terms of SHB players, on number 39, Hoy.
Down on this near right side.
Yeah, he's caused a lot of trouble for the teams he's faced. Great turn of pace. All straight into the arms of David Hughes. What a save that was.
Wow, yeah.
In the first game.
Yeah, Hughes pulled out a couple of them. Obviously not actually a player that we know too much about. The gaffer obviously does, and he's well known in non-league circles around where we are. But yeah, not a goalkeeper that has ever been attached to our club. But what a coup it seems.
Yep, one who stepped up after withdrawal. This is PK Humble. Curls it nicely, but it's notched at the post. Door doesn't open up for the opening goal to come just yet.
Knocking on the door though.
They certainly are. Okay, Humble again. Malaran coming forward. Carvalho finds space to tug at the shirt, but there's the goal. A crisp, clean finish. Pedro Carvalho coming on as a sub in the last game, starting this one, and a really exquisite finish.
Yeah, fantastic. That is Toby all over, gets the ball in the box, rolls his man, but it's all about Pedro Carvalho. Sidesteps the defending challenge, smashes it into the bottom corner. And you know what? I'm really disappointed with the lack of celebration, I will say. We've been bigging up potentially what was going to happen, and well, it was just nothing happened.
See, you hyped it up, and
I know.
Of course we spoke earlier, Eddie, about the fact that there has been talk of there being some prize money for the best celebration. And
they've made me look silly there.
I know a few teams have been practicing. I think Dortmund certainly, with the Aura Farming celebration yesterday. One of the teams have been practicing, and we're expecting greatness. But this might not be the only goal of the game. Let's certainly hope not. 1 minute, 55 seconds
good chance here
left
as well.
to play. Aaron Malaran driving forward. Goalkeeper gets there first.
Yeah, good play there from PK Humble to spot that Toby had acres of space and sets him free, but goalkeeper, again, really smart and knew where to position himself to get off his line quickly.
Haysom, as Eddie said, usually the vice-captain for this tournament. He is the captain. Here's the goal scorer, Carvalho, on the ball. Great footwork once again. No one there with Aaron Malaran just moving out of position. He was sort of hugging the byline. Of course, no offsides, and really needed to be a little bit deeper into the mix there.
Yeah, I mean, you'll notice with Carvalho as well, he can kind of, he's a defender's worst nightmare because he can kind of go either way, left foot, right foot. He's pretty well versed on both, and defender there on that occasion didn't really know how to defend him. But it's not been too bad defensively, SHB, from what I've seen.
Well, the most successful spell as a club came between 2008 and 2007. Or 2017, I should say. As they try and drive forward now. And Haysom there with a really impressive tackle. And one that has potentially saved the scoreline. Aaron Malaran, can he get there? Well, that is something special. Will we see the celebration? There we go. Aaron Malaran makes it 2-0 to #United. And a spectacular finish, rushing in with pace and guiding it home.
That's more like it. Toby Malaran with the finish, pokes it beyond the goalkeeper. It's actually gone through his legs as well, but That one, it's all about Harry Haysom. The defence to attack in a blink of an eye. A phenomenal last-ditch tackle, 1v1. And then the ball, the vision to notice that the attacker is on his own in acres of space. And the ball to find him, knows how quickly Aroma Laren is. And hashtag 2 goals to the good. That's the kind of goal that we need to score. Take your chances as we enter the break.
And there it is, half-time. Hashtag United lead by 2 goals to 0 over SHB. So it was SHB who won their opening game by 2 goals to 1. Currently trail at the hands of Hashtag United. We did say just how important that first game between SHB and Abalex Niigata would be for collecting points for one of those teams to keep their qualification hopes alive for the cup competition. We know just how strong Vasco da Gama and Hashtag United can be, and we'll be able to see a perfect example of that during this match so far. Already 2 goals up. What do you expect now from Hashtag?
I'm hoping the boys are sensible, keep possession, don't make any unforced errors, and save your energy. You've got another game to play. It's going to be a long night, and I mean, it already is a long night for a lot of them. And yeah, just keeping possession. The unforced errors is just a must. You know, you can't afford to do that. Give possession away in these kind of dangerous areas, and it just sets you on the back foot, and you have to keep running, which is the last thing you need to be doing in these conditions.
One of the things that we've seen a lot in this tournament, teams do not tend to come from behind. How much confidence does that give you, and how much was that spoken about with the gaffer?
Yeah, I think definitely a lot of confidence in the current position and the games we played so far. Yeah, it's been reiterated a few times. I think that the main thing from the gaffer is to kind of play the conditions a little bit. If you can start with that intensity like we have done in the last 2 games, I think it's quite clear to see. And you go in with a more of a commanding position. If you go in after pressing really hardly in the first half, you know, you potentially have a mountain to climb in the second, and you won't be fit enough for it. So yeah, for sure, kind of hold the strong position. That's the aim.
Another important tackle there. Defensively, Hashtag have stood very strong. They're under pressure now. Controlled the possession in the first half, and good response there, good clearance.
It's that man you were talking about as well here on this right-hand side, looking to whip the ball in. Defended quite well. Goalkeeper's positioning is interesting as well by the Shebang side.
Yeah, he's come straight up, hasn't he, and is on the halfway line. The SHB goalkeeper, and there's a big chance and a huge save once again from David Hughes, who is proving himself to be quite the shrewd acquisition for this tournament, stepping up after withdrawal, and well, what a performance, Eddie.
It's not just that one, obviously the previous game as well, but that one I think is the pick of the bunch for me. The one where he's backpedaling, it's a great stop, but this one, I felt for sure that they were going to score. Phenomenal outstretched arms to deny the forward, getting a game back in, and obviously we were just talking about comebacks. That would have started one, that's for sure. Made it a nervy last 4.5 minutes.
Yep, exactly, 4.5 minutes on the clock. Still, we have seen plenty change in terms of scorelines, but as we were saying earlier, we don't usually see teams come back in this sevens format, and that trickles all the way through. And well, a slight error there. Error in the clearance once again.
That's the slight issue with the player of BK's how should I say, temperament. Is I think he was trying there to be a bit funny, not realising the ball was going to stay on the pitch. Not really what we need to see, but David Hughes going back to that could be an absolutely pivotal moment. Great. To be fair from the attacker, it's a phenomenal little shift and feint to take the touch out of his feet, and just not a lot that he could have done differently there. But David Hughes, Hughesy, big paw to that one to prevent the goal being breached.
Moving toward that, the player had the big opportunity, one that wasn't taken. So the change is made for #United. Matthew Waldridge coming onto the pitch, came through it. Switches Academy.
Very versatile player as well, Matty Waldridge. Has often been, or most of his appearances for us came at right back, but he's now, I think, quite comfortably transformed himself into a central midfielder as Toby brings it forward.
Ireland just getting caught slightly.
Culture from Harry Hayson, who's probably been the stand-up player, I'd say, from this game.
And also didn't start as well, which is the other thing as well. And I think a game against a team, we know what SHB can do. We saw that against Nagata in the opening game for this set of players. And I think they needed that control in midfield, that leadership, the voice. And Hayson, of course, brings that.
He'll love that line.
Moving the ball well, and well, that's exactly what we're talking about. Quite happy to throw his body on the line.
Yeah, for sure, yeah, he's there again.
Taking a real clattering there, and you can see it's required a bit of a pause to get back up. We'll stretch it out.
He'll be fine, H. Bit of a drama queen.
Collision with Tyne. 99 to SHB.
Harry Hayson there, blending in very nicely with the kit. Toby with a big chance here.
Yep, some nice footwork, just couldn't make it stick.
Difficult, just went a little bit behind him. Unable to bring it forward, but SHB, certainly a bit of flair to the passes. Seen the odd little one-touch with a back heel and what have you this game.
Yeah, they would have taken a lot of confidence from the first game. I think, as me and Seb spoke about at that point, it really is a group where you look, your eyes are immediately drawn to #, and of course what they've done in small-sided games, playing in tournaments like this. It is SHB. Tyne taps it back, and an easy collection in the end, just taking a bounce ahead of David Hughes. One of the easiest saves he'll make tonight.
Yeah, he's already proved he's going to save those every day of the week.
Into the final 60 seconds we go. #United leading by 2-0 over SHB of Vietnam.
Nathan Smith onto the pitch as well for, I think, PK.
And he was important in that first game as Ireland just loses his footing. It's interesting to see them watering the pitch in between the games. We have seen, particularly today, more so than yesterday, even though we had that torrential downpour right at the end of the day, more of the players just losing their footing slightly. It's been harder to control the ball, harder to just stay on their feet as Ireland, he does get onto it. Looked like it was set to go out. Time running out, last 10 seconds. Surely there's another. And there's the third. Matthew Waldridge in the right place at the right time and had the finish to pair with it. #United lead by 3-0.
Yeah, in this group, it could prove pretty vital to potentially going on to win it. The goal difference, third goal there right at the end of the game, key. Toby Romalaran, though, unselfish play. Thought he was going to go for goal and instead passes it. Matty Waldridge, a simple tap-in, and we'll take the 3 points.
Yep, #United top the group. They've beaten SHB by 3-0. So the sun well and truly setting. Albilex Niigata up against Vasco da Gama as we continue with the Men's Open Group A here at the Soccer 7 Series in Singapore. The floodlights are on. The players just waiting in the tunnel for their opportunity to emerge, and here they come. It was a defeat in the first game at the hands of SHB for Albilex Niigata. Vasco da Gama saw out that 0-0 draw with #United, and as we said throughout the #game, expect to see # and Vasco da Gama push on in this competition. Those are the names that you're really drawn to in this group. One of the most widely supported teams in Brazil. Copa Libertadores champions in 1998. Albilex Niigata, 6-time Singapore Premier League winners. 18 major trophies they've won in Singapore over the years, and it is Jan Espino who will get us underway. Stood over the ball. And his team with his father, nephew of the two-time Champions League winner Deco. So football and flair in the blood of these players. Bashir, the goalkeeper. This is a really young Albilex Niigata side, counting 3 to 4 16-year-olds. There's a couple we haven't got the ages for, and they are a very young squad, a developing squad who you hope will have taken some lessons from the errors made against SHB, and just tapping that one back. Here's Charlotte. They lose out, and big opportunity opening up, a real scramble. No one can force it away, and that's certainly better defending that we've seen from Albilex Niigata. Marcio. Denise. Threading it forward. Gets the touch. Comes Junior. Oh, rush. I just want to settle things down. Niigata, it's moving at a very quick pace. It's a pace they can match for now. How long can they sustain it for? They're used to playing in the heat, have the advantage of being such a young team. Lots of running and energy in the legs of these youngsters. Cheryl. And the ball just slightly too much on it. Hazik Ishkanda was the goal scorer in that game against SHB. Niigata is under 15 in 2022. Driving forward, Jan sets it up. A lot more awake defensively. You can tell that's what they've been working on. Charlotte brings it forward again, back to his feet now. Driving forward to join the attack. Zeke. Set the ball. Fairly simple collection for Carlos Santos. Building nicely. Vasco da Gama, they'll get another bite of the cherry here. And once again, it's closed down well. Ball's getting tighter. The effort was there. Trouble. Bashir in goal. Almost halfway through the first half, still goalless. It's been fast-paced, fast and furious. Charlotte, who's been so key for setting the attacks forward. One of the 16-year-olds, Singapore under-15 international, joining the Halves Niigata Academy in 2022. Stepped up to the under-21s team last season. And you can tell that he's not afraid to go shoulder to shoulder with some of the players. That's chipped up nicely, surely there. And Vasco da Gama lead, set up beautifully by Alexandro. Ball coming forward from Denise. Alexandro looks up, headed down by Jan. Calm finish. And Vasco da Gama lead by a goal to nil. They're not afraid to get physical at all. The Halves Niigata youngsters. Alexandro looking over the top again. Jan was there. This is Carlos Jr. with the throw. To Carlos Jr. Space, plenty of it to drive into. Superb finish. Crisp, clean, caught the ball so well. And what a celebration. Great vision from Carlos Jr. to set Alvinho running in, slipping the ball under the keeper. Tried to stretch Bashir, but couldn't get there. Navarro da Cunha leading the celebration. Vasco da Gama leading by 2 goals to nil. Just over 70 seconds left on the clock in this first half. Well, they really drew out the Halves Niigata players, letting them surge forward, but then the gaps opened up and Vasco da Gama exploiting them. Some Singapore FC fans in the crowd supporting the local team. And what can Halves Niigata do to control and minimise the threat? Like we said, we haven't seen teams come from 2 goals behind in this competition, and the 2 goals coming in this first half. Confident performance, that's for sure, with Hashtag, and with the team that they drew level with in the first game in this group. Standard for level, top of the table, with the top 2 progressing through to the cup competition. 7 more minutes left to play. 1-minute break coming up next. Vasco da Gama lead by 2 goals to nil. Well, plenty of debate there between Xiao and Denise, I think the other player who was deep in conversation with. Played in the top flight in Brazil, Xiao. Encouraged back on by Carlos Jr. I wonder if he's just staying back here. Does seem that's the end of the road for him. We do have a change. I think it's Alberson, the player who's come on, wearing number 4. I do believe that to be the only change. We'll keep our eyes just down on the touchline So 2 goals in the space of a minute, and a dominant performance so far from Vasco da Gama of Brazil, named after the Portuguese explorer and one of the most widely supported clubs in Brazil. Goalkeeper having to leap. Yeah, on this near side. There's plenty of space. Not offering to move the ball through him just yet. Larberson. Runs being made ahead of him. He opts to go backwards. Good turn. Driving towards goal, chips it up. And there's the finish. Well, real team effort. And I think just getting the final touch. Pablo stinging the palms of the keeper, and then Jan was there just to touch it home. And a 3rd goal for Vasco da Gama, dominant in this clash with Albilex Niigata. It's a confirmation of the goals. Punched away well by Carlisle, the keeper. And the hooped kit, gold and black. Vasco da Gama marching to a dominant victory halfway through the 2nd half. Larberson trying to wriggle free, and he does. The pace just there from Ahmad Martin to put himself ahead of the defender who was straying forward. And plenty of football to enjoy today. It's been non-stop since 8 o'clock this morning. Still plenty to come. Into single figures in terms of the games to come. What a finish that is. Pablo on the turn. His 2nd goal of the game, driving into the bottom corner. What a moment. As Vasco da Gama hit their 4th. Second goal for Pablo today. Bonello. 2 very good finishes. Niigata lose possession. Alcio on the ball, just taking his time, waiting for options to appear ahead of him. Has to go backwards. Over to Glurberson. Halves loses out. They want to do a lot better. They're carrying the ball forward. And the advantage of white shirts back. The strike. Keeper diving. Didn't need to. Well wide. Approaching the last 90 seconds. Vasco da Gama with a dominant performance, leading by 4-0. And this would put them top on goal difference, ahead of #United. And they continue to add to their tally. Denise Lauberson chips it up nicely. Well, a really cheeky finish on the turn, and that's 5 for Vasco da Gama. A really neat turn. Found themselves in such a good position. Lauberson driving forward. And yet another for Pablo. That's his hat-trick complete, and what a goal to finish it on. Really, really slick. 40 seconds remain. Vasco da Gama romping to victory. It's Albilex Niigata, this young squad who haven't been able to contend and battle with the experience that's in the ranks of this Vasco da Gama team. Like the other South American team that's come over, Corinthians, are used to playing these small-sided games. They have specific small-sided teams as well. This is 10 seconds left inside. Goalkeeper driving forward, Carlau. And that will be that. Now Vasco da Gama, a dominant performance that will send them top of the group. They've beaten Albilex Niigata by 5-0.
Back at the Jalan Besar Stadium for the next fixture here in the Soccer 7 series. Singapore 2025, Setagaya United of Japan up against Selangor FC of Malaysia. Match number 56. Men's Open Group B. Things getting very exciting as we come towards the end of the program here today. Started off with 46 matches and we're in the home stretch here now. 9 fixtures left on the program. And this one will be in Group B, the second game in the Men's Open Group B. With Setagaya United taking on Selangor FC. A change of kits for Setagaya United as well. Played their first match in green. A very nice outfit for this second one. And the white top and what is that, purple, maroon pants? I don't know, you decide and tell me. Selangor FC playing in the red and yellow. From Malaysia, a young side, lots of talent, plenty of quality in the Selangor FC side, and will be looking to make an impact here. So Selangor FC with a win in their opening fixture against Geylang International. Took them a while to get the goal that they needed for the win. Got it over the line in the end. Setagaya United were in action against QPR, a very young QPR side. They were nice and composed in possession, really good with the ball, passed it well, had chances. Jito Zono, number 7, had an effort that came off the frame of the goal. They couldn't quite make the dominance with their possession count, and it was QPR with a late goal from their captain Leahy who picked up the win there. So Selangor FC and QPR with the wins in their first match. Setagaya will be looking for a response in this one if they want to make it into the top 2 to qualify for the semi-finals in the cup competition. It's a lovely ball played in by Jito Zono. Jito Zono, creator of Setagaya United, created this team to give back to football. Jito Zono. And there again. We'll expect to see this from Setagaya United. Really good technical quality in this Japanese side. Lots of players who are comfortable in possession. The issue for them is whether they can just turn that possession, that control, into high-quality opportunities and really take those chances to punish Selangor FC. Control the game against the Geylang International. It's a very different prospect here against a more experienced outfit in Setagaya United. Strong challenges in the midfield coming in already. What's great about this competition, it's been really competitive, played in a great spirit. Haven't seen anything really boil over. Setagaya looking for a way through. Let's get past Safdien. It's taken a touch, denied opportunity for the corner. Comes Selangor. First chance for them to go out on the attack. Danish. Gonna get it back. Danish, that's a great run into the area. Lovely goal from Selangor FC. Setagaya again with all the possession. Danish Iskandar with the opener for Selangor FC. Wonderful work. Moved it forward quickly, and that's a great ball in there for Iskandar. '19-year-old getting on the score sheet here. It's an early goal for Selangor FC. Takes that little bit of pressure off them in terms of their approach. You can stay patient here. Danish Iskandar there with the opener. And Setagaya going to be looking for a quick response if they can. That's been picked up in midfield by Rio Tonozuka, the number 11 for Setagaya. Spreads it out wide. Kawashima with the switch. Great first touch there from Rei Watanabe. Plays out on the left. Safety. Arabia is looking for a contract with Selangor FC. Looking for a trial period at the moment, and number 15 in defence for the Malaysian side. That's deflected off him to the arms of the Selangor goalkeeper, Azim. Skill there. There's lots of quality in this Selangor FC side. All players who play for their under-23 team. This one's up in the league, the Piala MFL. Exciting talents coming through. A few Malaysia youth internationals as well in the setup at Selangor FC. Malaysia's bigger clubs. Setagaya. Impressive defending there. There's a shirt pulling going on. Credit to Aiman Hakimi rather. Keeping pace with the run from Ryota Kato and showing good strength. Aiman Hakimi. And turn this over. High up the pitch, Jito Zono with the effort. Of course, it's a good save. Strong left arm from the goalkeeper. Azim. Quick bit of distribution. Get up the pitch rapidly here, Selangor FC. Lots of pace going forward. It's another goal. It's a brilliant strike. Outstanding stuff on the break quickly. Once again, Fakri. Laser guided finish there. 21-year-old Muhammad Fakri Azri. Step over. Has a look up. Another one. Picks out the bottom corner. Excellent work from Selangor FC. Solid in defense and then catching out Setagaya United with those quick breaks forward. Japanese club founded in 2022. Currently competing in the Tokyo Metropolitan League Division 2 after winning the 3rd division last season. They are looking to try and continue their rise through the Japanese football pyramid. They do have big ambitions, trying to reach the J-League and maybe even J1, which is the top tier Japanese football. It's not the #1 priority. What matters most to Setagaya is building something meaningful with the people who are important to them and growing alongside the city they love. Coming from a city with just over 900,000, Setagaya, one of Tokyo's most dynamic areas. Selangor again with the pace in behind. Danish Iskandar, lovely. Really good quality getting forward. Selangor FC with those fast breaks, getting 2 goals in that first half. Half-time, it's Selangor FC 2, Setagaya United 0. Ash Hashim is standing by.
And we're here with Jake from QPR Men's. Jake, how has it been for you?
Yeah, it's been good fun. We're enjoying here as a team, and obviously nice to get a win. But we want to get another one this game and hopefully top the group.
Did you play this format back in England as well?
No, we haven't. A lot of us boys haven't played like this before. Obviously, a bit big pitch and different style to what we're used to, so we've got to adapt to it.
So obviously, first time that we're having this tournament in Singapore. Obviously, I have to ask you: have you had a chance to go and see Singapore for a bit with the guys?
Yeah, we did. We went on Thursday down to the marina and stuff, and yeah, such a lovely place. Obviously really hot and really clean as well, but yeah, nice place.
And last one, Jake, what's your goal for this tournament with the team as well?
Well, we want to win, obviously, but first of all, win this next game and hopefully top the group and take it from there.
Fantastic. All the best, Jake.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and it's back to you guys.
Well, Jake Leahy, captain of QPR, with the winning goal in the opening game against Setagaya United. Came very late on in that contest with about 10 seconds left on the clock. Different fixture here for Setagaya. Coming up against an organized Selangor FC side with lots of pace going forward. Very lively in the attack. Now Selangor FC, Danish Iskandar. Good up front, and Fakri Azri as well, the two of them contributing. Attacking sense. Here he is. Look at how quick those legs move. Simple tap in, easy for Selangor FC. Taking apart Setagaya United. An unselfish player there and making absolutely the right decision to set it up for a teammate. Muhammad Nazwan, a 20-year-old. Straightforward here from Selangor FC. The moment they win it, sent down into the channels for them to chase. And whether it's Fakri or Iskandar, doing all sorts of damage here, causing huge problems for the Setagaya United side. They just don't have the pace to keep up with them. There could be an opportunity for Setagaya here. Good goalkeeping once more by Mohamed Azim. Very comfortable position here. Selangor FC. Asian side strolling towards the 3 points and a chance to make a change as well. Number 14, Rohisham Haikal, scored the winning goal for Selangor in their opening fixture. Plenty of pace that number 14 has. Look at him go here, mistake at the back. Rohisham, he's on and he scores straight away, just as he did in the opening game for Selangor. Immediate impact for the number 14. Malaysian Youth International scored 5 goals in 18 appearances for Selangor's under-23s in the Piala MFL last season. Picked up 4 assists as well.